Good afternoon. I'd like to call the special meeting of October 12th, 2022 to order. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us this afternoon. We're also live streaming this meeting, which can always be found on the district's website. This school year, we've adjusted our board meeting structure. The first meeting of the month is a study session with presentations and discussions designed to provide background and context for items that the board will then vote on, potentially, during our regular business meetings. Given that we are undertaking our review and discussion at the study session, we anticipate that many of the items we have reviewed will be placed on the consent agenda for our consideration during the regular meeting, just to give everyone an idea of how the flow has changed. Additionally, you will notice that we are playing musical chairs, which is at the discretion of our board president, which is me. I've made these adjustments in consultation with the superintendent and other board members to be able to better facilitate effective and efficient meetings as we move forward. Just to let you know, there is no other reason except it makes me feel better. All right, roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Just to let our audience know, we are expecting Dr. Varda and Ms. Miller to be joining us, but we're going to go ahead and get moving in the sake of time. Is there a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda for the special meeting of October 12th, 2022 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objections? It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special meeting of October 12th, 2022 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
All right, the agenda is approved. Our first agenda item this evening is to hear from our District Accountability Committee co-chairs. DAC is a district-level accountability and advisory committee. Its members act in an advisory capacity on such topics as the district's budget, unified improvement plan, as provided by law, and other buckets. Members have the opportunity to hear updates on district issues and efforts and provide input on these topics. This is a discussion with the Board of Education on its priorities for the District Accountability Committee for the 2022-23 school year and opportunities for engagement between DAC and the Board of Education throughout the year. So I'd like to introduce Chief of Schools, Dave Weiss, and Tara Pena, Chief of Family, School, and Community Partnerships for this presentation, and assume you will introduce our guests this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, President Schooley. I am here as the Chief of Schools and also the liaison from the district to our District Accountability Committee. Tara Pena is my partner in that work. And with us today is Therese Rednor and Corky Guy. Therese is our chair of DAC and Corky is our vice chair of DAC. The reason we're here today is we've actually had a fair amount of turnover in DAC. There are quite a few new members to both our executive committee and the DAC itself. And we've been engaging in some really interesting conversations. And one of those has been a desire to have more engagement with the Board of Education, more of a two-way conversation opportunity. Additionally, as we reviewed the responsibilities of DAC from CDE, one of the responsibilities listed at CDE is that at least annually, cooperatively determining with the local school board the areas and issues in addition to the budget that the DAC shall study or make recommendations upon. So the only required area that DAC is to look into is the budget by the state. At some point in Jeffco's history, and I'm not really sure when, there were 4 buckets identified for Jeffco's DAC. So right now, our Jeffco's DAC provides feedback and advisory on the budget, the district unified improvement plan, family school community partnership, and charter school applications. So those are the 4 buckets they currently work in. And I'm going to turn it over to Therese here to talk to you about what are some potential, other conversations we could be having or engaging in with all of you, and also looking at 23-24 school year, because we are already a quarter of the way into the school year, and so we're thinking ahead as well in that conversation. So, Therese, I'm going to hand it over to you.
I'm assuming this is how this works. Oh, that's how it works. Great. Thank you so much for taking your time and spending your time with us today. My name is Therese Rednor. I'm this year's District Accountability Committee Chairperson. And I just want to kind of introduce the group to you, even though they're not here. It's a great group. We're about 45 members, and we are still short in 3 articulation areas, unfortunately. One message that we've heard loud and clear this year from our DAC members, both incoming and continuing, is that we wanted to engage in more robust work. And we really wanted to understand what can we do as both the greater DAC and then our individual subcommittees, what can we work on that will be beneficial and necessary and helpful for the Board of Education, for the district, as well as ultimately for our students. So what we've been working on so far is the Family School Community Partnership Subcommittee. We put on the SAC training with all of the principals and SAC chairs. But our biggest goal this year is to try to make sure that every school in Jefferson County has a very robust SAC program. And we know that that is not the case in every school. And that's just fact. So we are trying to identify the schools that do not have a very strong SAC presence, or any SAC really. And what we've done is, in partnership with the district, we put together a very basic digital marketing campaign as well as a printed campaign that every area articulation representative and principal took back to their school and placed as an invitation to please join the school accountability committees. And we presented it as there's no fundraising, there's no dues, just join our conversation. Well, because sometimes fundraising and dues, that's not a huge draw all the time. So that was one way that we're doing that. Also, I have to say, and some of our learnings, is that we had those translated into several languages. And that was our first miss, is that we didn't initially have them translated. And that's okay. And it's not okay, but it's okay that we learned from it. So now we know. And we've been able to get those translated and into the school districts where they best serve. So our overarching goal for FSCP is to create more robust SACs and more robust parent engagement. The budget subcommittee is really looking at a long-term view on helping manage, well, actually, it's going to be an ask that I have of you. So just think about this after I tell you this. The budget subcommittee wants to do some robust work. They want to look at the budget in a long-term view. They want to be able to provide good advice, and they simply don't know where to start. So, after I'm done speaking, I'm going to have that ask of you if you have any recommendations. The DUIP subcommittee, as you know, the DUIP has already been presented, and they were there. They met with you last month and presented the DUIP along with Dr. Eaton. And they are currently doing a deep dive and identifying some specific areas in the DUIP to start really looking at not only, as this year progresses, more so for next year, where they can really identify some areas in the DUIP that we as a subcommittee, we as a DAC, can truly advise on for the 23-24 school year. And charters, interestingly, it's kind of a quiet subcommittee, actually have 4 renewals coming up this year. So they've become quite robust, and the 4 renewals are in front of me, eventually in front of me, I think. Yes. Okay, they are Compass Montessori Golden, Woodrow Wilson Academy, Doral Academy of Colorado, or Doral, and Excel Academy. So they are working on those, reviewing and looking at those charter renewals. The AARs, one last piece that we're really working on as a DAC, the AARs area articulation representatives, have expressed a need to have more support for their SACs and their SAC chairs to better support them in whatever questions they have that come across from the SACs, how to engage in budget discussions with their individual principals, how to engage in UIP discussions, things of that nature. What we have done is we are setting up what we call DAC office hours, and that's going to take place one day during the first week of the month, and it's going to be an open invitation via Teams, virtually, so that principals, SAC chairs, AARs can engage with DAC leadership and DAC members that might have some, and district leadership that would have some good supports to answer their questions. So my two asks are, we have 3 open area articulation areas. And I know that typically we only take applications in the spring, and then the vote is in the summer to approve those DAC members. I ask that it be considered that we can openly and continually recruit for AARs, and that we can approve them as they come throughout the year, as opposed to just leaving certain articulation areas open without any representation. So I'd like the board to consider allowing us to do that, specifically just for AARs, not for board appointees or community appointees, but just for AARs. And then my second ask is going back to the budget. They would like some advice, guidance, ideas on what perhaps the board would like them to make a longer vision study on. And then I guess I actually have 3 asks. And finally, as we're settling in as a DAC and doing our deep work right now, we certainly don't want to take our eye off of the future. So we would like to know if there is something that the board would like us to make a particular study of as we move into the 23-24 school year. We would like to take your recommendations, your ideas, so that we can better inform our work moving forward. Thank you. Now I'll stop talking.
Great. Thank you so much. I didn't want to cut you off. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself as well, even if you're not going to?
Yes, sure. My name is Corky Guy, and I'm the vice chair of the DAC. And I believe Tree said it all.
Thank you both so much for being with us. Your service on the DAC is greatly appreciated, and it's a partnership that I think the board is invested in strengthening and refining in a way that makes it clear what the purpose is and how we can best partner in the areas or other areas that the board identifies. So I will turn over to Superintendent Dorland. Is there anything? Sorry, I know I'm catching you off guard. Anything you wanted to add before I open it up for board conversation?
No, thank you for being here, and thank you for your input and interest in collaborating with our board.
Great. All right, board members, this is our opportunity to ID and ask questions and have any comments. Is there anyone that would like to begin? Yep, Ms. Reed.
So, Superintendent Dorland, you and I have had some conversations around doing a deep dive into budgets for groups that are interested and in really understanding our budget more deeply. So one thing that I would like to propose is that, as we continue to have those conversations, it sounds like the DAC would be a really good group to include in that. I think all of us tend to be looking at the budget from way up here, and sometimes that really makes it difficult to understand the nitty-gritties, and you kind of do have to understand those even when you're making these much broader decisions. So that is something that I'd just like to throw out there as a possibility, because it sounds like the DAC would be interested in something like that. So that would be one, and I think, I don't know if we would have to discuss this at a different meeting, but I think it's very reasonable to ask that they be able to continue to try to recruit those AARs so that we don't have articulation areas that are not represented.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Ms. Parker?
First of all, thank you so much for what you do. I feel like as much as you're asking the board for guidance and suggestions and so forth, I'm looking to you for all the stuff that you do. So I really appreciate that we are having more interactions and more presentations. So thank you for that. And I am reminded when we talk about the budget that way back in 2012 or 14, one of those 2 years, I attended a Citizens Budget Academy that the school district put on. And it was a good experience. I think it really showed how transparent the district is and how you really can find out whatever it is you're looking for. I would say from my experience, what I learned in that opportunity was that I felt overwhelmed. So I would like more summary information and then appendix that filled it in, because it was a lot. So anyway, if we do get together with a collaborative effort, I think that would be helpful.
I was actually just talking to a parent at Campbell Elementary who also participated in that and found it very helpful for the individuals that really want to sort of do a deep dive on the district's budget. So I'm sure we have a template for that that could be at least a starting point for thinking about how do we, one, sort of open up the books and share, this is the way that our budget is functioning. Here are the categories. Here's a good way to understand it so it's not so overwhelming because it's rather thick. And then also be able to perhaps reframe some of the items that are in there in terms of what is it that would be most effective for individuals from DAC and from our community to take away from that. So how do we kind of focus the intent of that Citizen Academy? I think that's what it was called, right? So that it can really help members of DAC, not just on the budget subcommittee, but more generally understand what the focus is, how things are decided, all of those pieces. And I don't know if that is a cost, something that costs money to do. I don't know what the cost money. So I'd be curious about, if we can explore that and get some information as a board about what that would look like and how we can help co-create that experience that would be best meet the needs for DAC members and community members.
We'd be happy to work on that and let you know.
Awesome. Great. And Ms. Miller, we're just sort of going through the presentation from DAC just to let you know. Welcome. Yep. So I have a couple of questions I'd love to ask for you all. I, as a statement, agree with Ms. Reed that I don't know why, and perhaps Ms. Tollison can let us know if there's a policy issue at play here, but in terms of the sort of authority of DAC to be able to fill positions outside of our one time of year that we do so, is there any sort of policy limitation on that?
I think. The only thing there is the statute does require that those be board appointments. But if you've want to adopt a process less formal where the DAC can make a recommendation, we've got a new member, we get it on the consent agenda. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to get that done without having it be as time intensive as the last appointment round that we went through twice.
So I guess I will look for consensus across board members if there are any objections to exploring. I don't know if we need to add language or just make it clear that that we can have a process outside of that one time of year to be able to fill particularly AAR positions in articulation areas. Does anyone have any objections to that? Okay, great. So I don't know what happens next, but somebody's going to have responsibility for that.
I think that with that, I think that's all we need right there for us to move any AARs that we are able to recruit to your consent agendas at the board meetings. And so you'll just see them in the consent agenda, and we'll identify what area that they're a part of, what articulation area. But that would help us fill out the committee to actually have representation from every articulation area. So thank you.
Great. And I this may not be for this time. However, I do have an interest moving forward in figuring out a more effective process for identifying and voting on members of the DAC, both so that we can hear what the recommendations are, but also make sure that we're really seeing the sort of breadth of who is represented. And I feel like in my time on the board, it has constantly been a little bit of a sticky wicket, where board members are not quite sure why some people are nominated and why some others aren't and what we're voting on. So that may be something that we can follow up on, is figuring out what's the process and what the board needs in terms of being able to support those appointments and have the information we need to be able to vote on them, but also make the process a little, I don't know if clearer is the right word, but it has felt like a little bit of a strange process for the last 3 years.
I fully agree. And thank you so much for saying that. I was actually speaking with the District Accountability Committee chairperson for Denver Public Schools today, and she was sharing with me how they send out actually just applications, DAC applications to their entire parent community and school communities. So I think there is definitely a way that we can come up with, and I'm going to task maybe the DAC to come up with some ideas, and perhaps we can present them to you at our second meeting, which I hope will be in January. Help get that on the books. So that we can have a really clear, transparent, and robust way of gaining new members, and to make sure that our school community and our DAC is being represented by all the voices that want to have their voice at the table, so that it's a really open process, and that we can have a lot of diversity and a lot of different voices at the table as well. So I totally agree. I think it should be very, very open.
And can I just follow up on that? I think one of the frustrations that people have once they join the DAC is what their role and responsibility is and how they can be value add. And so there's different committees that you guys have that are very robust and active. Yet I think some people come and sit and say, I've been there for 2 or 3 hours, and what did I get out of it? So going back to what maybe you said, 3 sentences ago, is how do you bring people in to say your voices are really critical and this is what we expect of you? And I know you guys are evolving and changing too, because leadership has changed over the past 5 years, which I think is great. The more voices we have, more families are coming in, more opportunities for different voices. And so maybe doing, I hate to say the word survey, a pulse, something like that says or asks your members, hey, how are you feeling about it? What would you do differently? What would you like to be? How would you like it to be more robust or more engaging? Do we want to be meeting every month? Do we want subcommittees? I'm not exactly sure how you guys are breaking it up now, but just asking them what they thought it was going to be, and is it everything they imagined it to be and more? Or is it also what could they do? What could we be doing better to have those voices at the table? Because I know we have certain people that are supposed to be in there from businesses and et cetera across the board. But I think really finding out what they think and how it could be better would be helpful too.
And one thing I was going to say is last year at the end of the year, a lot of people were talking about, like, is this just a sit and get type of situation where I'm just gathering information and not doing anything with it? Or are people going to listen to me? And so one of the things we did this year with regards to the agenda is we have a time for the AARs, about 10 to 15 minutes, just to talk about what's happening in their articulation area. So they're able to be heard. If it's something super critical or something they really want to discuss, they bring it to us, to the executive team. We talk about it and put them on the agenda so they can have an opportunity to talk to the entire DAC about that. We'll also put a survey at after the meeting is over. So if there's something that wasn't said or something they wanted to discuss, they can put it in that survey. We review it and kind of bring it up at the next meeting as well. So we're kind of making those small baby steps, but I do definitely think we need to continue just to progress that way. So people do have a voice in the meetings and not are just sitting there going, that was a waste of my 2 hours. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. That's great. Glad to hear. Thank you. Dr. Varda, I want to make sure that you're brought into the room as well. Are there any comments or questions you have in terms of, and you can think about it if you want me to come back around, for our co-chairs of DAC right now?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure I'm just a big head in the room right now, but thanks for letting me come in remotely. I missed the very beginning of the presentation. I apologize, but I think you asked about topics to take a deep dive into. One thing I'd be interested in, and I don't know if this is in the purview of the DAC, but it seems like it might be, as we move forward, whether we consolidate schools or not, to just continue to have parent input and experiences and a deep dive into what makes an extraordinary school from the parent perspective. And I think we're curious about why people choose different schools during choice enrollment, like what those characteristics are. And I think the DAC could play a really great role from the purview of like having, thinking about budget and calendar and school policy, and what kinds of components should we be thinking about as a board as we move forward over the next few years, thinking about thriving schools. I would just love the DAC deep dive into something like that and getting a lot of parent input and community input.
Thank you, Dr. Varda. Sort of building off of what you just said, because I think that that's a real opportunity for us too to engage a parent and community member voice and work that is not just, that doesn't end on November 10th or 11th or beyond, that is longer term and thinking strategically around how do we best serve our students and our families. I would be excited for engagement at that level as well. And one of the wonderings that I have, as we are moving into Jeffco Thrives, our strategic plan, thinking about alignment, I'm constantly looking for through lines and how we align all of the things that we're doing so that they make sense, not just for board decision making, but also for our community members and for our students and families. So thinking about the buckets that are included in Jeffco Thrives around our learners, our future, I don't have to say them. I think everybody knows them. And how that maps onto the work of DAC currently. I know that there's some statutory things that are included in DAC, but I'm wondering how we can encourage conversations that help to elevate some of the things that may be going on from DAC's perspective around those buckets that are in the strategic plan, so that we can have a conversation around, as the board is doing work, kind of monitoring progress in the strategic plan. DAC can be a voice in that monitoring as well. And I'm not sure what that looks like, and I don't have an answer for that, but I think it would be something that I would at least be interested in exploring.
Yeah, and I actually think that speaks to part of what the DAC has asked of Tara and I is more engagement with you all as a board. And so when we talk about a January visit with you at the board table, that could be one of the things that we are bringing back to you from the perspective of the parents that are engaged in DAC or the community members that are there. And so I think that's a great question. And I also think it's a great opportunity because each of the subcommittees are also sponsored by a district leader, and they're engaged. So like, for example, Dr. Eaton with the DUIP subcommittee, or Brenna Copeland with the budget. So there are people that are engaged from the district as well as from the community. And so I actually think that's a great request, and it makes a lot of sense for this group to be giving feedback on that.
Thank you.
I was going to say that at our next meeting, October 18th, we're actually doing a strategic plan review. And so you bringing this up and aligning and sort of informing some work, it works really well timing wise. So thank you so much. So we are doing kind of a 45-minute back and forth on the strategic plan. So it's exciting work.
Board members, other questions, comments, ways in which you'd like to see the DAC engage with us and engage in content that is helpful for our decision making and deliberations? Ms. Miller.
I just want to follow up once again on your point. I have over the years, and I know we're still kind of trying to figure out how we take the advice and recommendations of the DAC and implement it with the work that we're going to do for literacy and for mathematics, et cetera. Being able to, as Stephanie said, to align with your looking at the strategic plan and looking at our calendar and trying to figure out when we have those dialogues in January or again in March, are we having the right conversations about the investments that we're making for budget purposes, for literacy, for qualitative and quantitative mathematic work? What about the SEL components? What about STEM? What about, we have all these buckets that we've said from our MLO that we would be using. We know that we have deficiencies and learning losses for our kiddos, and we look to you guys to help us with that, and we always seem to be behind with you. And I'd rather be walking with you so that we could make decisions come budget time in the spring, that we're actually this is what DAC recommended. We may not be able to do all that they recommended, but we're doing this much so that they can see that investment, how that's going to impact when you look back and say, did that investment do well for our children? It would be great to be walking that together in parallel, or holding hands or whatever imagery you want to go with, but it really just seems that way we're tying your work with our budgetary priorities, and then tying it back to the work that Superintendent Dorland needs to be taking over to Dave and to Kim and Crowd, so that it's actually accountability to you all as well as to the people that we're investing in. So that's where I would like to go to.
So perhaps the feedback loop there would be DAC suggesting what would be those appropriate times of year that would most align with decision making and with the work that you're doing, so that we can fold that into our agenda planning for each year. Would be great. I agree. Any other questions or comments for our wonderful DAC representatives or district partners? Okay, great. Did you get what you needed? Just making sure. Good use of your time. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. Much appreciated. All right, moving on to our next agenda item. The Board of Education asked the superintendent to put forth a comprehensive plan to address declining enrollment, given 2 school emergency closures in the spring of 21 and 22. Understanding state and county demographic data is an important component of this work, and this board is committed to grounding its decisions in data. Tonight, we have an opportunity. It's not really night. This afternoon, we have an opportunity for the state demographer to provide information to the Board of Education regarding forecasts for Colorado's regions, counties, and municipalities impacting Jeffco Public Schools. I'd like to welcome Cindy Groen. Yep, I almost got there. Demographer with the State Demographer's Office. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here with us. We look forward to the information you have to share, and I'm sorry I mangled your name.
You did great. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for having me. So I'm Cindy DeGrone with the State Demography Office. As was mentioned already, I've been with the office for... Oh, sorry. Is that better? Good. Okay. I've been with the office for 29 years, and I've been producing the population projections over that time period as well. So this evening, this afternoon, I hope to go through a few different items, but if I had 5 big takeaways from what I hope everyone's able to walk away with today, these are the 5. And number 1 is that population is growing at a slowing rate. So the 2020 census confirmed this for both Colorado and the United States as a whole. And it's a long-term trend that's been happening, with births being at a lower level, deaths being at a higher level. So a lot of that slowing growth is being driven strictly by what we call natural increase, or the births minus the deaths. Migration and mobility is also slowing to Colorado. That's made it harder for us to attract and retain some of the best and the brightest, which Colorado has done quite well over the past several decades, which has made labor tight. So anybody out there who's trying to hire at the moment is very well aware that labor is tight across Colorado and then the United States as well. A concentrated growth along the Front Range. So this last decade, from 2010 to 2020, 95% of all growth to Colorado landed along the Front Range. This is new. This is different from what we've experienced in the past, where historically it was about 80% of the growth. And that's both in terms of people as well as jobs. And then aging. Aging impacts everything. I'd like to start with that, including the economy, labor force, housing, public finance. Certainly the fastest growing age group in Colorado and the United States last decade was the 65 and over, 65 to 74 population. As you can imagine, this next decade, it's 75 to 84 is going to be our fastest growing population. And so the population over age 65 growing rapidly in both places. So we'll talk about that. And then increasing racial and ethnic diversity. Currently, the youngest population throughout the United States and in Colorado as well is the most diverse. And just by aging, the state's going to become more diverse as well. But let's start with that big picture. So the 2020 census, the U.S. total population came in at 331 million. That was a growth rate of 7.4% over the last decade. Colorado grew at twice as fast, which we've tended to. Since 1970, Colorado's grown about twice as fast as the nation. So last decade coming in at 14.8% for the state, just under 5.8 million. That ranked us 6th in terms of percent change, 9th in numeric change, and gained us the 8th seat. But if we were to look just at last year, that was the slowest U.S. growth rate on record. So there isn't one slower since we started record keeping. Certainly that was influenced somewhat by the pandemic. So a 0.1% growth rate for the nation. Colorado came in at 0.5%. We did grow by about 30,000 people. But overall, 17 states lost population in total over that 1 year time period throughout the nation. Jefferson County lost 3,321 residents over the year at a 0.6% loss. But in order to understand those numbers, I always think it's helpful to take a step back in time to look at Colorado's growth over time. And then we're going to look at Jefferson County here in just a minute. But starting in 1970, each one of these bars represents the total growth that Colorado had over a 1 year period from 1970 to 2021. And then the bars are color-coded. So the red part of the bar represents net migration, or those who moved into the state minus those who moved out. And then the blue part of the bar represents what we call natural increase, and that's births minus deaths. And so we can see Colorado was a hopping place to be in the 1970s. We attracted, and if we think back to the 1970s, who are young, mobile generation at that time, they were the baby boomers. And so Colorado attracted actually a disproportionate share of baby boomers to the state relative to other states in the nation. But then we get to the time period in the late 1980s, the only time period on this chart where we saw more people move out of Colorado than move into Colorado, and that was the natural resource bust. And so there were actually quite a few better opportunities outside of the state during that time period. And so we had more people move out than move in. And then we see the 1990s, which those of you who were here, we referred to this as the growth that was never going to end until it did. And it ended in the early 2000s with the tech bust that was very Front Range centric as well. And so we had lost a significant number of tech jobs along the Front Range at that time. But then I'm often asked the question as we move forward, where do we see the Great Recession on this chart? Because Colorado continued to grow throughout the entire Great Recession, and for a couple good reasons. The first of which was while we lost over 100,000 jobs in construction and manufacturing, there weren't better opportunities in construction and manufacturing in other states. And so people tended to stay. But then we also continued to grow jobs in professional and health services. And so we attracted migrants to come to the state to take those positions. And then more recently, we can see the more significant decline that we've seen the last 2 years that was certainly impacted in part by the pandemic as well. But then if we focus on that blue part of the bar, that's our natural increase, so the births minus deaths. And you can see that peaked right around 2007 and has been declining since. And for both the fact that the deaths have been increasing and then the births have been declining as well. And we're going to talk about that more in just a minute. But I want to look specifically at that same chart for Jefferson County. And so you can see the significant growth that Jefferson County had in the 1970s and early 1980s in terms of migration. But then you can also see that there was a little out-migration during the great during the tech boom, certainly. And that happened all along, thank you very much. That happened all along the Front Range as well. But then also happened in the late 1980s with the natural resource bust. And then we see it happening last year, where we had more people move out of Jefferson County than move into the county. But the other big trend that we see on this chart is that blue part of the bar. And you can see here that natural increase actually peaked for Jefferson County in the late 1980s. And so it's been declining since, and we're forecasting that decline is going to continue as deaths will exceed births. And so this is a chart showing Jefferson County specific births and deaths from 1970 through our entire forecast period of 2050. The blue line represents total births. The solid part of the line is what has already happened, and then the dashed part of the line is our projection. And then the deaths in the red line, and you can see the solid part of the bar again is what has already happened, and then the dashed part is what our expectation is moving forward. And the deaths are increasing simply as a result of the fact that we're aging, and so we just have a higher share of our population within older age groups who are subject to higher mortality. And then the births, we expect to continue to remain relatively flat. So we've seen birth rates decline over time, and in particular for younger women, the fertility rates have declined significantly since 2007. And then we've seen increases in older mother childbearing, such to the point that, within the state as a whole, half of our mothers were under age 30 and the other half were over age 30 last year, for example. And then so we can see here right about the time period where we are in 2021, we see Jefferson County reaching a point of basically zero natural increase because our births and our deaths are the exact same number. Moving forward, it's our expectation that the deaths that have been elevated as a result of COVID return to hopefully a more traditional death rate, mortality rates that we've seen historically. But then we do see that line cross, and Jefferson County will enter natural decline starting after 2030. And so in terms of population growth, the only growth that Jefferson County will have will come from migrants, and that number of net migrants will have to exceed the losses in terms of the population from natural decline. So the United States is expected to enter natural decline right about the same time as well as Jefferson County. Colorado, for the state as a whole, it doesn't happen until a little bit later, just because Jefferson County is one of the older counties in the Front Range. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more. But I wanted to bring up this chart. This is the change in births by age of mother for the state as a whole from 2009 to 2020. And you can just see the dramatic declines in the number of births as well as the birth rate for all mothers under age 30, and then the increases to mothers over age 30 not quite making up for the declines at the younger age groups. But in terms of change in the under 18 population for the nation as a whole, lost over 1 million children between 2010 and 2020. So in particular, 27 states had a smaller number of children in 2020 than they did in 2010. And those states are highlighted on this map in shades of blue. And then all states here in orange, red, orange, or yellow shades having an increase in the population under 18. And that includes Colorado, where Colorado did have an increase in the population under age 18, but Jefferson County did not. And so this map shows the under 18 population change by county within the state. Statewide, that population increased by 38,000 over the decade, so from 2010 to 2020, or about 3.1% growth. Within Jefferson County, the under 18 declined by 5,246, or a negative 4.4% growth. Moving forward, you can see that most of the growth in the under 18 population was concentrated along the Front Range, and in addition, 40% of the births that we saw in Colorado last decade were to parents in Weld County. So just one county. If we go to the decade before that, 50% of the births in the state were in Douglas County. And so just our younger counties, being Weld and Adams at the moment, certainly have the highest increases in the numbers of children, where Boulder and Jefferson County both experiencing declines in the numbers of children over the last decade. But when we think about the growth that will come to Jefferson County from migration, which certainly there will be some, let's talk about who those migrants are. This particular chart shows the age distribution of net migrants to Jefferson County in the top panel, and then net migration to the state in the bottom panel. And so you can see that in terms of age, the biggest Outmigration from Jefferson County occurs for young adults who are between the ages of 20 and 25, which is almost the opposite of what we see statewide in terms of attracting young adults. And that's in particular Denver County that drives much of that, where those young adults go to Denver County. And so when we see folks leave Jefferson County, they're typically going to other Front Range counties or Texas, California, or Florida, which is very similar to the state. It's Texas, California, and Florida. When someone moves into Jefferson County, most of the time they're coming from Denver or the remainder of the Front Range or California, Texas, and Florida. So those are our big trading partners. You can see that the highest number of immigrants to Jefferson County over the last several decades has been around between the ages of 30 and 35. And so you see a mirror of their children behind them that they do move in with them. But very unique to Jefferson County, where does not look like our statewide trends. Which leads me to talk about housing. So one of the charts that I do like to show is this Colorado annual housing units and household growth. So the red bars represent housing unit growth over each year, and then the black line represents households. And so you can just see that we haven't always done a great job at matching up household growth to housing unit growth. And more is in particular, more recently, the housing unit growth just has not kept up. And so since the end of the Great Recession, we can see that being the case, which has resulted in a median home value that's fourth highest in the nation. And so this one's just a map of median home values, and you can see Colorado having the highest value of anywhere not on a coast. So that fourth highest home value. The building permits, I did want to show just to reiterate that point that we did stop building for some time at the beginning. So we actually built fewer homes, many fewer homes this last decade than the decade prior, but our population growth was almost identical for both, which has put a lot of upward pressure on the housing prices. And so building permits on the left chart here is Colorado, and then on the right is Jefferson County. And so you can see that they have returned to a somewhat higher level. And just want to talk now about age. Certainly age matters, preferences, where people shop and what they buy. As I mentioned, our fastest growing age group last decade was the 65 to 74. Our fastest growing industry was healthcare, because that's a big expenditure of the 65 to 74-year-olds. Certainly influences housing, our labor force, our income, as well as different types of service demands. And so just want to show this picture of Colorado's age distribution. Hopefully you can find yourself somewhere on this chart. Each one of these bars represents a single year of age, and they're color-coded by generation. And so if we look at the oldest members of Colorado in 2022, listed here in the light blue, these are members of the silent generation, and these were the babies of World War II and the Depression, and there just weren't very many of them. And following them in the purple are the baby boomers born 1946 to 1964. And so when we talk about the aging of Colorado, what we're talking about really are the baby boomers aging into age groups that were previously occupied by a much smaller generation. And so we just see that significant growth. I inserted a black line here at age 65. And then following the baby boomers, we see the Generation X, who were initially named the baby bust. But you can see that in Colorado, we have nearly as many within that generation as we do within the baby boom. The levels are similar. And that's because of our strong growth in the 1990s, because it was the baby bust who was the young mobile generation in the 90s. And so that's unique for Colorado as well. And then in the red, the millennials, the largest generation currently in the United States and in Colorado as well, followed by Gen Z and Generation Alpha. Now, if we look at that same chart for Jefferson County, you can see how much older Jefferson County is, with a median age of 40.3 relative to the state's median age of 36.7. And so a much higher level. So as I mentioned, the peak person in the United States and in Colorado as well belongs to the millennial generation. The highest level of population within Jefferson County belongs to the baby boomer generation. And so just having a much larger share of the population within older age groups in Jefferson County relative to the state as a whole or the United States. And so aging happening much faster for Jefferson County relative to other places. But when we look at that and think about that population and move them forward and forecast by age, this chart shows in 2020 the change between 2020 in the blue bar and the orange bar in 2030, just over the next decade. We're expecting the 0 to 4 population to decline by 3.6% in Jefferson County, the 5 to 17-year-olds to decline by 5.7%. But then if we look on the right-hand side of that chart with the 65 and over population to increase by 41% within the county. So which we can also think about the forecast change in the working age population. And so within Jefferson County, we expect to have fewer workers in 2030 than we have, or working age population, so those persons aged 16 to 64 in 2030, than we do currently in Jefferson County. And the same is true for several other counties in Colorado that are highlighted here in the blue, but then everyone in red, orange, or yellow expecting to have an increase in terms of the total numbers of the population between the ages of 16 and 64. And so what are some of those implications? As we've talked about all of these thus far. Consumer demand certainly impacts what kind of industries we have growing and where. The labor force is older. Our labor force will have a higher share of the labor force in the 55 and over category than we've seen previously in terms of the workforce. Impacts to housing. We want to take into account retirees aging in place and demand from new workers. Millennials are aging into prime home ownership age groups as well as second home buying age groups, and so putting a little more pressure on our housing stock. And then Gen Z is aging into housing and first-time home buying as well right now. Services for older adults is also something we want to keep in mind as we move forward. And so in terms of that forecast, births continue at a lower level. Deaths continue to rise, again, just from aging. Migration is slowing long run. And then the jobs, of course, returning and then slowing. So this is what that looks like. If we were to extend the chart we looked at earlier, where the red part of the bar represents net migration, or those movers into Jefferson County, and then the blue parts of the bar, we can see Jefferson County entering that natural decline after 2035. Of course, there are always risks to the forecast. We have, housing, how that continues to move in terms of supply and price. How competitive will Colorado be given where our housing costs are currently? The pandemic, absolutely an uncertainty that has impacted the population in the last 2 years. And then international immigration. It's incredibly important to think about Colorado's growth within the context of U.S. growth. And so the questions around international immigration moving forward will certainly impact what happens within Colorado and within Jefferson County as well, along with the other items that I've listed here. And so thank you very much for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of those slides that made my jaw unhinge a little bit. So board, this is our opportunity to ask questions and clarify anything that's been presented to us. Is there a board member that would like to begin, and or Superintendent Dolan, do you have anything you'd like? All right. Board members, is there anyone that would like to begin with comments or questions? Ms. Parker.
For your numbers regarding migration in and out, especially for the younger 18 to 20s, how do you know where people go to?
Thank you very much for the question. That is IRS data. And so we use data from the Internal Revenue Service with regard to where someone files their taxes one year versus where they file their taxes the next year. That's one of the big sources that we use. There's also the American Community Survey data, which is a rotating household survey, which happens every month of every year, that a certain subset of households gets that questionnaire, and they're asked, where did you live last year? And so we get some demographic characteristics from it as well.
Building on Ms. Parker's question, I have had some community members that are uncertain if 2020 census data is really to be trusted, given what was happening in 2020 when the census was taken. So could you talk a little bit more, one, about the validity of census data that was taken in 2020, and then also about what are some of the other sources of data? You just mentioned a couple, but I would love to know sort of what are those primary sources that you all use?
Absolutely, and it's a good question because there were certainly significant challenges to the 2020 census this round, and we still haven't received. For instance, the age data that we received from the census still isn't released as of yet, and there are, as I mentioned, there were several challenges. Another one being some of the suppression, the disclosure avoidance system that the Census Bureau uses will be modified this decade relative to previous decades, which is called using it with caution, I think is an appropriate thing to do. However, the Census Bureau also produces population estimates for the nation, as well as a demographic analysis that they do where they use strictly administrative data to build the population up from the base. And so there is significant research and evaluation that happens following each census. And so one of the pieces that I have been using more recently is the blended base data as it's released from the Census Bureau's Population Estimates Program. And so they're trying to take the best of what we've gotten from the 2020 census and combine it with the best administrative record data that we have, as well as estimates that were based on the 2010 census, but that we built on each year following. And so that one's in particular, I think, a very good source. One of the things that the blended base was able to take advantage of was the demographic analysis that the Census Bureau did, which supplemented the population under age 5, and is how we know that the census has historically undercounted the population under age 5, because we have administrative records that show the children, their births, and where they would be located. And so the blended base data takes advantage of that demographic analysis, and so in essence sort of supplements what the census count was. And so for the coverage for the under age 5 population is better.
Thank you. You're welcome. Other questions, comments from board members? Ms. Miller?
To follow up on that, the underage 5 population is kind of what's key for us to be seeing what that's going to be looking like, and then what's the conversion rate for us when they come into pre-K and kindergarten. So, for example, if we have 5,000 children born today, and then looking out 5 years from now, the question would be how many of them join us in Jefferson County schools. And so I know that was not in your discussion or in your presentation, but looking back in time, just as a looking eyeball range, we were able to kind of capture probably a very good high percentage of children. And that has certainly an impact on the cohorts that are going to go through our schools. And so being able to understand what our, I don't want to say capture rate, that doesn't sound right, retention, I guess, or whatever. I think you understand what I'm saying. And so being able to say, from our perspective, taking the information that you have given to us and looking at history as well as what we expect in the future can help us understand exactly how we need to be planning for the children that we're going to be serving, so that we'd be able to have a very strong idea of what that's going to look like, taking in mind that death rates are going to continue to increase over time. But when you looked at the birth rates going out 10 or 15 years, they remained relatively flat and then started to decline. So if we're able to keep those children with us, we should be able to, I think, plan thoughtfully about how we serve them in our schools and what facilities we will need and what facilities we may not need. But that's really a critical part, because our challenge, I think, as Mary mentioned, is where do they go? That's the challenge we see with our cohorts over time, is that we're losing children from ages 1st or 2nd grade through our 12th grade. And that's not necessarily a reflection of our population discussion that you've had. It's more of what we're doing in our schools and how do we retain our children. So it's an and combination, I think, of what's going to be impacting and how we serve.
Yeah, I would just add, thank you, Ms. Miller. I think one of the things for the board to know that we are working on right now is planning ahead with more of a projection model and less of a what did we have last year and let's just build off that. And taking into account some more demographic data. And just want to thank you, Ms. DeGrone, for coming and sharing this important information with our board. I think it's not only really critical information as you all consider your decision around the regional opportunities for thriving schools, but also, depending upon that decision, future conversations around the use of our facilities, because we want to be looking out and ahead to make sure that we're putting the district in the best position in terms of facility use for the future. So this is really helpful. We would love to continue to collaborate with the state as we begin to think about and help our board make some decisions about facilities and population changes, budget, enrollment matters big time for us on that. So, and in previous districts where I've been a part, the demographers in the districts build projections based on what's called a cohort survival model. And so that's what you're talking about in terms of if you have this many students born this year, what are the variables that go into an estimate of how many will show up in kinder? And then, of course, from kinder to first to second. And I know our team is working on that and trying to make sure that kind of analysis is what drives decisions for us around looking at future projections for enrollment, facility use, and also budget. It's something that we're talking about quite a bit as we think about our SBB study and as we prepare for the decision that you all have to make on November 10th. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Let me just make sure one more round before we realize. Are there any other questions, Dr. Varda? I just want to make sure we have everything out on the table before we let our guests go and have a nice evening.
I did have one question. I think the answer is in your projections, but I just found it really interesting that on slide 17, the millennial age group is pretty high. And then on the other slide where you showed the birth by age of mother, and you showed how the birth by age is increased into what looks like to be that category. So it's making me wonder, should we be expecting that age group of millennials to start having more children? It sounds like what I'm thinking about is the future. If that's the majority of folks in the county and they're in the age group having children, would we as a district want to think about that in terms of, children being born into the county? Does that make sense?
Thank you for the question. And so certainly, yes, we have seen, so the reason we expect birth level to remain at a stable level for Jefferson County is because of those the increases in births in the mothers over age 30. And that specifically for Colorado and for Jefferson County as well is where many of the millennials, a large share of the millennials are at the moment. So certainly we don't expect to see increases in the fertility rate. And in particular, the total fertility rate for all women has significant downward pressure just because it's so much the downward pressure from the lower women has not outweighed the increased upward pressure from the older women. And so that's still a downward. But we do expect, as was in one of the slides, for births to remain relatively stable to declining much later term within Jefferson County.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. We appreciate all of this. Have a great rest of your day. All right, board, we are moving on to our next agenda item. Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is Jeffco Public Schools' response to the Board of Education's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools and extraordinary student experiences across our district. Today's presentation will provide the board with an update on phase 1 of Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools in order to be well informed for the November 10th vote. So we'll be talking about engagement activities, enroll Jeffco, transportation, HR support for staff. And I just want to make sure folks are aware that, these categories, as we bring this information into our study sessions for us as a board to hear more about, dig into, and be able to consider in our broader decision making, really have come from the community engagement opportunities that we've had at these schools, where we hear an abundance of concern around a certain topic or issue and are then able to really ask for staff to be able to address those specific issues. So we appreciate that level of engagement from our community members and how they're helping us to elevate some of these issues that are of primary concern. I'm happy to have Lisa Rulu with us today, and I will turn it over to you unless Superintendent Doyle, you have anything you'd like to add?
I just want to thank the communities who are going through this process with us and the questions they've been asking, the feedback they've been providing us. And I appreciate, President Schooley, you recognizing that much of what's in this presentation tonight is, built on the feedback that we have received from the communities. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Rulu.
Thank you. And I have a number of colleagues who are here behind me tonight. Jeremy Felker, Greg who runs Enroll Jeffco, Greg Jackson, who runs our transportation department, Jennifer Jones, who's our chief human resources officer. And so I'm going to invite them up here with me, and they'll be happy to address any questions you have. We decided just for how much we have on the agenda tonight, I'll go ahead and take you through the presentation, but they may be answering your questions. So thank you for having us again this evening. Just to remind everyone, Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is an initiative that was devised in the spring of 2022 to respond to the board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. So our current timeline on phase 1 is that the district made a recommendation to the board on August 25th. We have been and continue to be having school-based community engagement conversations about transitions, potential transitions, and that's based on the recommendation that the district made. We will hold public comment sessions, 1-hour public comment sessions for each school between October 24th and November 3rd, and the board will vote on November 10th. In addition to appreciation for the community's engagement in this process, I just want to thank the board also for being at these community meetings and listening to the conversations in real time. So as President Schooley said, we will be going over a few things specifically tonight: our engagement activities, Enroll Jeffco, transportation, HR support for staff, and building use. The way that this presentation is outlined, there are some frequently asked questions that are embedded in each section. I will go briefly through those answers, but all more in-depth answers can be found in the presentation itself. Anybody in the public who's looking at this presentation online, in the appendix there are written responses to those questions. So engagement activities, one of the things that is in process right now is we have a survey that has gone out both to our schools that have been recommended for closure and their consolidation partner or partners. And the questions that are being asked of both communities right now are: what do you value most about your school? What makes your school community unique? What are your concerns and hopes? What does each student need to thrive? And what are our opportunities for consolidating communities to come together? And for specifically schools recommended for closure, we've also asked the considerations that matter most in transitioning. So things like, for example, we've put here how my child or children will get to and from school. And for consolidation partners, we've asked what considerations matter most to you in welcoming new families into your community. We've heard a lot of questions about class size and adequate staffing, things like that some of our communities are asking about, and so we're interested in hearing more so that we're able to address those things over the course of this school year. We have, as we've talked about, we've done September community conversations. We're now into October. But I also want to publicly thank the people who have been providing childcare at these events. Specifically, we have a teacher, Christine Rotel McConnell at Warren Tech North, whose students have been providing support. They're in the Root program, and they've been providing support for childcare. And we have other Jeffco employees who have really stepped up to the plate and come to support our communities through childcare. So I just want to publicly thank those folks right now. So our process in working with our schools has been very high touch and customized. And so after the first initial community conversations, we went back to every school community and said, how can we design a session for October that best meets the needs of your community? And so there are 3 ways we're really doing these conversations in October. In some instances, community building meetings are taking place at the identified receiving school. So some communities were ready to move and have their conversations not at their current school, but the one that their school is being reboundaried to. In other instances, we're doing them at the schools that are recommended for closure. And we're taking half the time to sort of do some additional Q&A to answer and be responsive to communities, and spending about half the time doing some community building around hopes and fears and how we can support transitions moving forward. And in some instances, both in 1 and 2, both the school recommended for closure and the recommended receiving school, there are people from both schools participating in those discussions. And then in some areas, the principals felt the need to have small focus groups to ensure all voices are heard, and they have been conducting those as well. The public hearings, I just put those up here. These are available on our website as well, but I just wanted to make it clear we have meetings the 24th through the 27th, and the 2nd and the 3rd. Sign up opens 5 days prior to the hearing date, just like it does for a regular meeting. And we anticipate in 1 hour being able to hear from 14 to 15 speakers. And we will have childcare, and our thanks to Greg and his team, we have 2 schools that have requested transportation for families to those meetings, and so we will be providing that. So this is just a little bit more on the public hearings. The order of speakers will be dictated by date and time of sign up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, as they typically do. And we estimate that the time will allow for about 15 speakers. And we have multiple hearings in one night. So it's really important to honor our families that we stick to the time that's allotted for each school. We also want to prioritize the current staff and families in the schools that have been recommended for closure for spots on the list. So we are going to reserve the first 7 spots on the speaking list for current staff and families. And then we'll fill the rest by how folks signed up. There will be live interpreters, and we are encouraging those who wish to speak to bring their comments in writing. And all written comments, of course, will be shared with the board. And we are asking that content of their comments for each session should be focused exclusively on the recommendation for that particular school in which they signed up for, so that we don't have communities who are trying to take time from other communities to share their thoughts on a different school that's not being, the time slot is not theirs. So these are some of the questions that we've gotten. As some of you guys have heard at our meetings, has a decision already been made? Why is the recommendation for one package vote and not 16 individual votes? And how can I make my feelings known to the Board of Education? So we have shared that while the district's recommendation to the board will not be changing between now and November 10th, that of course every board member has a vote in this process. And how can I make my feelings known? We've also told folks that They can write to individual board members. There's an opportunity at our meeting next week and on November 10th, in addition to the public hearings. And of course, they can always submit their comments in writing. And in terms of the one package vote, and not 16 individual votes, we have trying to make this an equitable process, as we have said all along. Every school community has expressed to us how much they love their schools, and we are trying to make this process as clear cut as possible with the criteria that we used, and also it being one vote as well. Okay, on to Enroll Jeffco. So Enroll Jeffco this year will open on December 6th and close on January 13th. I think the most important stuff on this slide is to the right-hand side. Students currently enrolled at the closing school, the boundary, those who are in the boundary and those who choice in, will have a place at their new neighborhood school. If they do nothing, if they make no action during Enroll Jeffco, they will auto-roll to the school that we have designated as the new neighborhood school. All of these impacted students, K4 or K5, so we just want to make it clear that it's the students who are still in the elementary school, whether if they're in a K5 and they would be exiting after 5th grade, then we're talking K4, or if they would be exiting at 6th grade, we're talking K5. Attending a school that will be closing will receive a priority for all district-managed elementary schools above the students who reside in Jefferson County during round 1 and round 2. In addition to that, we will be providing resources and supports to specifically support our families through the enrollment process this year. And this next slide explains how. So we are in the process of hiring temporary support. We're calling them enrollment specialists. Most of these folks are retired Jeffco and very familiar with the schools that they will be working with, or the articulation areas. And they will be a point of contact for each family. They will bridge the gap between our families and our internal enrollment systems. Most importantly, though, they will be there to help families discuss their options. So if they say, I would like to go have appointments at these 3 schools, this enrollment specialist will help them do that. And they will also see them all the way through, helping them make an action in Enroll Jeffco, which is our goal. We would like to make contact with every family and have every family take an action to commit themselves to a school. And then they will also follow back up with them and say, did you receive your offer letters? Or letters, and is this for the right place? Just following through to make sure they're all set. And so we anticipate that they will be with us through about early to mid-February. So then on to our questions. Do current enrollment numbers include center programs and preschool students? I just want to be really clear because we've had some questions about that. So yes, the enrollment numbers on the FCB dashboard, they definitely, the student enrollment number includes center programs. On the FCB dashboard, if a school has preschool, it says the enrollment does not include preschool, and that's because preschool has a different funding model and staffing model, but it is called out specifically on the FCB dashboard how many preschool students there are in the school. So I just wanted to clarify that. If the school closes, will all the students at the school have a place at the new boundary school? And they will. Will impacted families have a priority in the Enroll Jeffco process? And yes, they will. They basically have almost the highest priority you can have beyond somebody who's already in the school, a sibling of someone who's in the school, or a staff member of someone who works in the school. They then have the highest priority. Will staff who secure positions in the spring of 2023 after round 1 Enroll Jeffco have a priority for their child to attend the school they are working at? And absolutely. We've talked and we believe that it will be possible to accommodate our staff members in that way. Then move on to transportation. So I would just want to, we're showing this slide just to show, and this is last year's data. I know our transportation department's working hard right now, aligned with October count type processes. There's the same sort of processes for submitting transportation numbers for the school year. And so ours are being submitted soon, and we'll have more specific data in a month or so. But I wanted to just show in terms of how many Jeffco students are eligible for transportation and how many are actually riding the bus. And so you can see that we have about less than half of students who are eligible are riding the bus. And if you have questions about that, Greg can definitely take those later. So we have received a lot of questions about, will I get transportation to my school? And our elementary walk distance is a mile. So students living more than a mile from their boundary or assigned school receive transportation services. But that if they live less than a mile and they have like a 4-lane road, a highway, a railroad crossing, a 2-lane road with a speed limit above 40 miles per hour, a road that our transportation supervisors deem is unsafe to cross, then they will also be provided with transportation. And I'm not going to go through every single slide individually here, but what we put in here is for each of the schools a draft or preliminary assessment of some of the things that are within when you look at PEC, for example, the closure recommendation in the receiving schools, Seacrest, how far away are those schools from each other? What are the major thoroughfares, which of course we wouldn't have students cross? And then what are some other safety considerations that would cause a student who lives less than a mile from the school to be bused there? So we're still working on this, and Greg's team is great to work with, and they have said they will be working one-on-one with our enrollment specialists. So when we're sitting down and working with a family and they're saying, here's my address, will I be getting transportation? We should be able to help them figure that out based on that one-on-one contact with them. So I'm not going to go through all of those, but that's what's in here. Again, the transportation questions: will my child be eligible for transportation? Will impacted families have to pay a bus fee? So we know this is a big question because we are impacting with this recommendation several schools that are walk only at the moment. And it's something that Superintendent Dorland is really dedicated to looking into, the ability to not impact these families in that way. And our CFO, Brenna Copeland, is doing some assessments for us right now on the financial implications of that, and we are working on that actively, and we'll have some additional answers on that. Will bus service be reliable? So this is an issue with the number of folks we're able to employ as bus drivers, and the competitive nature of being basically that market and the people available to hire. One of the things that we hope or expect to be helpful in this is that right now our bus system is serving a district that has over 100 different start and end times. And as we move to more equitable and healthy start times in the 23-24 school year, really Greg and his team are working on efficiencies that will hopefully result in more reliable service, meaning we need fewer routes and fewer drivers. And so that I know he's committed to more reliable service, and that with our families, some of them needing busing like they haven't before, we'll definitely need to make sure that's a big priority for us. Impacted staff. So if the recommendation for school consolidation is approved, Jeffco HR would conduct a matching process for impacted staff that strongly considers their preferences. So I wanted to just quickly take you through, and again, this is more of Jen's work that I'm going to be presenting here, but we did a survey of our staff to figure out what their desires are around working next year. We asked about their employment plans, their preferred articulation areas for employment, interest in gaining additional endorsements, and interest in resume support and career coaching services. So we're very happy to see that a great majority of folks hope to continue their career in Jeffco. Obviously, we have some folks who are undecided at the moment, but we still are happy to see that a lot of folks would like to continue with us. We asked how important each of the following were, and I think what I want to point to here is that, in all the communities we've heard about families saying they want their staff, their teachers to be able to go with them to the receiving school. But as you can see, that's not necessarily the highest of importance to our teachers. They don't necessarily, they're saying, we ask teaching in the receiving school, how important is that to you? And you can see it's not as important as other things like working near where I live or remaining at the elementary level. So we really, now have information on all these folks, and we can do a little bit of a deeper dive into what their desires are. We have also talked, I think, in this forum about the fact that we will be offering the opportunity for staff to gain endorsements next school or this school year at no cost to them. And so we asked about their level of interest in gaining endorsements. And you can see here we've got folks who are interested, those who definitely aren't, and then we have folks who are unsure. And we talked a little bit about that today, and we think we need to go back to people and explain what an endorsement is a little bit better and how much time, like what it entails, and also how it could help them be more competitive for jobs going into next year. And you can see here we asked about the different kinds of endorsements that they might be interested in gaining. And of course, excited to see that we have folks who are interested specifically in special education, as that's a real big need for us. We have been meeting with JCEA in a collaborative working session. We met with them on Monday. These are some of the things that we have on the agenda to work with them on. That was a productive session, and we have another one tomorrow. Thank you. Some of the questions we received: why would closing school staff have to apply for roles and receiving school staff stay in their roles? Will there be an early notification incentive for staff to share their plans to retire or leave the district? How will our principals, educators, and education support professionals be taken care of? So just want to say for that last bullet, that is definitely a huge priority for us in this process, is making sure that our folks feel supported, understand what their career options are, and how to navigate them is hugely important to us in this work. And then why would closing school staff have to apply for their roles and receiving school staff stay in their roles? The schools that we're closing, those roles are going away. In the receiving schools, those are positions that are staying. They're not changing. And so those folks who are in them still have a right to those jobs. And then, of course, the early notification incentive is something that we are talking about with JCEA. All right, and finally, we're getting to the last portion of our presentation here on building use. So if the board affirms the district's recommendation on November 10th, 14 properties will cease to operate as schools at the end of the 22-23 school year. Campbell will be converted to an ECE center, and Bergen Meadow will cease operations at the end of the 23-24 school year. So Jeffco may sell, lease, or continue to use buildings for various purposes, and we have listed here some of the ways in which they could be used. We're going to take time to understand what best serves the interests of our district and communities as a whole, and that process is going to be aided. I'm going to skip to this slide and then I'll come back, by this RFP we're putting out that will support this project to explore the building use, and it will be a highly community involved process. So you can see in part one, we will be reviewing our school locations and appraisal values, assessing whether the district needs the property or whether it's surplus, informed by demographics, which was helpful from that last presentation. And of course, we want to engage deeply with municipalities where our buildings are, to understand what their needs are. And then we will, hopefully through this process, we will have an analysis. The folks we hire will bring forward an analysis that's informed by all these things. The community can weigh in. We may invite some proposals and evaluate offers and other things based on some of our financial needs. So it's going to be this is just a summary, but it will be quite an involved process around what happens with our buildings. And we know there's a lot of folks who are interested in that and participating in it. And we anticipate starting it in January. That RFP for this specific project, we anticipate being released, of course, after the board would make a vote. And I just wanted to, I'm going back to this slide, sorry, 29. So in terms of the sale of property specifically, under policy DN and DNR, the board is responsible for determining the real property, that real property is surplus, and delegates the responsibility for sale, rental, lease, or other disposition to the Facilities and Construction Management Department, subject to final determination by the board. And unless otherwise directed by the board, because people have been asking where will the funds go, funds from sale of real property will be credited to the Capital Reserve Fund, and the board may decide that such funds offset future planned contributions to the Capital Reserve Fund from the general fund. And that's a lot of, someone, I think Brenna can probably unpack what that means. And some of you may understand that. I know it's a little bit jargony, so we'll put that in FAQ too. But that's what I got for you right now. So why don't I hand it over for questions, and we can go from there if that sounds okay, President Scully.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Rulu, and welcome to all of you that came up to join us here. Board, this is our opportunity to ask questions and provide comments on the presentation that we have seen or other things that we've heard and are curious about in our time engaging with community. Is there anyone that would like to begin? Everyone look to the right, and eventually we'll find someone. Ms. Reed.
I'm wondering, as we look at helping communities blend and consolidate into these schools, what we're doing with adult groups that work, parent groups specifically, that work with the schools. What I hear a lot from PTA members. And so what I get as sort of an undercurrent, and it's not an explicit part of what they're writing, but the undercurrent that I get is, I'm giving up my school, my kid's giving up their school, and I'm hearing from receiving schools, don't worry, we'll welcome you into our school, which feels very, you're losing your school, we're keeping our school, and you can come along for the ride, which I would understand how that would not feel good. If I'm the president of the PTA of a school that is closing, and I feel like I'm a really effective, dynamic president who has raised funds and done amazing things, how do I know that my skill set is going to be respected? Or am I going to be seen as someone sort of to be treated nicely, but not seen as a leader? And I do worry when we are blending racial and socioeconomic cultures, because of that tendency for privileged cultures to want to stay in that leadership role and having a hard time stepping back and letting folks who are not in that dominant culture be true leaders. And I think that's going to be really important to successfully blending groups like that. So I'm wondering, are we working on those pieces?
Yeah, so our Chief of Family and Community Partnerships, Tara Pena, and her team will be stepping in if the board votes to approve this recommendation to do some of that work. We also, I think, need to be cognizant and respectful of the fact that our parents have a choice in the Enroll Jeffco process, and so it's important for us to understand where our families intend to go, and to have that information in order to help facilitate the best transition program. And I think that again, it's going to have to be something that's customized somewhat based on the schools, because even if let's say you have a large portion of people who are going to the school that we've designated as a receiving school, but then another bubble of people who are going somewhere else, we're committed to making sure both of those transitions are good. And even the one student who ends up going to this one other school, ensuring that there's opportunities for that student to start feeling part of that community going into the next school year. So I appreciate you bringing up all of those things, and I do feel like they are things that are priorities for us once the board makes the decision, and also once we better understand what our family's intentions are in terms of where they will end up being.
So I would add and maybe emphasize the we've been having conversations about this work, and it feels like it continues to be in a starting place, because we had Allendale, we had Fitzmaurice, and then we started again with the policy revisions with the board. And then we started again when we published the FCB report. And then we started again when we named the schools, because then that kicked off the support process and helping communities through the recommendation and this interim period between August 25th and November 10th. And like our next starting date is November 11th. And we know and are very aware of the fact that a lot of work begins on November 11th, including the FCB committees. And I do think it's appropriate for us to continually be updating the board on what are the committees coming up with, because their whole task is, how do we do what I think you're asking for, which is come together instead of just have one group assimilate into another community. And so that's on our mind, I think, as we're thinking about these FCB committees and what happens November 11th, which is when we have like another starting point in all of this work. And I do think our communities we have some ideas to share with them about how do you work to make sure communities come together. But I think our communities themselves will also come together and have amazing ideas to share with us.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Reed. Other board members, questions, comments? Ms. Parker?
I have 3 questions. The first one is the enrollment specialists that we'll be using. Are they people within the district already who understand our enrollment process and our choice program, or where are we getting them from?
Yeah, so they are retired, mostly retired Jeffco folks who retired this past year. Jeremy and Mackenzie's team every year trains people on the Enroll Jeffco process. We have new folks who act as in this role every year, and so they will be training these folks on how to use that specific system, and then we will have a training for them on what our expectations are in terms of their engagement with families and tracking those engagements. But the technical aspect, where we are, I think, very confident that it's something that they can learn very quickly.
Okay, thanks. The second one, for impacted staff, I've had people ask me if we anticipate any EEO problems. In other words, a teacher who is older has made their way up to a higher salary. Are they going to be at risk for not being selected because there's a concern over funding?
I don't know that this is on. All right, thank you. The question was, is there an EEO concern for teachers that might be older, more experienced, higher salary, and not being selected because of budget? Did I get that right? Okay. I would say no. What we plan to do with and most of the teachers I think that you're talking about are non-probationary teachers, and we will guarantee all the non-probationary teachers a job. And so whether they, we're working really closely with JCEA on what this matching process might be, and we want to make it as easy for the teachers and as easy for the principals, because it does have to, we all have to work together in this to take care of all of the staff throughout Jeffco. So not making it overly complicated, but I think most teachers, a good 90% of them, maybe 99% of them, are outstanding, and they want to stay here in Jeffco, and we want to do everything we can to keep them. And it really is just, how do we take care of them? So I'm not worried.
Yeah, I would just add one thing. I do agree that the teachers who you're talking about are non-probationary teachers, and so there's an opportunity there for them to have a position with the district. In addition, I believe that we budget based on average salary, and so the hiring managers aren't looking at salaries in terms of impact to their individual site budgets. And so I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. And my third question is, I actually just was visiting up at Warren Tech North and looking at the different programs they have there, and some of them have really long waiting lists. And so I'm wondering if on the use of the facilities we have, we can take into account backlogs, waiting lists for schools.
That will absolutely be part of the process. I think our Warren Tech campuses, the location of and use of our alternative education programs as well, in terms of are they in convenient places for the students that they might serve. All of those things will be considerations of how the district or what property the district may need going forward. I would also say, though, as we publish the FCB rep report for middle schools, high schools, and K-8s going into January, there may also be space in buildings we already have that wouldn't require us to reopen a building that we are closing. So I think we need to look at all of the options, that being one of them.
Thanks, Ms. Parker. Dr. Berta or Ms. Miller?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Thanks for the update. I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to reiterate the gratitude for the communities that have been coming together and working through a lot of this. It's been really great as a board member to be able to be there. And some of the things that you all emphasized today, I just also wanted to reiterate that we're hearing much of around especially transportation services and building use. And of course, a lot with the staff, but I think that it looks like most of the schools are going to be crossing some kind of major thoroughfare. And so I think that's just a big concern for parents. And it's just really different for a lot of them who are currently walking to the schools that may be closing. So it's something that I really want to keep learning more about. And I know you said that we'll get more updates in the coming weeks, and so I do look forward to that. I guess one concern I have, or just something I hope we keep an eye on, sounds like the enrollment specialists are a great idea. I do like an RFP idea, but at the same time, there's a lot of costs involved in all of those, and I just want to think about ways that we can continue to cut costs as we're going through all of these processes. I don't know if any of the enrollment specialists could come from existing staff rather than hiring new folks. And just as we're looking at closing schools and being in a tight budget situation, just spending more on the process is something that I just want to be really mindful about. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Berta. I don't know, did you want to respond? Okay. Ms. Miller.
Yes, thank you for all the work and the updates and the FAQs. That makes it easy for us to send people to those pages so that we don't have to respond, and it's easy to cut and paste as well. So thank you. I do have a couple questions. One is we had about 267 respondents or 262, depending on which question was asked for our teachers. How many staff members or teachers potentially would be impacted, just so I can get an understanding of the percentage of people that responded?
About 309.
Okay, so we had a great response then in terms of percentage-wise. Okay, great, thank you. And then another question, piggybacking on the transportation question. If I choose not to send my little one to the designated school, and I choose to send them to another location, will I still get transportation, number one? And number two, how long does that transportation agreement stay? So, for example, we've closed schools in the past. Transportation was for a few years, and then it went away, even though that community was impacted. So just trying to understand how long, and I know that might be a budgetary question, moving forward, but how long are we envisioning that we would support that transportation opportunity?
there will not be transportation offered beyond the boundary school. So if you're if you live in the boundary and you live more than a mile, so when we were combining the boundaries of two schools to become one, that you will have transportation to the boundary school. If you choose a school outside of that boundary, you will not receive transportation except for if you apply for an exception. So we have families who say, I'm willing to drop my kid at this bus stop, and then we get into the school year and Greg and his team look and at all the folks who have applied, can I be on the, I might not qualify for transportation, but I'd like to get on this bus. And I believe that's only a 1 year agreement that you make with them, but I'll let Greg talk to that.
So when an individual, thank you for time. When an individual choices out their community and go to another school outside, so they now turn into a space available opportunity. So we follow what district policy states on when you choose to go somewhere else. So that individual at that point will contact their local location and we will say, hey, this is the closest location you have to you. There's a bus stop here. But first, we're always going to make sure we're accommodating eligible students first and foremost. So that's always going to be the focus within that boundary area, within the guidelines that we have, highlighted for what hazards are, the walk areas, and so forth. And then for a student that is in that choice selection of going south to a school outside of their neighborhood, that student now will be placed into a pretty much called space available status.
So I would just encourage that when we have enrolled Jeffco and people are looking at the schools that are 1.1 mile away from them in various directions, with the understanding that if you are crossing over into another neighborhood or another boundary area, that transportation will have to be accommodated by the parents trying to figure out how best to get their little one to that school. Because when I look down at the map, I can see a multitude of little schools around me that are within my 1.1 mile or 1 mile radius, and I may not see the boundary per se. So I think having people really understand what that means is important, and then being able to say, hey, I can maybe sign up or see if I can fit into a spot, I think should be definitely reiterated over and over and over, because I think people are going to be looking carefully about how close some school is, and do I want to cross over that 4-lane highway, or do I want to go just down the road, which is another 1.1 miles, and I don't have to cross a highway, that type of thing. And then the community engagement part for RFPs is interesting. I do, as I mentioned in an email to Tracy and Stephanie, I think we need to understand what the law also says about vacant property. And so managing expectations of the community members, that it's wonderful to say you can do an early childhood center, you could do a community center, let's talk about doing library. How about housing? What about this? What about that? Those all come with costs, and the idea is that we are trying to figure out how to realize money that can go into our capital reserve, that can go back out into investing in our facilities and buildings. So I think managing expectations about really what that community engagement can be, that they are ideas and suggestions, because we do have to follow the state law of vacant properties. And that's something we need to be aware of. And secondly, thinking about what our schools are right now. We have a number of schools that have high FCIs that are option schools, or I should say high FCIs, are higher FCIs than some of the schools that are going to be closing. And so giving them potentially the priority or ask to say, would they be interested in a new facility that is ADA compliant, as also doesn't have any more mobiles on their properties, that that might be something that can be a win-win, that we don't have to invest in those buildings anymore because there's another building that's available that has what they need to serve their children. And then also the Fletcher Miller potential, using it as a swing space somewhere. If we decide that we're going to rebuild, how do we use that property swing to keep those children in a safe space, and then bring them back to wherever it is that we decide that we're rebuilding for them. So kind of planning for 24 months is helpful, I think, too. And then, trying to reach out to, I think, also community members that are not a part of Jeffco schools. So some of the community meetings that I've gone to, I had a couple people come up and say, I don't want this school, I don't want this building to turn into XYZ type of building, because then that's just not going to be healthy for our community. And so how do we get involved? And so being able to provide opportunities for our community members that are not necessarily touch points with Jeffco schools, but will be impacted by the decisions that we're making. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, Lisa, but I would like to be able to find ways to reach out to individuals that are interested in that space.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And just so everyone's aware, like when we have had people come up to us, for example, in these meetings and say, I'm an HOA member, a member of the neighborhood HOA, but I don't have kids here. We've taken down their names. We have a list of people who have asked to continue to be involved. And then we'll also have a place on the website where folks can just sign up to be informed and understand what this process is going to be. So thank you for bringing that up. I've definitely heard some of the same things.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I am interested, and I know the board has asked for clarification around some of those legal requirements for building use. And so it is top of mind for all of us, and we'll continue to get updates from our wonderful legal counsel as we move forward, because obviously that's something that's a priority for all of us. I have just a few questions, and they're in categories. So I'll start with HR. So one of my questions is the timing around when we'll know if there are open positions if the vote goes through or is approved, the recommendation is approved, when we'll know if there are positions that are available at receiving schools to be able to sort of merge the staff and those open positions, if that aligns with the timeline for hiring. So are we in alignment, or what is that timeline?
That's a really complicated question, and it's one we've talked about it numerous times to make sure that like everything is in alignment. So I look to my friend Brenna over there. The thing that drives a lot of this is the budgeting process, and so which is driven by Enroll Jeffco. So you don't really know how much staff you have until you know how many kids you have and what grades you have them in, and then principals develop their budget, and then they look at, okay, this is how many teachers I need or how many teachers I don't need, and then it's that. So we're trying to match up the budgeting process in the quickest way so that we can do the matching process and know what the vacancies are. And so it'll look generally like a timeline of budgeting is in January, February, hiring, jobs posted in February-ish, people being selected and matched in also February. And then we've even talked about, and I think it's okay I say this, about a hiring freeze, because we have to take care of our staff first. And so then we would freeze to external hiring. We could still post jobs in areas that we always know we need teachers, special education, dual language, early childhood, but then we would freeze to external hiring. And we're thinking about that through March or April even to make sure we take care of our staff. Did I catch all of that? And then Tracy.
Yep. You got it. Thank you, Jen. And the other thing I would add is that we are exploring and analyzing the idea of an early notification bonus for individuals in the system who might be deciding to leave Jeffco. It could be for retirement, for example, or it could be for, you're moving out of state. And if you let us know by a certain date, so that we know, many times we don't know if somebody's leaving until March, April, May, but if we knew by January, middle of February, then those positions would be available for the impacted staff to express interest in. And so that's the other piece I would add. We don't have the details about that yet, but we're working on it.
And I appreciate what you said before around the series of new starts and how challenging that is, that we're sort of creating this foundation as we move forward. And I think, my conversations with community members, parents, educators, and staff in schools, I don't think the challenge is so much not having an answer, but just making sure that we're hearing that it's being worked on, right? That the attention is being paid to. We are in process, which is why I appreciate the focus of this study session. And one of the areas I've heard that in is sort of the clarity around if there are those third of the educators that are interested in endorsements, what is that process? What does that look like? And I appreciate that we may not have those answers, but I would love to hear what has happened thus far in terms of, are we reaching out to higher ed partners to see what's possible, or I don't even know what the options are, so I can't even ideate on it, but I'd love to hear more about that.
Yes, it's one of those things we didn't want to explore endorsements if no teachers were actually interested, because we have so much work to do anyways. But we did see that, at least a third are interested. And one of the reasons we asked the question was, how can this help us solve some of our staffing problems that we just have, like with special ed and early childhood dual language? And it also helps teachers become more marketable, right? The more endorsements that you have, the more job opportunities you have. So what we've done is we've reached out to some of our university partners, and I'm not going to know all of them off the top of my head right now, but I know there's a meeting this Friday with one to say, here's what we're thinking. How can we partner with you to make sure this happens? When we met with JCEA yesterday, they were really excited about the opportunity that, wow, you're going to pay for this and we can use ESSER funds to pay for the endorsements. So very preliminary, but universities do this kind of thing all the time. It's really just, how can we partner with you, because we have a sense of urgency. We want these teachers to get endorsements like this school year so that they have that endorsement to be able to teach next year in that particular area. So that's about as deep.
It's fine. I just think it's helpful to have it said out loud. And I think that is enough for a lot of people to say, great, it's in process. And I don't think anyone expects us to have all of the answers to this is a very complicated puzzle that we're trying to work through. So thank you for that. So moving on to Enroll Jeffco. So I know that there was a challenge in Enroll Jeffco after, I believe it was with Allendale. I don't know if it happened with Fitzmaurice, where the students were kind of tagged as out of district, or there was some sort of interesting thing that happened. So I was just curious if, what sort of lessons learned from that and how that may have shifted for this, if we have another batch of students like that.
So we are currently working with facilities to make sure that after a decision is made, all of the addresses are mapped appropriately to the new boundaries. We're also fixing some technical gaps that we have in regards to when new addresses are added. Some cases they were not mapping to school boundaries. That's being addressed. So we're hoping from both a technical standpoint in fixing the current system, so new addresses are not being added without that mapping, as well as accounting for when those boundary changes there are updated. So we're hoping we won't ever experience that problem again.
Last month, you all received in your appendix proposed boundary maps depending upon the November 10th decision. So again, this is another like November 11th. We will begin making sure that Enroll Jeffco has all the right data aligned to those new boundary maps. But we can't do that work and would not do that work until we know that this is a decision or not. So I think that's really helpful to know that we have that process improvement, and I appreciate you guys taking those steps. And to our facilities team and planning team who actually created those boundary maps so that if the decision is to support the recommendation on November 10th, we're ready to go. And we can do the work that Jeremy just described.
Great. Sorry, I have one more, and then we can go back around again. So one of and I'm not sure, this may be a more sort of global question and comment, around kind of engagement and communication, not just with the potential closure schools, but also with potential receiving schools, and really appreciate, Ms. Reed, the language around merging communities, because I do feel like how we talk about it makes a big difference in how people are thinking about what's possible for creating, and it's a new community. You add one person to a team, it's a new team. You add new kids to a school, it's a new community of children. So I really appreciate that a lot. And I have, it came up at one of the community meetings, parents asking if they potentially merge a school, how is everyone being kept informed about what's happening? So if you are at a school that may be able to be welcoming and co-creating that new school together, how are those families being kept in the loop around processes and hopes, dreams, desires, the outcomes of some of these community conversations if they're not there? And I understand completely the focus has been primarily around the schools that are included in the recommendation. But I think people are feeling like, as we think about potential for merging communities, that more balanced communication of communities to communities, for whatever the word is becoming more and more important. So I'm just curious what that plan is.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very important question, and that is why I'm so pleased that we're on the timeline that we are. When you look when we've done this before as emergency closures, we had a few months left in the school year. We will still have an entire semester, a little bit plus left in the year to really build out thoughtful transition plans that fit each community in terms of both how the principals will be really working closely together on how do we do that communication moving forward. What are the opportunities? I'll say today I was on an email chain with the principals at Leslie and Emory talking about, like, during spring break, because the Boys and Girls Club is at Emory, is there an opportunity to have like a spring break camp where kids from both communities could come together and experience something like that together? That's just one example, but there should be built-in opportunities for, and we've also asked in the survey, would you like to be part, on both ends, both schools recommended for closure and those recommended to receive, would you like to actively participate in this coming together of two communities to help build that over the next 6 months? And so we'll get some information from that. I think the FCB reports that are shared with the board will be shared with all communities, because it's really important to understand the challenges and the opportunities that both communities see in this. And so I think the timeline does allow us to do some thoughtful both communication and mingling of the communities. But we also have to be cognizant of the fact, again, if you have a certain percentage of students who aren't going to be going to that community, what does that look like, so they don't feel left out or not a part of it? And so I think we'll just have to continue to customize our work. And I know that our chief of schools, Dave Weiss, and his team of community superintendents are really committed to that transition piece, and it's something we'll all, in some way or another, almost everyone it will be involved in.
I appreciate that, and I just always feel like erring on the side of more communication than less, especially when there are so many moving pieces that we're working on: enrollment, transportation, HR. I mean, there's just a lot of moving pieces. That thank you all for being thoughtful about that. To err on the side of more communication and sort of across that continuum of who potentially is part of this new merged community would be wise, even if some of those students end up not joining that community. Okay, I'll go around again because I could keep going on this forever. Board members, other comments and questions around this? Ms. Miller?
I just had a couple more, and then I'm sure we'll talk about it again in the near future. From a budgetary perspective, when we are thinking about the receiving school, when will the principal need to be forming that final budget? After enrollment round 1 or enroll round 2? I'm just thinking that there's going to be an iterative process and people trying to decide, is this where I want to go? So I'm hoping we're giving them a little bit of leeway after enroll 2, but I don't know how that ties with the budget process timing.
Yeah, I'll jump in first, and then
Okay.
if Brenna wants to add something, I'll invite Brenna to jump in.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, we are going to be running projections, and obviously that's a collaborative process where we work with our principals to, run it by them. It is going to be tricky because we know that with 16 school closures, we're going to be making a lot of estimations about family decisions, and so we also know and have looked at what has happened at Allendale, what has happened at Fitzmaurice in terms of where the students landed. So Brenna and her team and our planning team are working really closely to try to come up with projections and estimates of what we think is going to happen in these regions, not only for the schools that are coming together, but also for the neighboring schools that are surrounding them. And so that will be an important part of the initial SBB process, in addition to some of the SBB adjustments that we plan to make based on the SBB study. After that, we'll get through Enroll Jeffco, and by maybe the mid-February, principals will have a better sense of where the kids are landing by grade level. And we believe that they'll be able to build budgets based on that. So it's going to be an iterative process. We also, I think I'm open to the fact that we may be making some budget revisions in the spring after the dust settles a little bit with enrollment and we know more, and we just are going to have to be really flexible, I think, in our processes and procedures through the staffing and budget cycle. We're trying to line up, as Jen mentioned earlier, trying to make sure that we're getting everything lined up and in the right order, and it's pretty complicated given that the scope and scale of 16 schools. Brenna, is there anything you'd like to add? She's good.
Well, that is rational to me. I know when we started talking about this whole process, we talked about the resources that were going to be needed for students going to certain schools and being able to make sure that those financial resources are in place. And so what are the lessons learned that we had from previous experiences? And I'm thinking of when Pleasant View closed and it went to 2 different schools and resources were not allocated the way they needed to be allocated for those schools. So I'm just wanting to make sure that those principals, regardless of the other ones who are receiving, that we've highlighted or designated, as well as those schools that are receiving children that may choose differently, that those resources in some way, shape, or form are following those children. And or additional resources are going to those schools that may have highly impacted kids, because I know, like you said, Tracy, it's an iterative process budgetary wise, but we talked at the very beginning of this process that we wanted to make sure the resources were actually there for the children and for the teachers and staff and principals. And so I just want to flag that again, that's really critical for us.
And I just want to mention that Brenna will be up here talking more about SVB, and I think that some of your questions will be answered in that presentation.
Great, thank you. And then the other question, 2 more real quick, and you don't have to answer for the boundary map. I'd just like a little follow-up if we're thinking about the next round for secondary and how that will be impacting potentially decisions that are being made by families choosing which schools they're going to for certain pathways. And I don't know if that's going to be changing in any way, if we're looking at the secondary boundary changes at all that might be impacting primary boundary changes, or do we just wait to see?
So all of the boundary changes that will come along with the November 10th vote were in your packet last month. So it's literally the consolidation of the schools. So I think the only potential impact, although because of Mulholm and how it's Lakewood and Jefferson. However, Mulholm was a K-6 school as well. So and Lakewood is K-5. So, I think we could definitely look into the patterns of how students move and whether they really use that boundary for middle school or if they're just using it for high school. We need to look into that a little bit more in terms of those patterns. But otherwise, it wouldn't affect any other boundary, which is why we really tried to stay within the articulation areas that this current schools are situated in.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is, I know we have the meetings that are coming up with the individual schools and their areas, and we're giving the top 7 or 8 slots to those individuals that will be impacted staff and parents, and then bringing other people into the conversation. And and Jeffco has had a tendency in the past to not allow voices to come forward to make significant changes to processes that they would like to see. So I am asking where we can have critical, positive voices brought forward to help us think through what we can do better going forward with the next round for secondary considerations, so that we are responsive to concerns that have been brought forward. And I know we've had a very short window of time, and we all knew that that was going to happen. But I do think we can learn, and I'm hoping that we find a way to capture or ask for critical voices, because I think they're important to hear, that we can do better in the next round of process. So so they may not. I just want to make sure we have time for that, because the hour seems very short, and I know we have to do it in a very concise way, but I would like to make sure we do have those critical voices at the table, because that will make us better.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. We'll definitely do some reflecting going as we finish up this work and figure out what we can do better when we have to do this in the future. So I think the public hearing time, obviously we don't know what folks maybe bring forward, but we'll certainly be listening for those things that we could have done better in that process, and then have additional processes to gain that feedback.
Board members, any other comments or questions?
I have a follow-up actually on the boundary discussion. I had a parent write a letter and stating where his school that is recommended for closure is closer to another element, where he lives is closer to another elementary school than the school that they're being recommended to go to. However, the school that is closer to him, just by where he lives in the neighborhood, is in a different articulation area. So his question was, how are we thinking about our articulation areas in relation to this process? And I know that's something that we've said we might address going forward. And I just wondered if you could kind of remind me and the community how we're thinking about that, or if we're thinking about that right now.
So a couple of things the board has asked for in previous discussions. One is a study of enrollment patterns and trends, and a study of that, which we are getting an RFP ready on that currently, and then also a study of our current boundary and articulation areas. And so we are getting ready to study that as well, but we are not making any immediate changes. There won't be anything the board is asked to do in November around articulation areas. I think what we have expressed in this forum before is that our articulation areas don't always make sense when you look at a map. And sometimes our school boundaries don't either. And they don't match with the way in which the context of choice and how families are, and the choices that our families are making. And so I think that, Dr. Varda, these things are going to collide in terms of the studies. And so we believe it's something we really do need to take a look at moving forward. And so appreciate you bringing that forward.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, board members? All right. With that, thank you all so much for your work. Thank you all for wearing matching outfits. It helps. It's great to have a uniform and the Jeffco uniform. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will resume with our next agenda item. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. As folks get settled, just a note that we are going to flip-flop two of our agenda items. We're going to go through 2.05, the student-based budgeting project update first, and then we'll return to discuss ESSER funding. We want to honor the time of our principals and awesome folks that are here with us to share in this presentation. So the district adopted a student-based budgeting approach to resource schools in the 2015-16 school year. This approach provides funding to school budgets based on the number of students they serve. The district also employs a staff allocation approach for certain school-based resources like SPED teachers, supports to English learners, custodial food services, etc. After several years of this blended approach, the district has undertaken a detailed review of what's working and what needs improvement in the way resources are distributed to schools. At the June 8th meeting, the board received an update about the work. The project is supported by Education Resource Strategies, an external group with deep expertise in student-based budgeting and the ability to both provide analysis and consultative services as the district undertakes revisions to its budgeting approach. Since that update, the district and ERS have engaged in the analysis phase of the project, which is nearing completion. This presentation aims to provide the board with a brief update on the analysis work and a deeper discussion of next steps in the design phase of work to change and improve the SBB formula and process. I am going to turn it over to Brenna Copeland, unless there's anything you would like to include before I do so.
Sure. I'm happy to hand it over to Ms. Copeland in just a moment after I thank her and those on her team who've been supporting this project and also our principals. We have Dan Bach and Ryan Lucas here with us, Dave Weiss, Chief of Schools, and the partnership with school leaders who build and manage the school budgets is critical to the success of this project. And having your voice as part of the process on top of everything else you do in your very busy days makes us better in terms of where we take the work and how we move it forward. So thank you for being here tonight. And thank you for participating with Brenna and Dave in this process.
Great. So we'll start out with a quick round of introductions. I am Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer.
Dave Weiss, Chief of Schools.
Dan Bach, Principal of Lakewood High School.
Ryan Lucas, Principal at Governor's Ranch Elementary, home of the Raccoons.
Yep. All right. Thank you all for the opportunity to present where we are in this process. And I want to echo what Tracy said. The engagement of our principals and our community superintendents in this work, those are probably the two groups that are most closely impacted by the changes and adjustments in the analysis that we've done. And so I want to thank those folks that have been a part of this. There have been community superintendents also on those committees. Since we're in the spirit of reversing the order, I'm going to reverse the order of the slide and just do the why first. Really, I think that you all have been engaged in a conversation with us as a district, with Brenna, and in addition, you've also been in a conversation with leaders and teachers about the SBB process that was put into place, I think 9 years ago at this point. And so it's been called into question, and I think appropriately so, because there have been concerns about small schools and how it impacts them, size equity factors, and then foundational staffing that we've been wondering about as a system. And so appropriately, the district has engaged in this work with an organization that has helped us do this analysis. We've collaborated with this organization from the beginning, and really it's been an eye-opening process, which you'll see some of tonight and throughout the redesign process of SBB. We're currently collaborating with principals, budget partners, and community superintendents to redesign SBB, and that's based on the analysis and the identification of challenges that we've found through the report that was given to us from this organization. And then we are also planning for the training and implementation of a new model. And so the new model is not completely established yet. You're going to hear about that here in a little bit. But we have principals at the table because their voice is incredibly important, and we've chosen principals to be a part of this that are impacted by some of these things like small schools or size equity factor, intentionally to make sure that we have their thoughts around what the new formula will do or impact around their schools. And so Dan, being in one of the largest high schools, for example, is here because the size equity factor has a big impact on him at Lakewood. We don't anticipate, I do want to say up front, we don't anticipate the workload on the principal to increase as a result of this redesign. We don't anticipate a large change on their end. In the background, though, Brenna's team will be doing a lot of work to make this process more equitable and more student-centered. And so really we hope our principals are primarily just the beneficiaries of that work, and their workload in itself shouldn't dramatically increase. This is our timeline right now, and really starting this past spring, we began engaging with ERS, and I had the opportunity to be at the table early on to answer some questions and talk about some of the challenges that our principals, our school leaders face as they're trying to build their budgets. And then Brenna and her team put together a committee, some smaller committees of principals and community superintendents and members of her team. And they have continued to provide feedback, and now we've received a report with a lot of these things that we've been wondering about. And now these groups are meeting. So as you can see, we're in the middle of October at this point. These groups are meeting, and we are in the redesign phase. So we are past the, we've received the information. We know where the gaps are and the things that we need to address. And so we are redesigning right now. Our goal is to have the redesign done by the middle of November. And then that will, I assume, come back in front of the board around that time in some way, just to report back to you on what we decided on. And then we will finalize the formula, and then we will implement and train our school leaders so that they know exactly what they're doing in the new process. And so, and the conversations have been robust. They've been very thoughtful. People have been really considerate of the impacts on the whole district, not just their own school. But we are also considering those variables that some of these principals are facing in their budgets right now, and how this change will hopefully positively impact our students and our schools. So.
Great. So diving into just a couple of snippets of the analysis phase results. And most of the content here is actually in the appendix, absolutely available for public consumption, for your consumption, for whomever's consumption. But because we're time limited, we really want to focus on the next step, which is the design phase, and so that you can hear from these folks about what it will mean for them and their schools. The 4 principles of effective funding system that ERS has helped us explore throughout this project are the following. Sufficient and flexible, meaning is funding being allocated to meet the needs of students sufficiently, and is it flexible? Is the funding need driven? And by that we mean driven by the needs of students, not adults, and thus tied to specific articulated priorities to address those needs. Is the system overall transparent? Meaning, can people tell why things are the way they are and what the formulas are, et cetera? And then lastly, is it predictable? Meaning, does the principal have some sense year over year for how much budget they will have so that they can plan effectively around their key resource, which is really people, because we want to do everything we can to keep and retain and attract great talent in our buildings. So the first set of findings, I'm going to quickly highlight a couple and then pass it to Ryan. When we think about sufficient and flexible, ERS helped us determine a couple of things. So one of the initial wonderings that surfaced in our community here in Jeffco is it feels like we have less money than we used to. And we heard that several times. On a numeric basis, adjusted for inflation, we're actually investing more in both the pool of funds available to schools in the SBB and more on a per student basis. And in fact, it's grown about 12% on a per student basis, inflation adjusted, since the index year we were using in the study, which is school year 17. And so, and that's in spite of the declining enrollment. So I think that perception, which is a real perception, right? So it'd be tempting to say, oh, okay, well, answer solved. Well, the perception has as much to do with other realities. And again, Ryan's going to speak a little bit more to that on the next slide. Smaller elementary schools in particular have limited resources available for spending beyond what we would call sort of the minimum, and in some cases, not enough to meet the minimum. By contrast, in some of our kind of smaller, middle, and highs, they have, in relative terms, a little bit more. So we'll hear a little bit more about that in a second. But what that tells us is the equity size factor doesn't seem to be working how we hoped it would. So you think the three words, equity, size, and factor. So equity means there's some sort of fairness, right, that we can say sort of regardless of size, regardless of demographics, schools are able to purchase what they need to purchase. And that's not really happening. And so we want to retool the equity size factor. And then lastly, an interesting finding and an important one as we're thinking about changes to the formula is, are we putting enough in the formula, and are we spending too much in other areas? And as a function of total spending in the district, we do actually spend more per pupil in schools and less on expenses outside of schools relative to our comparison districts. And some of that data is in the appendix. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Ryan.
Sure. There we go. Yeah, just drive. That sounds good. So you can see on this slide, big picture overview, nice round numbers of the decrease in the number of students that have been enrolled that would be affected by student-based budgeting from 73,000 approximately to 67,000, which is a decrease of 8%. And as Brenna spoke earlier, that the total amount of money that's allocated, right, the whole money, all the money that comes from the state that flows to the district doesn't get passed into SBB. There's things that are outside of SBB, and we'll talk about some of those later. But the pool of money that goes through has increased by about $10 million over the past 5-6 years. This turns out to be that adjusted for inflation in the 16-17 school year, we had about almost $5,500 per student as a base funding, and this past recent year it went up to about $6,200. So it's an increase in funding that's gone to schools. But we've also at the same time, one of the reasons, or one of the wonderings I had was, when it feels like there's less funds, is that we've had, especially at elementary, our K-5 schools, as you're well aware, and the work that we've been hearing about, the higher number of schools that have fewer than 250 students, it costs the same amount just to open a school every day, right? It costs the same amount. You still need a principal, still need a custodian, still need all of these people just to open a school every day. And so with smaller schools and having to adjust that size equity factor, it can feel like less, even though clearly we can crunch some numbers and say that it's more, and it's actually increased by over 12%, just about 12% per pupil from 16-17 to last school year, 21-22 school year. Next. So if we think about this idea of thriving schools, we have some ideas. Right? Perhaps there should be a principal there. Perhaps there should be an instructional coach or somebody fulfilling that kind of a role. Should there be teachers? Probably. We need those for thriving schools. And here at the elementary level, you see the class size recommendations that are pulled from the negotiated agreement. Should there be AMP teachers? And yes, according to this model of thriving schools, we want a school that doesn't have to share their AMP teachers, right? I think that's a shared, from speaking for elementary principals, having shared AMP teachers and not, it's much easier to not have to share those guys, and they're happier too. Their quality of life and work and happiness, overall joy factor is much higher. If we take a look at our DTLs, our digital teacher librarians, it sure would be great to have a full-time DTL at every elementary school. I think that could be part of what we're saying is an ideal thriving school. And of course, we have our bell-to-bell clinic aides, which was passed a while ago. At least 1.5 secretaries, and you can see the paraprofessional hours and non-personnel, just extra funds that can be allocated as needed for whatever is needed, right? Copies. We apparently laminate everything in elementary schools. We're trying to get better at that because it costs. And you can see here, if we look at our definition of thriving schools, when we break our schools into quartiles, you can see our smallest elementary schools, which are students less than 231, so 230 or below. After we fund the thriving schools model here, they've overspent. They would have overspent their budget by 9%, right? We're not saying they're doing that now. We're saying this is what they would if we had this thriving school model, which is what we're aiming for. All the way up to the largest elementary schools would have a 10% surplus that they could allocate based on whatever the need is in the moment. Oh my goodness, we had a projector go out. We need a projector. We seem to be going through bulbs like crazy. If we could just turn those things off, right? Other things, gosh, My music teacher would love to have a set of ukuleles. Great. If you're in a large school under this thriving school model, you'd have those kind of things under the current existing SBB model. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then middle school.
So interestingly, middle school and high school work a little bit differently. So I can speak to obviously Lakewood and Creighton most eloquently because they're the schools that I work with most often. And you would think after some of the larger schools have actually paid some of this equity funding to the pot of money, that in fact we would kind of be leveled out. And what the data suggests in that lowest quartile is that after that money has been moved from largest schools to smallest schools, actually the smallest schools have quite a bit more money to spend. In fact, it's not an equitable, right now, it's not equitable across schools because schools like Lakewood and Creighton may pass $350,000 to $450,000 out of our schools to other schools that may be in the smaller range. And so, as you can see, going back to resources, you can see that we have similar sort of needs, although I did come across the instructional coach model, and I'm not sure that we have an instructional coach at the high school level for 1 out of every 350 students when we get to that. But again, our hope, I think, that when doing this research with ETS was that, ERS, excuse me, yeah, close enough, that when this data came out, that most schools in each of the quartiles would have roughly the same amount left. And in fact, because SBB is not working in its current iteration, you'll see that the smaller schools actually have more to spend in the ways that they choose, and larger schools are kind of stuck making kind of emergency decisions and just replacing the bare minimum. And so our hope is that through this process, in fact, that this will look very similar, that the first, second, third, fourth quartile will all be in sort of that same range around 8 to 10%. Or maybe even a little bit more, but that would be equitable across schools. So if you please switch to the high schools, again, more my cup of tea. And you can see that the largest schools are actually the smallest by quite a bit. The largest schools have the smallest amount of surplus money, thank you, versus the smallest schools who have the most. And I don't believe that was the original intention. It was supposed to be that they were about the same. Which is why that we certainly feel at Lakewood and other large schools as well that this certainly we need to make some adjustments so that in fact when this process takes its course, that in fact we'd all be roughly the same.
Additionally, we've learned some other important information through the process, and when we talk about being need driven, this is an area that I have leaned into heavily throughout my career, but we've learned through this process that there are some ways that our current model is not correctly supporting our students. One of those being that that includes our students that are experiencing poverty, second language learners, and students with disabilities. We also note a challenge where schools that fall just below the Title I threshold truly struggle to provide additional supports that their students likely need due to the cliff they experience funding-wise. And I think that's important for us to highlight. And we also know that there are opportunities within this work to more tightly align intervention resources such as ELL and special education to schools that serve higher concentrations of those types of students. And so in our current model, we are finding that we're going to have to make adjustments moving forward so that those dollars follow our students more closely, and so the schools that are serving those students are able to better provide interventions that would be required to meet the needs of those students.
And we will have time for questions at the end, but I did want to note on this last point, I believe it came up in a prior agenda item, questions about are funds going to follow students? And we do actually think this work and analysis is supporting and improving our ability to ensure that funds are following students. And so we're more confident that should the board adopt the recommendations in November, that we will have a better way to move need-based funding with students who need it across the board. The last set of findings is in these two other categories of transparency and predictability. Some of this has already been previewed. On the transparency front, some aspects of the allocations are confusing. So we do want to clear that up. And some of that's things around plateau factors, which are designed to ensure that if your enrollment increases, you don't lose money. So we can say with certainty from a mathematical lens, when your enrollment increases, you don't lose money because of the plateau factor. And in a given year, over time, those things do manifest because we do have that size equity factor over time. But in any given year, you will never actually lose funding because you have more students, right? Most centrally managed dollars are school-based, but aren't really easily trackable to the school level. So that begs the question of should some of those either resource allocation approaches be part of the SBB guide and thus transparently articulated, or should potentially certain staff-based allocations be part of SBB so that there is greater transparency? There's pretty strong transparency about all the component parts of what SBB buys. There's just less transparency about how central budgets pay for staff in schools. So, and then on the predictable piece, we've already alluded to the fact that we think it will be a better practice going forward to do budgets based on forecasting. We know the devil is in the detail, and so we want to make sure there's more than one voice at the table as we're setting what a projection is. And so our design team will help us think through that so that it's not a decision in isolation. It's a process. It's informed by principles. It's informed by planning, et cetera. Guarantee I don't want it too terribly informed by budget because that's really stressful. But yeah, so we're going to, at least at a minimum, at the elementary level, we are going to pilot this coming year a budget based on a forecast. So we've previewed some of these things. We're going to go popcorn style, so who knows what's going to happen. Each person is going to share just a little bit more about potential forthcoming changes and what it might mean in their school or area.
So one of the pieces about SBB that I think principals really like is that it is in fact flexible. So different schools have sort of different emphases, and so a school like Lakewood, where performing arts is a big deal, or International Baccalaureate, or CTE, or ESL programming, we have flexibility to invest funds with those specific needs. And so I feel like that's one of the greatest strengths of the SBB process, is that ability of principal with accountability team, with other people involved, leadership team to use the funds that we have for flexible investments in our kids.
And I'll add on that also the benefit of one of the other benefits of SBB is the ability to engage parents in providing feedback, which I think is really, really important, and build their capacity about where funds come from, how we receive them, how can we use them. Excuse me. So, for example, we've given parents at an accountability meeting a spreadsheet with all the formulas in there and said, okay, let's go this out. Let's put down what you really want, and then we hit enter, and then at the very bottom we've overspent our budget by double. And so then we say, okay, now what do we do? And it's real life, hands-on with parents. And so SBB gives parents that voice at schools that I think is really important. One of the things that we talk about in terms of need-driven is, we have the equity size factor, which is great. That was one of the only factors that we had when we initially started SBB way back when. And the ability to add in additional weights for schools with significant ELL populations, or students, SWD is students with disabilities, or students with disabilities, a center-based program. On a personal note, Governor's Ranch has an SSN program, significant support needs, and we have received the same allocation for mental health that any other school receives, a half-time social worker or mental health provider. And that person's almost entire time is consumed by meeting those needs, which doesn't allow them to meet the Tier 2 or Tier 3 needs of our students that may be experiencing temporary crisis. And at elementary school, a temporary crisis could be the loss of a beloved pet, right? And that's a big deal. Like, that messes up a kid's whole week, and we need somebody to be able to respond to that. But our person's really busy, so additional weights that might allow for some additional mental health support to meet the needs of all students, especially our students with disabilities, would be really kind of an important thing that we're looking at.
Yeah. So adding on to what Ryan shared there, we do recommend, and we're already looking at Title I, for example, or the way that we are funding our students that are at risk. We're actually looking already at adjusting the formula so that we can better serve our students that are at risk. And then we also recommend weights that are directly tied, like Ryan said, with students with disabilities and second language learners, because one of the big outcomes of this ERS study is that we're not meeting those needs. And so ultimately, our goal is to be more closely aligned and more equitable in how we distribute those funds to the schools.
Another piece, is the predictability piece, and this really is important for elementary schools, especially depending on the board's decision in November. Principals at all levels, and I'm sure, but I can speak especially for elementary principals, are deeply embedded in our community. Like when I drive through the neighborhood, I make a note of which houses are for sale, and then I contact the realtor and say, hey, could you please have a family move in there with maybe school-age children? And they can't do that, of course, but they know that I'm looking and that we're paying attention, right? So we're really really good at projecting under budgeting for the number of kids, so that when we have 5 more kids show up than we expected, we've got this extra funds and we're okay, right? And we don't do it too much so that all of a sudden we're like, Mayday, we need to hire a whole other teacher in August. So I think elementary and principals in general are really good at knowing their community and being able to accurately predict their projections for enrollment for the next year based on trends, based on how many of those families that are currently in your school have younger siblings that are 4 or 5 years old that are coming to you. Like we really have gotten really good at doing that and knowing our communities very, very well. So that predictable piece is really important as well that we'll be looking at.
Great. And so I'll close us out with another comment or two before we do questions. We didn't actually need this project to tell us, but it has yet again affirmed the importance of improving our accounting structures, by which I largely mean our chart of accounts, to ensure that we can track our spending better to the location. So that you'll hear me keep talking about that in the coming months, and hopefully sooner rather than later we'll have a new one in place. And then lastly, we do want to be really transparent with our public and obviously our principals about where and how money is spent. So we are going to invest heavily in the SBB guide, and I think I have support from my colleagues on cabinet to include more than just information about SBB dollars alone. So for example, Matt and his team have been chatting with us about what information can they also share in the budget guide about how their allocations are made. So I think we want to make it more collaborative across different departments so that there's more of a one-stop shop for information about school-based resources, be they dollars or human beings. With that, happy to entertain questions.
I missed my piece.
Oh, shoot.
So in my riveting budget presentation to the to my community, which is always really enlightening, I have to say, and I get lots of good questions about how the budget is built. One of the things that's interesting is you say, hey, we're going to invest this kind of money on our teachers and curriculum and so on and so forth, and then you have a bunch of buts. But that doesn't include our custodial staff. That doesn't include our kitchen staff. It does not include our special ed teachers. It does not include our ESL teachers. And so one of the things about transparency that I think will help is we will have all of that information included in SBB. So when we actually lay out this information for our community, we won't have all these buts. We will have our whole budget, and we'll be able to track those services back to our Lakewood or Governor's Ranch communities, so we can say this is all 153 of our employees and what they do for our school versus we actually only show 125 or something like that at Lakewood High School, and there's 28 butts floating around that don't quite, we don't know exactly how they're tied to Lakewood High School, and we actually know that they are attached to Lakewood. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Freudian slip, I guess. Then it's just a little bit clearer for us to describe how everyone is connected to Lakewood High School and the services they provide our students.
Thank you. That was helpful and entertaining for you to take it on. Board, this is our opportunity to ask questions, make comments. Is there anyone that would like to start? Ms. Miller?
Thank you for the riveting presentation and the humor, as always. Appreciate it, Dan. So I have a real quick question for you. With DAC that was here earlier today, and they have their SACs, and their SACs are the ones that you guys talk with. And you mentioned that you have a spreadsheet and budget that you show to your community, I believe, for Governor's Ranch. And Dan, I think you do the same as well. I guess one of the questions I have for you guys is that not all schools do that, right? In fact, I would say you are the minority that do that. And so the question does get angsty about parents that sit back and say, well, where's the money going? And I know I sat on numerous SACs, sometimes that were much more transparent than others, and others where the principal came in and said, this is the budget, and that's what you've got. So it sounds like to me there's an opportunity with this revisioning of SBB for training. What is expected from principals, especially since we now have so many new principals that are in our system that are, I think, open to, wide possibilities of learning more about how these funds flow. It's a great chance for us to take the models that you use potentially with your communities and how do we share it with others so that the expectations are we're going to be looking at the budget together. We're going to be talking about what we can afford or can't afford. I know we're not doing this as in the future, but we have in the past. Well, some schools were responsible for their own curriculum. Others were not. Some were responsible for certain specials. Others were not. It just was not as clear as mud as it could be. So I'm hoping that this opportunity we can leapfrog and take it to a higher level so that we can emulate what you guys are doing within our other schools. And parents can see what's happening so that they know what the budget is from the school district, and then in some cases what the budget would be from PTAs, because there is a big difference, and you can't commingle the funds, and you've got to be very careful about how money that we get for SBB is one bucket and PTA is another bucket. And I think it's important that the SACs have that knowledge and understanding and training with the principals. So thank you very much. I'm excited to see how this works, and I'm really hopeful that we do start to get the balance of equity that we really have been driving for. So thank you.
Let me just
go ahead.
Comment that I don't think there's a single principal out there that doesn't crave that transparency and parent involvement. I think, and so I teach this course, financial literacy for pre-service principals at Regis, and I've certainly developed those skills having taught this course. But I also know that is not the biggest focus of pre-service principal courses. It's really on instructional. It's really on coaching teachers. You know what I mean. So I think there's a definite need probably to build the capacity of principals, because principals, by their definition, want to be transparent. They want that parent and community involvement, and sometimes they just don't. They might have concerns that they may not know all the answers and the ins and outs of like how bonds work or how mills work, and then we send them to Steve. So I think building their capacity might be very helpful.
Right, and I agree 100%. I think this is the opportunity, since we are envisioning a new process, that we bring everybody along, and that both parents and principals have an understanding of what that budgetary process can look like together. Yeah, it's not a business that they're taught, right? In the school prep, it's different. Thank you.
I think this also links back to what we talked about originally with the co-captains, they're not captains, co-chairs of ZAC, around that potential of the Jeffco Citizen Budget Academy, if that's what it was called, but something like that, where we're sort of slowly training and educating not just DAC members, but SAC leadership and principals. I mean, I think it behooves all of us to have a shared language and understanding of what's in those budgets, because even as board members, you first open the budget and you're like, what's this? So there's a lot there to unpack, I think. Other board members, questions, comments? Okay. Oh, Ms. Parker.
Thank you for this presentation. I have some questions. First of all, are there any state requirements as to the formula we use for SBB? Nope. Okay. And the second one is on the list of the minimum staffing that you've put out there, are any of those positions currently centrally based, or are those all coming out of the school's budget? So on those slides, that table is designed to show you what's coming out of the school budget. Okay. Can you give us a little idea of what we provide from the centrally based staffing for schools? It's quite a bit. And let me just check and see if I have anything in the appendix real quick, because we did have a slide on that. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So I may be speaking off the cuff and not with a visual. Apologies.
It's
for everyone who's
slide
listening.
32.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great. Okay. So everything where it says on central office budget, which is 4 categories on this slide, are carried in departmental budgets. And everything in that darkest blue, farthest right, is paid for out of the school budget. So in the shared service category, which generally do work in schools for the most part, we're talking about our warehouse workers, bus drivers, food service workers, et cetera. In the school on central category, which are people who every day are in buildings, sometimes not just one building. We have folks like our resource teachers, nurses, and this is different than a clinic aide, athletic trainers, etc. School on central assigned, these are folks where the job code data tells us which actual site they're at, but the accounting data doesn't. And these are paraeducators, speech therapists, learning specialists, etc. So when I'm up here talking about the budget and you're like, well, how many of these learning specialists are in which place? I can't tell you because that's not in my accounting data, but these guys did a lot of work to cross-reference all of our job codes with our financial reports to figure out that these folks are actually assigned to sites, et cetera. So those are some of the examples of what's carried in our departmental budgets who are in schools every day. Thank you.
Any other board member questions? I have a few, but I don't want to. Okay. Building off of what you just were asking for, Ms. Parker, I think, in addition to the transparency piece and making sure people sort of know what's actually happening, to me, this also is a trust building exercise, that when we talk to community members that may be skeptical about how funds are being spent, or to association representatives who may have a different way of different information that they're building, sort of their understanding of what we actually have or don't have in the budget. To me, this is a really important part of that, of being able to build or rebuild, whichever one, trust in terms of this is what is actually being provided in service to children in buildings, or maybe not always in buildings. So this is, to me, is extremely helpful, and I think the further along the line that we can go to continue clarifying that and really articulating what those services are, the better shape all of us are going to be in terms of having those conversations with our community members and even people in buildings who are not quite sure how people are funded, because it's a big web. So I have just a couple questions. On slide number 7, the little asterisk at the bottom says, this is going to be annoying to you because I'm going to go 7, I'm going to go into the 20s, but I'm warning you now. Sorry. So you start scrolling. So this is that what I was looking for? Yes. It excludes option schools. So who does this include?
Yeah, honestly, there are very few exclusions, but our option schools would not be able to survive on an SBB allocation. So, for example, a couple of our schools who serve 20 kids, that just wouldn't work. It does include any school where there's a pretty significant SBB base. So even among option schools, some get split. So some of our more choice option schools really are mostly SBB based, and then our AECs and like Warren Tech in some regards has no enrollment because those schools are officially enrolled to other high schools, right? So that's not going to work, right? Student-based budget of 0 is not going to run that program. So does that make sense about who has an SBB based budget and who doesn't?
So like the open school Manning, they would be option schools that would be SBB based, right? Open
Yes.
threshold. So where in the budget does the rest of it come from? Like how is that accounted for on the slide that we just came from in district shared service, not shared services, but You know what I'm saying? For like
Those, yeah, those are departmental budgets. So, for example, the entire budget for Fletcher Miller is departmentally carried within student success. So, that said, we do to the best of our ability when we bring forward to you all our budget recommendations. We try to say, here's the total amount of money we recommend budgeting in schools. And so, if you go back to one of my presentations from March or April, I will quote a number that does actually manually adjust for Fletcher Miller for some of these schools, because in fact, that's the right number for monies controlled and spent at school sites. Does that make sense? Except for the departmental resources, the people, the human beings that are also in buildings doing specific functions.
Yeah. I think it just is it's helpful to me and to say it out loud to be able to hear that there are lots of pockets of our budget that are actually in schools that we are. I don't know that we've been talking about it in the past. I'm not talking about anybody here. That we have been talking about it that way to help people understand what's going where and how we're allocating those funds, which I think is really important. Are you ready to go on a trip here?
Yeah.
Okay. On slide 23, can you, so annoying. Oh, did you pass it? Yeah. Can you just provide an interpretation of this slide, please?
Like
Thank
a
you,
dance
Anne.
interpretation or, yeah. Okay, so this slide is one of our appendix slides really talking about our general education spend. And there's some backup data about how do they get to what is general education spend. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there. This is divided again by quartiles by size, and it's looking at the total per pupil amount spent in schools and then color coded by different categories. The categories are to the right. The quartiles by size go left to right, smallest elementary, smallest middle, largest middle, etc. The height of the bar minus that little gray dotted area. The height of the bar as a totality, you sort of read across to the left. So the Q1 elementary spends about $9,000. That's an average across our smallest schools. So average across the 25% of schools that are our smallest. That's about how much they spend. And one of the things you see here is that, and I think this really supports the work that the board has asked us to do around the regional opportunities for thriving schools. You see right down at the bottom that purpley category of principals, secretaries, custodians, nurses, nurse aides. You see that on a dollar per pupil basis, our smallest schools have to spend more, approximately $1,000. Can't read the number because my 1,600. Thank you, 96. I just got new glasses. I don't know what's happening. Compared to our Q4 elementaries that are spending about $780. So that's almost twice as much per pupil. Right. And so when we do that, that means we have to, either move that money from somewhere else, or we're sacrificing in that big orange spot, which is our teachers, DTLs, et cetera. And we'd really rather on a per pupil basis be investing the dollars there. So I think that's what this slide is really saying is how does the money compare across smallest to largest in the different grade levels?
Thank you. I think it's helpful because when I first looked at it, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. And once I understood it, I think it's a quite powerful visual of this resource challenge that we have and how it is and is not working. The next thing I don't need an interpretation of, but I just want to draw attention to slide number 28. Because I think particularly as we've had a lot of questions and comments around equity and specifically around how we serve Title students or students who qualify for Title I. This, to me, this slide is really important to look at, how as a district are we resourcing and really providing support for all kids who have needs that are Title I kids, and that, we have 65% of our students who are in non-Title schools who are not receiving that same level of support. And that in and of itself is, I think, important to keep center of mind. It doesn't change some of the conversations necessarily around particularly regional opportunities for thriving schools and some of the conversations around equity in that process. But I do think that this is illustrative of a larger challenge that I know that cabinet and staff are addressing. So with that soapbox, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the timeline that we're thinking around unveiling is not the right word, but providing Oh, okay. I don't read
It's okay.
some slides.
Nope, that was the review phase. Sorry, we're still in the appendix. I'm going to go to the beginning. In short, so we have a little bit of a challenge, and that is these guys need their budgets ASAP so that they can figure out who they want to hire, et cetera, and where the openings are. So there's a lot of moving pieces, dependencies, et cetera. To get to that, we really need to make a decision. I think Dave said mid-November. I don't know if you saw this, but like I almost fainted. We're trying to decide December 7th date. I have 2 more weeks. I get to work through Thanksgiving to make this happen. So we need to come up with our revisions by then so that we can then put them in the model, send out the money, get everything done. So we will be decided for sure by then on any changes we want to implement this year. There may be changes that are so worth doing, but we just can't with all the different moving pieces do, and then we may do them next year. But as much as possible, we want to get some of the changes we've talked about tonight in this first round of revisions. And so, like I said, and for us to appropriately train principals, we'll be training them in December. So that'll be most likely, and this might be news to a few folks, some sessions that they can opt into during the non-contact days right before Christmas. When there aren't students in schools, and we can spend some time both on the new budgeting tool, want to put a plug in for Anaplan, really radical, awesome tool, and second on the new SBB funding formula. So to make all that happen, we have to move pretty quickly from today, October 12th, to December 7th decisions and December 19th and 20th training, so that when we send the budgets out in early January, everyone knows what's happening.
I add one piece to this. I do think it's also important to note, thank you for highlighting the slide on funding levels for at-risk students, many of whom we serve in non-title schools in Jeffco, as that slide describes that you highlighted. I also just want to bring everybody's attention to slide 11 and the second bullet, because even in schools that are receiving the title funds, which is the additional funding to support at-risk students, because of our declining enrollment, those schools are using those funds many, many times to just get to foundational staffing levels, and not as intended, which would be above and beyond, because we know at-risk students need above and beyond. And so this is an important concept for us to acknowledge as a district and do something about. It'll be a process by which we'll have an opportunity to think about revisions in both the general fund allocations to schools as well as our title funding. And so those two pieces and parts will be coming together as we head into December on the timeline that Brenna just outlined.
I'll use my teacher voice. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. I think it's also important to note as we talk about decline of enrollment that we're also seeing a decline of qualification, I guess, if you will, of students and families qualifying for free and reduced lunch as well. So that there is a correlation between decline of overall enrollment as well as decline of families qualifying for free and reduced lunch. And the data that you saw earlier, the 65-35 is actually now 28 and 73. So, I mean, even year over year, we're seeing a decline that is mirroring the decline of enrollment that we're seeing as well. So that's a get important consideration as part of this process.
To know what this looks like a little bit with SBB, there are schools, I can speak for one, that we will get about $450,000 of at-risk funds coming to our high school, and then because we're a large school, we lose $390,000. And again, going back to what Ms. Dorland suggested, money that we should be spending on additional supports for at-risk students is actually gone because of some of the pieces currently in SBB. And so I don't think we're alone that things like that happen, but ultimately the goal is to have more money for at-risk students, and it ultimately disappears for another factor, whatever that is. And so I think the work we're doing will help address those needs, so that that if you need at-risk funding and Title I funding, you're actually going to have those for the supports that students need to be successful in schools.
And it actually is a combination of both the model that we're running in terms of SBB, but also the declining enrollment. And those two things combined are having real challenging impacts for our schools, especially as they try their best to serve the needs of students with disabilities, students in poverty, and English learners.
And I would imagine as this moves forward, I shouldn't imagine, that's an assumption. Will there be some more specific guidance for principals? For example, like that's sort of the wicked problem that you have if you have, money that's coming in for title to support at-risk kids and then money going out. So what are the best practices for spending title funds that actually support the growth and achievement of kids and their whole child needs of kids that are title? So if you're 3/4 of it's going back out the door, it's sort of like a wheel going, we're sort of chasing something that we're not getting our hands around. So what is that guidance going to look like?
I do want to clarify one point, and it's the data on this slide. Schools are not having to use their title funds towards foundational staffing. What ERS found is that they're having to use at-risk funds. So there's a law around our title funds that they will supplement, not supplant. They are not supplanting their funds, right? Title. What they found is the pink, which is the at-risk funds, sometimes do get consumed, exactly as you heard from Dan, to provide some foundational staffing rather than the at-risk funds supporting differentiated supports for free and reduced lunch. So I just want to clarify that because I know people are listening. In terms of best practices and how to use Title I, I'm going to defer to Tara.
Sure, and I'm going to phrase it differently now because I'm going to be careful about this. So moving forward, what will, as we contemplate sort of revisions around how we're thinking about at-risk factors and title funding, how will the district be providing sort of guidance or parameters around, we know there are some for title funds, around the at-risk funding so that it does not get sort of swept into the general budget and spending of the school?
Absolutely.
Better?
And so we are looking at just some national and local models about best practice in investing in those at-risk dollars. For example, a consideration is having schools invest their at-risk dollars in a family engagement liaison. There's a lot of research to support that practice and family engagement in outcomes for student achievement for students. So that would be one investment that we would ask school. This again, these are all just for considerations and in a sandboxed phase of something where we would say off the top with your at-risk dollars, we would ask that you invest in, or partially invest in a family engagement liaison, that you would invest in some specialized professional learning on how to support students in poverty, that we would invest in professional learning in just overall in equity. I mean, I think much of that would be part of my team and would be systemic, but those are some of the things just right off the top, knowing that every school's at-risk allocation is going to look very different. And so it would be a challenge to just make overall like blanket expectations of what the at-risk investment would look like. We want to know that everybody's is going to be different. So we want to take that, that equity factor into mind as well.
And I'd like to add to that a little bit. I would say that what's really important is that as principals are making decisions about what to do with those funds, it's critical that they look at the data that their students are demonstrating. If a school has a significant need in math, they may use some of that money to hire a math interventionist, for example. And so I think it's really important that there are some best practices that are general that I think could apply to any school. Really, a family engagement liaison would be great in all schools, frankly. But we know in our title schools that that's a really important position that helps school teachers and leaders connect with families and for families to feel connected to the school. But there are other aspects of the work that really should be data driven, and so that we need to make sure that when we provide this training, we're helping principals understand how to use the data to make the decision, based on the needs within their building. And so there are some general things that we can put in place. There are others that should be more school or student specific. But that's on us as a district to make sure we're giving that training to our principals so that they're able to make the right decisions that are going to have the greatest impact on their students.
Okay.
Could I jump in and say one
Yes,
thing
please.
real quick? Right now, in our current model with SBB, we have some students surviving and some students thriving. And I think my big reflection as I've gone through this process, through like piloting the ANA plan and then sitting on this team, is that like while we're engaged in these regional opportunities for thriving schools, I think we're looking at to be coy here, sort of funding opportunities for thriving students. Like that's what we're aiming for. Like that's the target we're aiming for, is that we can have the funds go to the schools for communities and principals to make decisions so that all students at those schools can thrive. And what we have here is what we have currently existing is a good plan, kind of, but we can't just settle for good, right? Like good, we know that also to be cliche, good is the enemy of great, and we're striving for greatness here. We're striving for thriving, not just surviving. So I'm really excited to see how this redesign unfolds so that we can have all students thrive. I mean, that's really what it's about.
Ms. Miller, did you have another question?
Maybe to tie it in a bow, we have Dr. Kim talking about data-driven decisions being made and understanding exactly where our children are and realizing that we do have significant needs that have been exacerbated over the past 2 years. And so I'm hoping through this SBB re-envisioning and being more data-driven in honor of Dr. Kim's work and your work, Dave, and Brenna and crowd, that we truly can be directing the resources, because that is my concern, as I said earlier, when we're blending communities together and we're bringing different communities together, that the resources are directed where they need to be based on the data that we have, so that we can look back and say, did we invest wisely, and how do we tweak it and do better so that we do thrive and become world class. So that's how we tie the learning of Dr. Kim's work and Renee's and David's and your work with this, I think, re-envisioning of SBB. That's what I'm hopeful for. So thank you very much.
All right. Any other comments or questions before we transition? Thank you all. Enjoy whatever you're going off to do that involves, I'm sure, fun things with kids. And thanks for participating, for your voice in this process. It's really important. Thanks. So we will move on. You guys good to go? Okay. To our presentation on programs and student supports funded with ESSER 3. So ESSER 3 is the final round of funding available to school districts as part of the American Rescue Plan. Approximately $68.2 million was supplied to the district. $6.9 million has been distributed to charter schools. The remaining $61.3 million is available to support a wide array of district programs over a 3-year period from 2021-22 through 23-24. The district submitted a preliminary grant budget inclusive of plans from charter schools in December of 2021. The district then received comments and questions from the Colorado Department of Education. We submitted revisions in response to these comments and questions multiple times through April of 2022, obtaining provisional approval in that time frame. This presentation will focus on revisions to that plan that have been adopted since our last board update, item 2.02 at the June 8th, 2022 board study session. We'll be hearing about the ESSER 3 plan from Dr. Kim and from Ms. Copeland. And before we get started, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to share?
Nope, I guess, yes. We have had multiple conversations. The board's requested regular updates around ESSER 3, so we're happy to be back here and sharing with you ongoing implementation efforts for this grant program.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Schooley, Superintendent Dorland, and board members. I will walk you through a couple of slides and then hand it off to Ms. Copeland, because her team really does so much of the heavy lift of managing the accounts and making sure that we stay in alignment with our CDE feedback. And so I will hand that over to her in just a couple minutes, but I will start off with changes since June. If you remember, in June, we brought you a presentation where we outlined, I put screenshots actually of our spreadsheet of each of the different items that were within the ESSER 3 budget. Since that point in time, at the time, we were talking about potential changes. We had initially earmarked $8 million for UV lighting and air handling systems. And we realized some of the really major needs that we saw within our schools and from our student data, and realized that there are some pieces that we really needed to look at differently, including the need for math curriculum. You all remember we talked about our MAP data, we talked about our CMAS data, we talked about where we saw gaps in student learning and the need to make sure that we had high quality instructional materials in the hands of our educators so that they could meet the needs of our kids. And so we started out with a pilot this year of math curriculum in 26 schools, and we know that there is a need to continue to do that work. And so RFPs have been done, and they will continue to look at that and continue to roll that out into making sure that we're equitable in terms of all schools having access to math curriculum. We also have in the plan, we've added in survey utility, which AKA a survey system that allows us to really look at our data trends, look at everything from climate and culture, look at how our students are doing, look at overall wellness factors that our students and our families tell us as it relates to national norms, Colorado norms, really looking at it. We do have a survey that we've been using here in the district for about the last decade or so. I think probably even longer if I remember what Dr. Eaton has talked about. And yet that data doesn't allow us to compare to national norms year over year to really look at how those shifts and changes, how those impact our work, how those give us pause to ask questions and be reflective on what does that mean we need to do differently? What does that mean we need to do next? How are we doing compared to our peer districts? And really overall, how are we seeing trends in what our students and our families are telling us? And then I know there have been questions about regional opportunities for thriving schools. As we look at that, Lisa Rilou talked earlier this evening about needing temporary folks to come in and work alongside our families to make sure that our families get the support that they need to connect to the schools where they need to go. We also have things like if we post vote, if we are going to look at the consolidation of those schools, our teachers are going to need time. Our teachers are going to need support when it comes to packing materials and when it comes to moving things, and that those things don't happen for free. And so certainly recognizing that as a result of declining enrollment, as a result of needing to consolidate schools, support for regional opportunities for thriving schools is a piece that did not exist within our general fund budget. And so looking at that as a one-time piece that is an impact moving forward. And then revisions to current existing expenses, looking at we combined literacy and math tutoring because we did look at in elementary that K-3 need for foundational literacy and high dosage tutoring. We looked at the need for grades 5 through 9 and providing tutoring, high dosage tutoring in math, and recognizing that there's some shared personnel in providing support, whether it's instructional coaching, whether it's high dosage tutoring to kids, making sure that we just put that into one line item of overall tutoring, but it's been allocated to schools each individually. We have 61 schools that have been identified as having performance levels below the 50th percentile nationally. Excuse me. And so the allocation that's gone out to schools, it averages about $120,000 per school annually to support high dosage tutoring. And that's that very prescriptive, research-based, small number of kids working with a staff member, working with a vendor program that utilizes research and tracks the data. Changes in terms of mental health support. You saw initially a line item that talked about providing a team that could go in and work behaviorally with schools that will help them when they were dealing with whether it's challenging behaviors or students who are dysregulated, students who needed support. And as we look at that, one of the things we recognized was if we went that direction as we began to plan and see what our staffing levels were looking like, our biggest worry was that we were going to steal some of our most talented educators out of our schools to do that work, thus creating an even greater problem. And so part of what Matt Polero did was pull his team together to ask the question, how do we still provide the support that folks need? How do we still provide those resources? How do we still address that need? Because that need exists and it's real, and still get the results that we're looking for. And so Matt and his team proposed a shift in that, really investing in our ESPs, our classified staff members that work in center-based programs, that work in our special education classrooms, that work in pushing into our regular classrooms to support our kids who go into their regular classrooms, making sure that they have the skills they need by providing them professional development. Really thoughtful, intensive professional development that can take them, frankly, all the way to a behavior technician level of skill. And so we have the capability of doing that. So there's a shift there, really investing in our staff. What we also added into that, in conversation with our JESPA leadership, there was a very strong interest in investing in the skill sets of our ESPs that work in our schools instructionally and that work behaviorally. And so what we've come up with as part of that is to invest up to 2.5 full days of training, of compensation for training for our ESPs, in order to work alongside our classroom teachers, work in our schools. And what Renee Nicothodis and her team have developed, Monica Nuremberg, have developed is the allowance for them to take the professional development that we also offer to teachers, so that they can take advantage of that. Our ESPs can take advantage of that as well. So that's where that shift happened. And then we kept the increase in substitute pay, daily rate of substitute pay, knowing full well if we dropped it back down, we would not be able to compete throughout the metro area, and we would have vacancies that we couldn't fill. And so that was a huge investment at $3.3 million is a big investment. But what we know is if our principals and our instructional coaches and our counselors have to go in and fill in vacancy spots for classroom teachers that aren't able to be there for whatever reason, we're losing out on the ability for instructional coaching. We're losing out on the ability to team and work together and co-teach. We're losing out on the ability to use best practices in so many of our schools. So by investing in that substitute rate to keep it competitive, that was a line item that we felt like we needed to carry forward. And then finally, we know the discussion earlier this evening. Sorry, I just lost it. The discussion earlier this evening, as we talked about regional opportunities for thriving schools and recognizing, should we move forward with the vote to consolidate schools, we know there are going to be some places that we need to invest in, that we're going to need to dedicate some resources so that we can make sure that schools are successful. And so we know that's coming. We also know that our data is going to continue to tell us, as you pointed out earlier, there are going to be student needs that we're going to have to shift. We're also recognizing that, as we roll out our high dosage tutoring dollars, we had to wait for beginning of the school year data to help inform some of that, exactly where some of our students needed, especially at the primary level. And so we want to make sure that we're utilizing all the resources, and as we don't, and we were able to roll them forward so that we can continue over the next year and a half to provide that kind of level of support. Sorry, I'm trying to follow along in my area here too. So the 3-year budget by spending categories, and thank you, Brenna and team, for putting this together. As you can see, 56% of the resources have been allocated directly to student instruction and learning, 8.8% to student supports that are non-academic, and that would be, as I think we followed up with information, mental health support. There are a number of different pieces, telehealth, student family engagement liaison, student safety and security, those things all fall into that category. We've got allocation to schools, which occurred in year 1, which was 10.4%. Charter school allocations is 10%. Data and outreach and staff PD, 7.8%. And then indirect costs at 4.4%. And I believe now I'm going to hand it over to Brenna to continue with an additional chart and graph that explains by year.
More charts, the better. So we've gotten some questions from our schools, from folks in the public about how are we trying to manage for a spending cliff.
And one of the strategies there is to try and taper our spending. And so what you're seeing here is a really intense focus on our programs budget for this year for ESSER 3 to the tune of about $31 million that we hope to spend. Next year, that will taper off to about $22 million, we hope. And that will smooth out a potential funding cliff, and it also focuses investment right now when we need it most in response to the pandemic and the data we're seeing. President Schooley previewed some of the information on this slide. I'm so impressed. And this is just partly for you all, partly for the public to understand the process and how iterative it's in fact been. We want to be really transparent that we do expect future changes, and we always have, and CDE expects them from us, and every other district is likewise having to change their budget from time to time. And again, these may not be the exact dates, but we will be submitting additional revisions as we see what's working, what's not. Honestly, there may be implementation challenges, and we want to pivot as quickly as possible to, again, ensure that the dollars get spent on meaningful things as quickly as possible. Lastly, just a plug for additional sources of public information. One of the requirements of this grant is that we do our very best to share lots of information about where it's going, and we have some partners in that. The Colorado School Finance Project, a nonprofit organization that works statewide, has published quite a bit of data, and we would encourage any of you to take a look at that. I think it does a nice job of explaining what some of our ESSER 1 spending priorities were. They're about to come out with data on ESSER 2, and eventually we'll come out with data on ESSER 3. And so they actually quote some of our application language, which in a way that's more approachable and fewer pages than the actual application itself. So that can be really helpful. And then you can hold it up next to other districts in the state, which I think is a really helpful lens. The Colorado Department of Education does have a funding page listed here. I won't read that address. And then there's our Jeffco page. We have a page. I will say I don't think it's fully up to date. I want to own that. We do need, things move quickly. And so I will be working with my colleagues in communication to make sure our grants team supplies all the information needed to get that page fully updated soon.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was like an awkward pause or if we were, okay, sorry. All right, board members, who would like to begin with, with comments or questions? Anyone? Ms. Parker?
Thank you for that presentation. I have 3 questions. First one, what is a behavior technician? You talked about getting trained up to the level of that.
There's actually a job description in our system that an ESP can reach a designation. It is an actual position in our district. Behavior technician works with our students who have those behavior needs that maybe are dysregulated, need to work through behavior plans, that kind of thing. And they are staff members that work in partnership with our teachers to make sure that our kids can access learning.
Do they go with the center programs, or do they just...
Some, and sometimes they will actually go in collaboration into the regular classroom to help make sure that the student can be successful.
Next question. For the high dosage tutoring, how are the students identified? Do parents ask for it? Do teachers recommend it? And does it happen during the school day, or do they have to go after school?
Yes, and it starts with our student achievement data. We certainly look at our MAP data. We look at our CMAS data. We look at where our students are performing, and then we look at the beginning of the year data. So like for our young kids in K2, we'll look at a cadence data that we do at the beginning of the year and look at how a student is performing compared to what our expectations are in terms of grade level. And if a student's performing below that, we're looking at least the 50th percentile. If a student is performing below that 50th percentile, they absolutely are a student that we want to engage in high dosage tutoring. From there, as students exit out of that, as they get through the process of tutoring, if their growth
puts them in a category where they're now performing on grade level, we have the capability of now exiting them out and entering in other students as we see data and the need to do so. You asked about during the day or after school. Most of the research that we've seen out of school districts in states that are really seeing the most growth are seeing that in a model that embeds it in the school day. Now, that's not to say that's the only way to do it. If folks can't find a way to do that and want it in an after-school program, it can be successful that way. However, we recognize that there's some equity issues in doing it after school versus during the school day. And so certainly in our high-dosage tutoring guide that we provided to schools, with all the links and all the resources, we asked folks to try to embed it in the school day, that was our first priority. If it couldn't be done within a schedule, then we certainly can do it in an after school. But our first goal would be to embed it in the school day.
And how are parents included in the decision to have their children get the tutoring?
Certainly, there'll be a conversation. We put out the high dosage tutoring guide to all of our schools, explaining what the research says around what is best practice. What is high dosage tutoring? Is it just sitting and working with the student, or is there a whole lot more to it? And the simple answer is there's a whole lot more to it. It is really working with a group of 1 to 4 students for maximum. It's really using best practice. It is using high quality tutoring materials. We've gone through a whole RFP process and identified 3 to 5 resources, either A, that our staff can work with students, or B, that an enterprise, what we call an enterprise solution, or a vendor partner that can provide that same support to our students. And then from there, they identify staff members and or hire tutors that come in and will provide that support. As far as can a parent request that? If a student's performance is such that they would qualify and or need it, absolutely, we're going to look at that. I guess if someone is interested and says, hey, I think my child needs tutoring, we would certainly look at their data. We would certainly be able to look at their data and see where they're at. But our initial first investment of time and energy and intervention will be with students whose performance is below the 50th percentile, because we have an urgency to get those students where they need to be.
Okay. And the last question I have is on slide 3, the little nice pie chart. I was wondering, the allocation to district schools and the allocation to charter schools is pretty close, but we have a lot fewer charter schools. So how did that come out the same or close?
I'll let Brenna speak to that, because that was prior to me being here, so I don't want to misspeak there.
Yeah, and I would say district schools in one way or another are benefiting from everything except the red wedge. The blue wedge simply represents funding we put out on a dollar basis to schools for them to decide how to use. The rest is used in all these other ways in district schools.
So did you find different things to fund in charter schools than we have in the blue section, or?
Yes. I mean, some of the charters, so some of what schools are paying for are supplemental supports, one-time supports. Actually, a school I was on the phone with the other day said, you know what, I spent my ESSER 3 money on a family engagement liaison, and I will never go back. I will find the money because this is the greatest investment I've ever made. So they made site-based decisions. Our charters, many of them made similar decisions to what we made at the district level, meaning we said we wanted to do tutoring. Some of them have said we want to do tutoring. We want to invest money in support of our staff, because again, this is one-time money, and that's not a bad way to use one-time money. Many of them have done that. So when we look at their budgets that they established, and they get to pick what they do, we see many of the same themes emerge.
But the charters would have gotten something from the orange part as well.
Nope.
No, they didn't get
only get a pro rata share based on their enrollment.
But based on their enrollment. What I'm trying to say is they do get student instruction and learning money based on their enrollment. No. So it's not.
The red wedge was computed on a per student dollar basis. So we took the total pie and we said, here's total enrollment, including district and charter. The very first thing we did was separate out their piece and give it to them.
Okay.
And we took our piece and we spent it on all the other stuff.
Okay. Now I get it.
Yeah.
All right. I could give you an example, like that blue wedge, and tell me if I'm wrong with this. but there were some direct payments like to district-run schools to do things like summer programs to help get kids social and emotional support. They did like Camp Everett where my kid went. So would that be something that would fall into that category? I just wanted to talk about that.
Kind of. I mean, I feel like I should invite y'all to the budget training. No, they pay for stuff that the schools would typically pay for out of their SBB, and so sometimes that might be a supplemental service, but mostly, it flowed alongside their SBB allocations. We sent it out on the same time frame. Our community had said we believe that some of our schools know best how to respond to students' needs. And so that's why that blue wedge exists, is rather than try and set up a district initiative, our community said, put some of it into schools and give them the optionality, basically.
Other questions and comments, board members? Ms. Miller?
So thank you for the, I don't have access anymore to my presentations. I don't know why. But on that chart where you showed the, that one right there, showing how we're going to be managing it. And I think many people are scared to death of Armageddon after 2024. So I'm not so afraid of Armageddon with ESSER. I have other fears, but not with this. So thank you very much. You had mentioned, Kim, that you were looking at the kiddos that were 50% below nationally. Did you mean nationally or did you mean MAP? Did you mean?
I was talking about MAP. When we look at our MAP data, at the students that are performing at the 50th percentile or below are certainly that first tier of kids that we need to do the intervention with. But in terms of identifying schools, we identified schools that their overall average on MAP was at the 50th percentile.
Okay, so we're using the real-time data as of right now, not the CMAS data.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Thank you for that. And then how are we doing finding tutors?
That's a challenge. Certainly one of the first things we heard from schools was, we've got our hands full. Trying to get school started, having a normal school year, this is going to be a challenge. And so we certainly came alongside and said, what do you need? We need help setting up the systems and structures. We need help getting this going. And so we have 3 retired principals that are working part-time that are coming alongside our schools that have already met with our community soups, coming alongside to help them build the infrastructure and get going. But tutors were a problem last year in terms of hiring. We had a really hard time finding them. So part of what our efforts, part of what we put our energy into in our efforts was coming up with an enterprise solution that would allow real-time, not just online, but a real-time person interacting, even if it was virtual, for students in a quality way, looking at what other school districts had done around the country. And we have, I believe there are 3, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe there are 3 vendor solutions that were identified for our schools to choose from that will offer research-based, high-dosage tutoring through a virtual interaction, but it is with a human. And so we definitely, we looked at that as a possibility that we wanted to make sure that we wouldn't have the excuse of we can't find tutors, so we can't get it done. So we definitely have options for that.
So those are our vending partners that you mentioned.
Yes.
And have we, and I'm sure you guys have certainly gone through all of it with reaching out to Regis or CCU or Rocky Mountain, all of the different secondary levels or community colleges and things like that.
Yeah, that's been one of the biggest challenges is workforce, honestly. It really is. And our schools have said, thank you, we really need the resource, but we can't find the tutors. And so that's where we really did try to put our energy into viable enterprise solutions so that we wouldn't be in a position of saying we can't offer high dosage tutoring.
So if there are tutors out there, they need to call you.
We need them. Tell them to please call me.
All right. And then one more question I have, and that's just regarding the CDE tweaking of the budget. When we, you've changed some of the priorities of where we're going to be investing, and we go back to them and we show them how that's going to change. How fast are they turning it around? Are they, because they're kind of in the same black box we are in, right? In terms of priorities and what can be used and what cannot be used. So is it more of a partnership or is it more of a kind of wait and see? How does that work for you all in terms of time turnaround?
Yeah, so we're grateful for the support we get from CDE. They both try to provide technical assistance upfront so that we're not asking for things that they aren't going to approve. And then when they do provide commentary, they try to say, across these multiple items, can you clarify how this, for example, relates to the pandemic or helps you address something that was created in the pandemic. So some of the comments we've gotten back from them have been a little more generalized, and that enables us to improve everything going forward. I would say we appreciate their partnership and generally hear back from them soon. Yes.
So do you go back once a quarter, or is it just once a?
So far, it's been need driven.
Okay.
Our hope is that we get down to only twice a year because honestly, it's a time consuming process. And the more time we spend on that piece, the less time we have to do the rest of the business of the district. So we're hoping to, once we replace all the placeholders with detailed line items, and there's a lot of moving pieces here, we'll be good for a little while.
I think the second to last slide, Brenna had some timelines that we were looking at projecting in terms of when we anticipate having to go back with revisions to the application. Because the reality is the minute we submit it, it's wrong the next day as things just move and we try to keep up with it. But Brenda's team does a phenomenal job tracking and making sure that once we get approval and or feedback, we're able to resubmit and try to keep up with it and keep it as real time as possible.
Are there comments and questions from the board? Good.
Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Berta?
Sure. I had a lot of thoughts about the tutoring as a parent of kids in schools right now. I'm on kind of the receiving end of some of that communication. And I would love to see more data as the programs are implemented on how they're actually being implemented. Like a model I'm familiar with as a parent is kids being selected because they have missing work, not necessarily on any other kind of data or scores, and then it being after school, and very, very much so not being able to staff it. I was interested in your number, Dr. Kim, I think you said $120,000 per school, which gets split between delivering services and tracking the data. I might have gotten that wrong, but I'd be interested in how much goes to each one, because I think that one thing I noticed as a school was advertising for tutors out to the community was truly how low the hourly pay rate was for them. It's a problem across, I think, our staffing. And so all of that coming together, I love the way you talk about it and the hopefulness of it. And then it seems like the implementation of it is just really challenging. So I think there's some work that we could be doing if we track how schools are actually implementing this compared to the design that you just described for it. Because I think there might be a lot of gaps that I'm worrying about. And so if we're looking for outcomes and our implementation is subpar in a lot of ways compared to the design that you described, I don't think we're gonna get the results that we're hoping for.
Sure. Well, part of the ESSER budget is allocated directly toward program evaluation. So there is a formal program evaluation process being led by Dr. McGillivray to make sure that we are tracking data and we are making sure that we have results and we are able to reflect on those results. I would say on the other end of that, I'd be happy to share the high dosage tutoring handbook that really outlines all of the best practices and what the program looks like, what the model looks like, and how it's being used in our schools and how different that is from someone helping a child with homework after school. The reality of that is there are flaws that you could probably drive a truck through. When you think about a student who doesn't play school well, doesn't turn things in, doesn't necessarily mean they can't read or write on grade level. So we definitely need to look at data as far as that goes. And then finally, you asked about monetary allocation as far as what that value is. The range really was based on risk factors. It was based on performance. It was weighted, and Brian from Brenna's team worked with Dave Weiss and his team in order to make sure that we were equitable in how we looked at that. And the range was from $40,000 up to $260,000, depending on the school size, the student need, the student data, but the average was $120,000.
And Dr. Kim, can you just add a little bit more context around the timeline of when we expect the high dosage tutoring to begin? Because I'm just wondering if what Dr. Varda is experiencing is not aligned to the work that you guys have done, because it's not quite in place yet.
Right, exactly.
Can you talk about the timeline specifically for high dosage tutoring? That would be helpful.
Absolutely. The academic leadership team worked throughout from May all the way to August, making sure to build the model, looking and learning from school districts and states that had begun implementing high dosage tutoring last school year, and really looking at the results that they were getting. And so what I can tell you is, as of August, the team had a handbook, the team had a budget with allocation amounts that Dave and his team worked on. We had to put together an RFP. We had to go through a process of identifying vendors and identifying curricular resources, tutoring resources, ultimately landing in we now have it ready to go. It got rolled out to schools in September, mid-September, explaining to them, training, building administrators on what high dosage tutoring is, how you use it, what work is, what resources are available, all of those things. Long story short, the expectation is by mid to end November, we will have programs in place. We really wanted them in place in October. It just wasn't feasible to get that done. As much as I would like to wave my magic wand, we really couldn't get there. And so in being reasonable and working alongside schools, recognizing that our target goal is from mid to late November, that schools that are going to implement high dosage tutoring will begin to see those programs in place.
And I would just add, based on what Dr. Kim just shared around timeline, and a good portion of our budget being invested in this high dosage tutoring, and really working hard to make sure that we're doing it aligned to research, so that, we hopefully do get results from it. That's the whole goal. I think that that slide 4, which is the spend down timeline, is a lofty goal. And I fully anticipate, partly because of some of what Dr. Kim just shared, partly because of our interest in being very intentional in these investments and doing them systemically and consistently for students, as well as my prior experience with large federal grants that have short timelines and runways. When a district wants to do things intentionally, with purpose and systemness, and monitor the progress over time and adjust accordingly, that takes time. And so I fully expect us to have some fun balance going, past 24. And I also, based on experience from prior large federal grants on short timelines, expect that there could be an extension on the use of these funds, probably not indefinitely, but hopefully for a couple more years, because I also think the impacts of the pandemic are going to be longer than 24 for our kiddos in our schools. So I want to just put some context around this slide, that these are our best laid plans. But I anticipate that it may be a little bit longer runway than this for the work that we're able to do.
Thank you for that reminder, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and thanks, Superintendent Dorland. I think that clarification actually helps a lot, so I'll keep an eye on it, especially because I do get to see how it plays out in schools, especially our middle schools, as a parent. But just 2 other things. One, I just want to extend my support for the extended substitute pay. Almost every teacher that I've ran into over the last few weeks has said to me, "Don't forget, we don't have enough substitutes." They've asked me to just remember over and over that they're still in the same situation where they're covering other classes, they're still doing that work, and I think we just have to keep remembering that. So, my last question, though. This comes up a lot. And we've talked a lot about the ESSER funds not necessarily funding new things. How are we going to sustain these programs after our ESSER funds are gone? And we talked about this a little bit yesterday in our audit committee meeting. One thing we were wondering about is, can we get a sense of which of these programs are new initiatives that are going to come before the board in the next couple of years, that we're going to have to decide on whether to continue to fund them or not? because we don't really know that right now how we're going to continue to fund some of these. But I think what seems unclear is which of these programs that we're putting in place are new programs that aren't already part of a budget that we are going to have to consider. And how are we tracking the data on them to know if they're effective? How are we going to know whether we want to make that decision of a yes or no when it comes up later on? So it would just be helpful if we had a good sense of what those programs are that are new that we don't have already in a budget, in our general budget.
I'd be happy to follow up and create some notations within the overall ESSER budget that I provided in June as far as what started up when ESSER started up and what was a maintain from previous practice and or previous programming.
Okay.
I mean, generally speaking, I think the majority of things in the orange and light blue and dark blue are things that are going to be ads, because that's how we have structured this grant, to be additional supports for students. And, some of these things that we're starting, hopefully we don't need anymore because we have more foundational work that's happening in our schools and our students have recovered from the pandemic. And, but there will be things that hopefully there will be things that we say, oh my gosh, this works so well. And then I think through the budget process in the coming years, we'll be talking to you about those items, especially as we begin to implement plans to take care of our deficit and annually grapple with the multiple priorities that we all want to invest in.
Thanks.
Great. You okay? Okay. I just have one question, and then we can move on. Can you remind us, Ms. Copeland, what is the maximum allowable indirect rate to take from ESSER funds?
So CDE sets an indirect cost rate by looking at our financial data every year. And I do believe it's significantly higher than 4%. I don't have the number on the top of my mind, but I think it's like 9 or 10% or something like 10 or 12. Andy, my grants manager, will tell me tomorrow morning exactly what the number is, and I'm happy to share it back with the board.
Sure. I think it's 12%.
Okay. Thank you so much.
The reason I bring this up, and it could be a little bit different than that, and I know I've brought this up before, but I think it's really important for folks to realize that the district's taking 4.4% in indirect, which is extraordinarily low in terms of federal or other grants to take off the top for administrative costs and needs. And so, these are rough numbers, but, around 3 million if it's at around 4%, and around a little over 8 million if it's at 12%. So that millions and millions of dollars that are going directly back into programming to support student needs. It's really important, I think, and I thank the district whoever made that decision to do that, that we are calculating it that way, because it's just giving us more opportunities to meet student needs, and it's really important. So thank you for that. All right, if it is okay with you all board members, to do a little test here, we have 4 things left on our agenda. I know. So what I was going to suggest is that we do go through the next agenda item, take a break, and then conclude with the last 3. Is that okay with everyone? Is anyone going to combust? Okay. All right, great. Thank you all very much. So moving on to our next agenda item, the 2018 Capital Improvement Program allows Jeffco to provide our students and educators safe and high-quality learning environments. This presentation will provide the Board of Education with a quarterly update on the Capital Improvement Plan, the CIP, including information about JeffcoNet and an update on continuous improvement efforts related to CIP implementation. We are inviting our guests to come up here. So we have Chief Operating Officer Steve Bell, Chief Technology Officer Jill Ibeck, along with Barry Jones with Construction Management, Hillary Young with Technology Infrastructure, and I don't see Miss Elo, so I won't say her name out loud, who are joining us for our presentation. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to share before we turn it over? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bell, do I turn it over to you, or who's kicking us off? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, President Schooley, members of the board, Superintendent Dorland. This will be, I think, our 15th CIP quarterly report. since we initiated the program in 2018. The format of the report you see tonight is very similar to the ones that we've seen before. It's been a consistent model that we all agreed, you all and us, that it was informative and met your needs. So there's no real significant changes in formatting. We are going to add a couple of things to the CIP report tonight. One is the Jeffco net, and then Ms. Copeland is going to provide some input for you on some other issues relative to the CIP. Would like to introduce all of our folks. On the far left is Hillary Young, with our Executive Director with our IT department. I think you all know Jill Ibeck, Chief for IT. This gentleman here, I'm very happy to introduce. I think some of you may know him as Barry Jones, Director of Construction. And I would just like to compliment Barry, as he is one of the key individuals that are responsible for the implementation of our program. That includes everything from design, bid, construction management, project managers, closeout of projects. And as you know, this is quite a program over a long period of time. So my thanks and well done to Barry Jones. And I think you know Ms. Copeland, and I'm the same guy as always. We're going to follow some slides. Again, most of them will be similar and familiar to you. I would like to call out just one that Barry will address as we go along on page 7. You might recall that in the spring we reported to you that we had some bids on projects that really didn't go well. We had either what we call throwaway bids, meaning we had only one bidder and they bid way off the charts, feeling if they could maybe buy some business really cheaply. And we had others that we received no bids. So we delayed those projects and we are rebidding them. They'll be on the slide that talks about the October bids, which is this month. So that's the delay from last spring. With that, Barry, I'll turn this over to you, and there you go.
All right. Thank you, Steve. It's a pleasure, everyone. Thank you. This is my first meeting, so hopefully this goes okay. We'll start with the first slide here. We have $386,805,716 in the first issuance. And you can see how that is made up with bond issuance, premium on the first bond issuance, issuance costs, and interest through September 22 net of bank fees. Similar information for the second issuance. We have $307,362,915, $240,510,000 from bond issuance, $68,309,148 for premium on the second issuance, $1,293,367 on issuance costs, and 160. That's a negative, and negative 162,866 interest through September 22 net bank fees. That number's coming up since the interest rates are going up. So hopefully in the future that keeps dropping the way it has been. We do have a capital transfer of $136,707,125. So of that, we have $77,253, $63 that we already have, and then we're forecasting $59,453 and $462 upcoming. And that gives us a total forecasted revenue of $830,875,756. As far as expenditures go, we are at a total of $574,858,147. And as encumbered, we're closing out a lot of projects, so that number keeps dropping as we're finishing up those major big projects with the high schools. As we're looking at it, the first issuance is 98.7% spent, net retainage, and 60.5% spent on the second issuance. Charters are included in the above totals. They have expended about $57,182,015, and right now they have $791,504 encumbered. Next sheet kind of shows where our program contingency lies. one of the things on this one that we've been trying to get ahead on the consolidated schools, or the schools that are being moved into other locations. And so we've been adding those projects into our pie chart program. So it's working on projections and estimates in that. So that's why the 29 million doesn't match the 47 million. So just so we know that that's not, that money has not been spent. It's just been moved up to the projects not started category. Let's see. Next slide kind of shows where we are in a timeline. So the lighter yellowish color shows that we're at the 98.7% spent. The second issuance, which is the purplish color, shows that we're about 60.5%. And then the green, as we tailor out that, we're working with all capital transfer toward the end of the bond program. It shows a couple of peaks. The last peak will be it's forecasting the 2 new schools in that green area. Things were in progress right now. Alameda's building is finally being demolished, the existing. So that site's starting to work out. Marshall Elementary School, it opens the 24th. I believe that is next week, October 24th. So if anybody wants to go, that's a great facility. It's just beautiful. I mean, it's, I think the parents, the groups that are out there, their kids are taking tours of it. They can see right out their windows of all the construction. So it's been fun to work on that one. Jeffco Open, the ribbon cutting is probably going to be in November on that one. Stanley Lake High School will be opening that in January 23. Prospect Valley, that'll be opening January 23. And Ralston Valley will be opening June 23rd. This is the work we're going through. Steve talked about the 4 projects that we've pushed out. I just had an email message that said that 2 came on budget. They bid today. 2 on budget, 2 were way high. So we'll have to see what that means. Hopefully it's not too bad. Bid work in November. We have 3 projects going on that. Wheat Ridge is our last high school. That's going to be a great project to work with. The architects have done great design. Then we have Mount Carbon and Deer Creek, Mandalay, and Moore. We've synced those up since it's the same floor plan and seeing if we can get better bids on that. Then we have December bid. We have 7 projects bidding out then. Most of these are efficiency future ready type projects that's dealing with a secure entry. Then we have the first quarter bids. We have 11 at that time. Same again, it's a lot of the secure entries, a few little HVAC projects that are in there, district-wide mechanical. So that'll be the first quarter bids. And the bond. And we have bond projects ongoing throughout this year in the summer, which is FF&E projects, and that's kind of there's about 6 of those. A little bit about the construction industry inflation. It went up another 3.4% in the last 4 months. They say that it's going to stabilize in 23 to the normal of between 2 to 4% per year, but it really hasn't helped us out because we're at that top of the peak right now. As far as our capital improvement program goes, with the decreasing the FCI at the school facilities, where our goal was to reduce everything by 10%. That's what we wanted to be able to prove a success on completing the bond. and it looks like we're on target to get down to the 10% mark that we projected. And
Thank you, Barry. What I'd like to do, if it's all right, is we'll just go ahead with the rest of the presentation. Is that okay? So I'll turn this over to Jill and Hillary.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for allowing us to be here tonight to give the board a Jeffco Net update alongside CIP. And Barry, I just want to mention this is not my first time at this table, and I still hope very much that this goes okay. And so with that said, once again, with Hillary here next to me, we are here to update the board tonight on the status of the existing Jeffco network that's going on, and also to provide some recommendations to the board on how we move through the remainder of the project. As you're well aware, the district has been implementing the Jeffco Net fiber project per board consent approval in October of 2019. Two very important parts of this consent item are that the scope of this project does include all schools and sites within our district boundaries, and also that we need to ensure that we are monitoring and providing bandwidth equity for all students and users at all schools and sites. From a timing perspective, this project kicked off about 4 months prior to the global pandemic. Similar to other capital projects, the Jeffco Net project experienced delays and equipment shortages due to the global pandemic. Also, changes in permitting costs increasing due to state and local mandates. Both of these types of things are types of factors that led to some financial constraints for this project overall. After the dust had, please go back, Barry, I'm sorry, I'm not quite there yet. After the dust had cleared a bit and our students were firmly back in our classrooms post-pandemic, in April of 2022, the project team recommended to the board that the project be split into 2 specific phases. And as you can see here on this map, which we certainly hope is familiar to you all by now, what we're calling phase 1 is our front range schools, which is outlined here in gray border. And of course, that's where the majority of our schools and sites and students reside. And what we're calling phase 2 is our mountain schools, outlined here in the yellow border to the left, which of course includes our schools in our more mountainous region of our district. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Hillary to provide a little bit more detail and update on a little bit more detail of the project overall and provide some recommendations to the board.
All right, thanks for having us tonight. I'd like to go over the additional information and just give you a high-level overview of what's going on with the project. Phase 1 is scheduled for completion in June of 2023. Phase 1 will not exceed $31 million. Just to give perspective of what Phase 1 encompasses, it's 106 sites, 2 data centers, central admin sites, 2 bus terminals, and 2 stadiums. Some of the Phase 1 work has been paused, and we're waiting for the board to vote on the regional opportunities for thriving schools. We've decided, a couple months ago, we decided to go get high-level estimates for the potential Phase 2 project work. We went to our current vendor. They gave us a proposal of $21 million to do the mountain sites. We went to an independent expert, and they gave us a proposal of $29 million. Those are, again, high-level estimates, not RFP amounts. Just to give you perspective of what Phase 2 encompasses, it's 20 sites, including 14 schools, 1 bus terminal, and 5 facility locations. So our Phase 2 recommendation, based on work that we've done with the CIP steering, CAC, talking to TDPAC and our steering committees, is that we recommend that we pause Phase 2 until there's viable funding source for the project work. The viable funding source could come from a grant opportunity, it could come from a partnership, but today we don't have that. Our goal is to continue to evaluate options. We would want to consider the terrain limitations. We also want to get our minds wrapped around advances in technology that we don't know about yet. But our main goal is to adhere to ensuring bandwidth equity, whether it's through our own fiber network or whether it's through a vendor. So we will be continuing with RFP process to make sure that those mountain schools are covered as the Jeffco Net Phase 1 work stops or completes. We plan to give you guys updates through CIP with the quarterly updates so that you know what's going on. And that if anything viable does come up, we would like to bring it to the board so that you can give it the consideration that it needs and make decisions. But as of today, we don't have that. So that concludes my update.
Thank you, and I think Brenna's up next.
I'm happy to talk through this piece. I think Kimberly
Kimberly's not here.
has been leading this work. And so this next phase of slides is an opportunity for us to update the board on some of the improvements that we've been working on related to the implementation of our capital improvement program. And one of the things that you can see the recommendation here, sorry, I lost my place in our presentation, was that we should develop and provide specific reporting to help stakeholders understand budget and scope variances. We received feedback that a document previously known as the flipbook was in confusing ways different than what was reported on the CAC website. And because things weren't ticking and tying together and there were different sets of information published in different places, our community was very confused about what really has been completed and what does it cost us compared to the original scope and the original construction budget, which, as we all know in construction, adjusts over time, especially given what Barry shared with us about some of the inflation costs. So our communications team, led by Kimberly Elo, has just published a new capital improvement program update on our website. If you click that link, it'll take you there. And happy for the board to look through that. It is recently published. I think it was live maybe yesterday, Lisa? It went live yesterday. One of the things that we have made an effort at with this new publication is to link to one source of financial reporting, which is on our CAC website, instead of trying to publish things multiple times and not necessarily ticking and tying things together with the most accurate and up-to-date information. And we have also reframed it from the original flipbook to be more accurate in terms of a progress report. So if the board has questions about that, we can answer those later. But that was one of the recommendations that we had been working on in relation to improvements to the implementation of our CIP. And is this you, Brenna? Yep, thank you.
Okay. So I think you guys know that procurement is one of the divisions within financial services. So another one of the recommendations around the CIP was that the district should maintain bid tabulation and evaluation documents to support the bid evaluation, selection, and award process. And in response to this finding, the first thing was the procurement team met with the facilities team and said, what are we currently doing to retain bids? And I do think there is, and actually this slide potentially references the wrong policy. There is a facilities policy, FEG and FEGR, considering bidding processes. The policies themselves don't explicitly stipulate a document retention timeframe. And so we do want to update those policies so that we address this recommendation fully. I do think that in those conversations, in response to them, even before we update FEG or FEGR, the facilities team has adjusted their document retention policies. So again, I think the gist of this was in the sampling, there weren't certain bid documents available with the team that had come out. And so we're trying to address that with process improvements supported by procurement. Additionally, we went sort of above and beyond and started contemplating broader changes to the general district procurement policies, but that isn't necessarily in response to this particular recommendation. It was more part and parcel, I think, with some of the work that Julie is leading to update district policies in general. So, any questions on that part, or keep going and then do questions at the end? Yeah. Okay, keep going.
The next one, recommendations that we've been working on with our Capital Asset Advisory Committee relate to the creation of what are referred to as committee bylaws. This is an advisory committee, so we're working with Kaplan and Ernest, our attorneys, to create something that's not going to be a discouragement to people joining the committee. We don't want to do that. So we don't want to make things prohibitive and sort of dissuade people from being a participant. So we're working with that, and I'm one of the people that's working on those bylaws. I'm not the only one. Same with the handbook. That's a group effort that we're working with CAC. We have discussed with the CAC folks the appointment of officers. We did practice this a few years back. It was probably in the last bond program, which would have been 2012. When we initiated the Warm, Safe, and Dry program. And we had chairmen and officers of CAC. During that program, the CAC committee determined that they didn't want to have officers, that they liked having sort of a consensus committee of folks, and that they liked the staff leading the meetings as far as following agendas and creating topics. So we've had back and forth discussions with CAC about this topic. Obviously, we can do it. We can select officers if we want. I'm a little concerned about, again, creating something that is not in the best interest of those people that we want to have on our advisory committee. So we have not done that yet by design. And I'm just saying that there are conversations yet to be held with our CAC committee members. We have 11 members of our committee now.
We are also, just as an aside, thinking about bylaws for several of our committees, including FOC as well as CAC.
So with that, President Schooley will entertain questions from our group.
I will entertain questions. Board members, is there any board member that'd like to begin? Comments or questions about the CIP quarterly update? Hearing none. Okay. Well,
I have one quick question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it correct that we're still looking at being able to fund all of the projects that we have planned? Is there any doubt of that?
Yes.
Okay.
We are planning on completing the CIP program. There are some decisions that will come to the board going in the future here. We all know what those are: closures and consolidations. What do we do with surplus funds? To what level? And how many surplus dollars will we have when we complete? As Barry indicated, we are probably, correct me if I'm wrong here, Barry, we're probably within 100 to 120 million of completing the program. A big chunk of that lies in 2 new schools that are proposed in the CIP. So there are discussions yet ahead of us.
And maybe to provide a little bit more context, Dr. Varda, we do believe that everything that was outlined in the original proposal will be completed. We also, as a reminder to the board, had a conversation last spring about the unallocated contingency. And in that conversation, the board decided it was interested in us exploring options for Fletcher Miller, which has started. I think there was an update in that, maybe in a Q&A that we had sent to you. And so we're working with an architecture firm to explore options for a Fletcher Miller site. And we have, based on conversations that also last spring with the board, begun to outline potential investments in buildings based on the board's decision around the regional opportunities for thriving schools. So a couple of just highlights from that you'll likely remember, but Prospect Valley has a contemplated addition onto the new site that was in the original design. Stober currently has mobiles on site, and its music program is in a mobile. And so we've contemplated an additional classroom wing as well as a music suite at Stober. And then Lasley, we've been talking about Lasley and some ADA upgrades at Lasley, and some other improvements that we can outline. So we're getting ready with kind of a list of what we might propose. Could be additional investments based on the board's decision in November, but none of those funds have been allocated or spent other than the investment in the architecture firm that we're partnering with right now for professional services related to Fletcher Miller. So that's just a reminder to you all about some of the conversations we've had around the unallocated contingency. And the only guidance that we feel like we've gotten from you is to think about the schools that might be receiving students and to explore Fletcher Miller. And those are the two pieces we've been working on. We'd be sharing more with you based on, depending upon what happens in November.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions, Dr. Barta? I didn't want to cut you off if you were.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, great. Ms. Miller, I know you had your hand up as well, and then Ms. Reed.
Yeah, just to real quick question for Jeffco Net. So when the board authorized it back in October of 2018, the plan, the phase was comprehensive, correct? It was both the whole district, and that price point at that time was it the 31 million? I thought it was less than that at that time, actually.
It actually was more than that. It was up to 36 million. And yes, you're correct. All schools and sites were in scope and still continue to be in scope as well.
Right.
And the board also was it a 60% of that, up to 36 out of the CIP?
Correct. 60% out of the capital improvement fund and 40% IT was on the hook for coming up with.
Right. And so we had a benefit of the $5 million this past spring, correct?
Correct.
That came over to help with this.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, if the resolution or if the consent agenda approval was for the whole package, are we in compliance by putting phase 2 off and saying we're not doing that at this time because it's gone over a certain amount of money? I'm just trying to figure out where we are legally, what box.
Yeah, we can get some advice from Julie on that piece, and she may or may not be ready to give that this evening. And if she's not, we can follow up with you. I think, depending upon how you look at the board's role, what we believed that we had the authority to do was spend the money that the board had identified for this project. We were also in the middle of the project, and so we wanted to complete at least what we could within the means that the board had approved. And so that's what we've done. We aren't able to add the mountain communities for the amount that's been approved by the board. And so we would not contemplate reading you a contract that we feel like was above and beyond what we had approval to spend on this project. And so Julie could probably take a look at the resolution, which is in your board docs for your information. We've sent it to you a couple times, and give us some input on the board's. I think initially the board was asked about this investment, given that it was not an original part of the bond scope. And then that's when they allocated and had this resolution around 60%, 40%. And this team has done a great job working with an amazing partner in Henkels and McCoy to get it done. And we are happy to follow up. Julie, if you want to chime in now, or if you feel like you need some time, that's fine too.
Thank you. Well, in classic lawyer fashion, we're always reluctant to opine on legal questions in open session. I'd prefer to do that in exec. I will say that Ms. Ibach has consulted with me to be sure that we're sort of comfortable with comparing the language associated with your vote at the inception of the project with the fact that there needed to be some adjustments on sequencing and timing. So, what might make sense is for me to pull together some thoughts and even communicate them to you in a confidential email.
Okay, that would be great because as I recall, it was even before it went into CIP, before October of 2018. If you go back in time, I think there was a budget for it. I'd have to go back and look, but I remember people sitting at this table and being excited about this whole new idea, and it was going to be great. It was going to cost X, and then it cost X plus, and then it went into the CIP. And that's just me remembering, and I need to go back and look, but I really want to make sure we're honoring what we said we were going to do, and maybe it started to get more expensive than we expected, and we went different ways. And I know you guys weren't here, but I just want to make sure we're honoring what we had said we were going to process through.
Yeah, and we have gone back and done some research, which led us to the October 2019 board decision.
Right.
But we're happy to go back and look to see if there are some things prior to that related to this project. Maybe it was called something a little different. We can do some search for that too and just double check.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, we can certainly help provide that information. What we do know is that there were a couple updates provided alongside a tactic defined alongside Jeffco Generations.
Yes, exactly.
And so we have been trying to dig through historical information leading up to tonight.
Right.
It's a tangled web we weave with how we store documentation. So we can continue working on that for you and already are.
Yeah, it was a tactic. You're absolutely right. And I just can't remember. I've went back too many tactic presentations.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the other thing I would say about this is when you just think about the purpose, it really is to provide equitable access to high quality internet for our students in schools. And I do want everyone to know that even though the bedrock in the mountains is proving to be more expensive than originally anticipated by this project team a long time ago prior to us, we are going to be providing equitable services in our mountain schools, and we will continue to do that. The other thing I will emphasize is, we've been talking about living in a VUCA world and that things are volatile and changing rapidly and complex. And we believe that there is emerging technology through satellites, for example, that might be coming up in the next few years such that we may not want this cost associated with boring through bedrock and laying dark fiber through the mountains when we may have on the horizon in the next 2 to 3 years a more viable and less expensive technology solution. So that's something else that Jill has talked to me about and that we're just keeping an eye on. It may be something we want to do, but it may not be. And we just want to pause for a moment, take a breath, and make sure that we're not investing or recommending to you that we invest additional monies, whether it's CIP or elsewhere, in something that might be an outdated technology in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and if I can add also, bringing this conversation full circle with some of the other very good points made in other presentations we've heard tonight, we want to look at data points alongside the board as well. And so some of those data points that we're looking at are not just technological advances and what it's costing to bore through bedrock and things like that, but cost avoidance. What is the cost avoidance if we were to build the mountains out? Is it equitable to the cost avoidance that we're getting from phase one of the build out? The cost per student to build this out, things like that. Those are data points that we're soon going to be able to wrap our arms around to provide to you all because we're getting close at getting phase one done. And we're really excited about that still, going back to that excitement from before. And so we really believe that data points are going to help lead us into the future. And we look forward to providing them.
if there's any opportunity for any municipality to hop on with us with the fiber, that could make money for us too.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're thankful to be under the purview of both CAC and TDPAC influencing those connections that those groups have. They're helping us out quite a bit as well, and we're following up on leads.
Okay, great. Thank you. So going back to the chart that showed us the spend down, Barry, thank you very much. It was the bar chart, the tall bar chart, where it says, yep. Go back the other way, please.
The flow chart, cash flow?
The cash flow chart. Yes, thank you. That one. And it says, I think you mentioned, Tracy or Steve, it was, you're talking about the two schools that we're thinking about building out, and I think it's 2025. They'd be open. So that, right. And so just talking through this, that we did talk about having a pause on those two schools, considering how many classrooms we have. We're building additional classrooms at Prospect Valley and at Stober, and being able to rationalize it with our community as to why we are closing X number of schools and opening X number of classrooms, and then thinking about 2 more schools. I think we really have to be thoughtful about what we're going to do with that money. And then talking about the Fletcher Miller, I also wanted to bring a question about the Alameda project for the health clinic and where that was along in the process of costing it out. I know Dave, I think he's gone, but David Weiss, I think, had gotten some grant funding that he had found for dollars to support that work. And I just was curious where that was.
You're correct on the grant funding. I believe there were 2 grants, one for 100 and one for 500. The project estimate was at 1.1 million.
Right.
So that means to complete that clinic, the district would have to fund the additional 500 to 600.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that on the flag as we were talking also about Fletcher Miller, because I think we as a board had walked that building or that facility and talked about how we wanted that as a priority too. I think that's what, the clinic, the health clinic. Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was on our list. And then real quick, Barry, I wonder if you can help me. If you go back to the chart, one more up from here, this one. When I looked at item number 7 in contingency, and we're down to the $29 million, and when I went back to your September CAC presentation, we were at $42 million, or I guess you said the $47 million, correct? And I don't know if you talked with the CAC about the change of what you were presenting to us this evening versus what was presented 2 weeks ago.
Yes, this was a discussion, and there's no change in dollars. All we did, only for illustration, is we said there's an estimate of new project needs based upon the closure consolidation plan, right? There's 3 additions and some ancillary projects of about $17.8 million. So we subtracted 17.8 from the 47, because that 47 did match line 7 and put it up in the 0 line, not started. So there's $17 million in the 0 line, right?
Okay.
Which comes from 47 million, subtract.
From September 15th.
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess.
That was a decision we made to illustrate. And the driver of that decision was we would rather folks not look at this category, which some people do, quite a few, and say, oh, there's 47 million there that we now have all of our wish list. So we wanted to be sure that we have allocated for closures and consolidations that prospective spend. It's not spent, it's in that fund.
Right. I just want to make sure that we're not, that $17 million that we've put on hold for that purpose. And we know that we have potentially another round coming up in the next number of months in January, looking forward for some secondary considerations as well. I want to make sure that we as a board can prioritize how we're re-envisioning those schools that are accepting children, where we're blending communities, and or what happens next, because those are going to be hefty price tags with the rate of inflation, and I just don't want to put ourselves in a box by saying that that's what we're going to be doing that money, using that money for.
The only allocation is based upon the plans that we've looked at as of today.
Okay.
Now.
And that's what I think we should be aware of.
You're certainly accurate. There are some serious discussions going forward.
Right. And I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that, because now we're down to $30 million in contingency. And I'm assuming that we have not earmarked. And so I'm assuming that $30 million, does that envision the Fletcher Miller? And does that envision the, yes or no?
I'm going to try not to complicate things
too
much. The numbers do not incorporate the saving reduction that we'll have in capital projects. That is not incorporated in our dollars. So we believe that our actual contingency
will be higher than this.
will be depending upon the decision of the two schools, which you identified in
Correct.
our cash
Okay.
flow. If you incorporate those
Yep.
in the discussion, then our unallocated revenues, we believe this is a big range, will be somewhere in the range of 46 to 104.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have the room to run. Yeah. Okay.
Depending upon
Decisions that are made. I'm just saying, if we
Correct.
have plan A, plan B, plan C, it's always good to have plan D. So I'm a big believer in 4 plans, so to speak. Options are good. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Reed, I think you were next. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Ms. Parker.
One of the questions I have on the Jeffco net going live, phase 1, are you going to put all the schools and all the buildings, all the facilities live at once, or are you going to phase that in?
So we're actually phasing that work, and we've started that work. We do have sites that we're currently on our own bandwidth. We do have a contract with Lumen right now that expires in June of 2023. So the goal is to have the sites turned up by the time that contract expires so that we can terminate what we've got on the Front Range from paying our Lumen contracts.
I'm very glad to hear that we're not going live on all the schools and all the facilities on one date. Okay, thank you. Another thing on the bids, the rebids that are going out, how confident are you that this time it will be better, that you'll actually get some real bids?
Well, just the news that I got today, 2 were under, 2 were over. So it's too good the 2 were under because they were way over.
Are they all for the same project, or
No, it's 4 schools.
Okay, so still only 1 bid per school, or?
Yep.
Okay.
So 2 of the bids were right on budget, 2 were, he said, significantly over. So I have to.
Okay, but at least we had 2 that were
Yeah.
good to consider.
We'll know more as things go through, but the comments I'm getting is that subcontractors are still shy on giving numbers. So they're padding things unless it's something that they know they can do. So
I get a lot of questions about the secure entries. And so I just want to clarify that the intention is all the schools that we are going to be sending students to are planned to have secure entries.
Yes, that's like the number 1 priority. Sometimes we'll bid it as an alternate just so we can see how much it is, but it's always what we want to do.
Okay. And then the final question I have is on slide 3, the one with the tall bars and stuff. So this shows the green cap transfer really only popping up in 2024. So am I reading this right, as of 2019 when you started spending bond money, that there was no cap transfer?
No, there is cap transfer every year in the CIP plan program. What we do by design is we defer the expenditures from capital transfer because we can roll those dollars over in our cap transfer budget annually, because we have 2 things. We have no spend down requirement of the cap transfer like we do for bond proceeds. And although it's really not relevant at this point in time, we have no arbitrage considerations on yields. Dennis laughing because she knows the arbitrage is, you saw the interest carry that we showed on phase 2 is negative. So, but those are the considerations, and that's why we defer the cap transfer.
Okay. So now I do see back in your prior slide, you did show that. So it's just that you did get the revenue, but you didn't expend from it. Got it. Okay, thanks.
Great. Any other questions, comments? You may ask one more, Ms. Miller. So this new dashboard that you're going to put up regarding the investments that have been made at the schools, if you were to look at the flip book with the little dots that went back to a playground was going to go in, or we were going to put down asphalt in the parking lots, whatever those upgrades were going to be, will those be depicted in this dashboard as well, so that we can show that we did the parking lot, we did the
Okay, I don't have
Okay, do
a
you need a
computer
charger?
right now.
Do you need a charger?
What?
Would you like us to get you a charger, Miss Miller?
No, I can't get onto the Wi-Fi for some reason. I didn't complain. Well, I was gonna say a different word to Mary about what I've been saying over here, but I'll look at it. I'm just asking because I know even the hey, we wanted to get a playground. Did we get our
Yes.
playground?
So that is part of it, and it's by articulation area still.
Okay.
The other thing that has been added is a section on added projects.
Okay.
So D'Evelyn 581 conference. It also includes the final or current cost and the date that additional project was approved by the board.
Like the fields.
Yep. And then it also, track and turf fields is there. It also includes, in fact, that's not in new, that's in projects with significant variance greater than 2 million. So it just transparently shows where we've gone over. And then it does do the project by project, school by school for families who just want to go in and say, I want to know what happened at my school and what I got.
And so if there's things that have not been done as of yet,
yes,
like a school has not gotten the asphalt done for their parking lot, will that just say pending or to be done or whatever? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the key right now, but I do believe that it mentions that. And it is not called the flip book. It is called the just the update on the capital improvement.
No, I'm just saying when people looked at the flip book, when they
Yes.
put up their little posters at their school, they had dots next
Yes,
to things.
it has that.
To be done. Or checks.
Or checks.
Yeah, it
Yes.
could have been X's. I don't know. But I
just mean that I think there's a difference based on what was done and what is not done currently.
okay, thank you. But that's what people were looking at for little circles to be filled in or whatever it was. So great. So they can know. Perfect. Thank you.
And the only thing I have to say is I saw the architects rendering the plans for Wheat Ridge High School. Looks beautiful. I am so excited to have that project underway and paid for. Go Farmers. Okay. Thank you very much for all of your work on this. Appreciate it. Thank you, IT team. Board, we're going to take a quick break, and I apologize. I know we are running an hour late, so for all of our guests that are waiting for us, I feel bad. So about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and get started with the next agenda item on debrief. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to move ahead with our agenda, talking about district performance framework, DPF growth presentation, school UIPs for priority improvement, and turnaround schools. Each year, Colorado schools and districts receive performance ratings to let them and their communities know how well that they are doing. These reports are called the District Performance Frameworks, DPFs, and School Performance Frameworks, SPFs. The overall ratings assigned based on achievement and growth on state assessments, along with such post-secondary measures as graduation rates, dropout rates, college entrance exams, and college matriculation rates. The ratings help the Colorado Department of Education and the State Board of Education make decisions about how to help struggling schools. So this presentation, with all of our friends here, will provide information regarding the district's most recent DPF. I'm assuming I'm going to turn it right over to you, Mr. Weiss, unless our superintendent would like to. No, she does not. I'm turning it over to you, and I will let you introduce your colleagues.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Director Scully, for having us here and board. I'm Dave Weiss, Chief of Schools, and tonight we are here to talk to you about the support that we provide for our schools that are in priority improvement or turnaround. All schools that are in priority improvement or turnaround require a board approval of their unified improvement plan. And so, for the three of you that are new to the table this year, this is a process that we go through every year. We have a handful of schools that have a priority improvement or turnaround unified improvement plan that they have to submit to the state. There are a lot of eyes on those plans, so I want you to know that there's a lot of, and that's part of what we're going to talk about here tonight. You last month saw the district unified improvement plan and the district performance framework. Tonight we're going to talk more about school-specific unified improvement plans and their performance frameworks. And so we're going to go ahead and get started. As we do that, I'm going to have the people around the table introduce themselves, and then I'm going to introduce who's behind us as well in the audience. So, Dr. Hill, I'll have you go first.
Donitris Hill, Community Superintendent for the Jefferson and Alameda Articulation Groups. Thank you.
Renee Schreiner, Director of the Turnaround Support Team.
Celeste Sulte, Community Superintendent. I support the Pomona and Arvada Elementary Arctic areas, as well as the Green Mountain area.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Wendy Dorn. I'm a Community Superintendent, and I support the Pomona Secondary, Arvada Secondary, and AECs.
Also in the audience, I'd like to introduce Heather Patel and Lisbeth Phillips, who are the Turnaround Support Team coaches. And then the rest of the people in the crowd tonight, I think for the most part, are our principals of our schools that have plans that you're going to be reviewing next week, actually, in your consent agenda. So, and thank you to the principals for being here. Apologies if we were a little noisy in between. We were just ready to get up here. So, yeah, they're a good group. All right. I want to walk you through a little bit of what the Turnaround Support Team does, how we fund them, what that looks like, and what kind of support each of these schools receive in their Unified Improvement Plan. And then, as I mentioned, next week in the consent agenda, the Unified Improvement Plans will be up in front of you for the Priority Improvement Turnaround schools, and we'll identify which of those schools are there. We primarily fund this program through the EASY Grant. The EASY Grant is the Empowering Action for School Improvement grant through the Colorado Department of Education. We first received this grant in 2017 and implemented it in the 2018-19 school year. Since that time, we've written 2 other EASY grants, and we've received about a total of $2 million over the course of the last 5 years to support turnaround work. That money has supported the Turnaround Support Team. It's also supported resources that we've been able to put into schools, including curricular resources, coaches, and additional supports for our administrators, and in some cases even like an AP to help support instructionally at the school. These schools are identified priority improvement or turnaround based on the school performance framework dedicated by CDE. We also support schools that are supported by ESSA, that are identified by ESSA, which is the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is a national identification that our schools receive. And in some cases, it's a very targeted support. For example, a school might be identified by ESSA because of their scores with their students with disabilities. And so they may have a specific targeted support that they receive help for. We also partner closely with the CDE turnaround team. So there's a turnaround team at CDE who partners closely with us. We have a close connection there because last year at the table was Laura, who is now working for CDE because they got her from us. And so she's on that team, and she supports some of our schools still in that role. And then we also work closely with Nicole Monet, who's from CDE in the turnaround team capacity. This is the timeline, really, of the supports that we've put in place. This team, again, like I said, the grant was received 2017. The first year of implementation was 2018-19. At that time, we were supporting 12 schools. We had an assistant director, an instructional coordinator, and we had 4 coaches. So when we came out the gate, we had quite a bit of support on that team and wrapping their arms around several schools. We've also sent a lot of our administrators through relay training, which is a Harvard Graduate School of Education training for high speed, high improvement of our schools. And so it's really a very focused and driven program that you'll hear some about here in a little bit in terms of how it supports our schools. We did end up reducing in the year of the pandemic to 2021 school year the team a little bit, in part because we were finding that putting our resources into the schools was really helpful, but also we were getting a little more focused in terms of what our coaches were able to provide the schools and how that work looked. And then we wrote another grant, which is supporting our most recent cohort. And then last year we did expand to include Great Works Montessori, which is the first charter school that we've supported with turnaround support team, and that's actually been really good work. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough students in their data to tell us whether or not they quite moved the way that we wanted them to. But and then now we've continued this work with Renee as the director and Heather and Lisman as the coaches, and then really Celeste and Wendy doing a lot of the leading from the community superintendent standpoint of and being the liaison and support. Dr. Hill, being new to Jeffco, is learning the way that we do things in Colorado because he's also new to Colorado, and so but he's learning quickly, and we're really making sure that our principals, more than anything, feel lifted up by this team and that they're helped and supported in terms of how they look at the data, how they choose the practices they're going to put in their UIP, and how they follow through on the things that they say they're going to do in those plans. Okay, so really quickly, I do want to share with you the schools that do need your approval. So on this slide here are the schools that you'll see. We're not sharing their UIP in the meeting tonight. You're going to again see that you'll be able to look at that in your meeting next week if you'd like prior to. But these are the schools right now that we're supporting that need approval. The reason it says supporting and needs approval is we also support some schools right now that don't need approval because they've improved and they actually are not in turnaround or priority improvement. So we'll get to that here in a moment. These schools also need approval, and you can see where they fall. The part in parentheses, like if you look at the schools with the parentheses underneath them, that's their ESSA identification in some cases as well. And then the last set of schools that need approval, and you can look at this later, but and then these are schools that we still support through the turnaround team, but they have actually improved to the point that you actually don't need to approve their UIPs. So the UIPs can be submitted without your approval. But we're still happy to share them with you because they're going to be really good. So as we look at this work, Renee is the director of this team, and she works most closely with the coaches and the principals to support their work alongside the community superintendent. So I'm going to actually hand it over to Renee at this point, and she's going to talk about the structures and some of the strategies and tools that we use.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much for having us this evening. So our support is primarily side-by-side in schools with school leadership teams, which include principals, assistant principals, deans, instructional coaches, and any other roles within the school that set and monitor the goals of the school. This year, we provided my coaches and I over 240 hours of side-by-side support. We support 13 schools, plus we have an additional 17 schools that we're supporting with performance management. We have over 420 leader interactions side-by-side. That includes small group professional learning for our school leaders, support of school leadership teams, and one-on-one support for school leaders. One core belief that my team holds is to build capacity with school leaders and support their growth and learning as well. We primarily focus on 5 levers for rapid school improvement. Those are the school climate and culture, performance management, which is the school's continuous improvement cycle, data-driven instruction, observation feedback cycles, and then planning for first best instruction. The additional supports we offer are an opportunity to apply to the different routes within the EASY grant, and we help with that application process. Timely professional learning for the leaders based on data trends. We provide a TST newsletter, which is a communication tool intended to provide consistent communication across all of our schools that we share around data trends and our team's progress. We elevate bright spots, we communicate upcoming professional learning opportunities, and we share resources across all of our schools. We also maintain a website intended specifically for school leaders so that they have the tools and resources that they need around the 5 levers that I mentioned. And also, as a turnaround support team alongside community superintendents, we hold a quarterly review to analyze our impact, and it is part of our team's continuous improvement cycle. So we hold ourselves very accountable for making sure that school leaders feel supported and they're able to do their best work. Some common elements of all of the schools we support are those continuous improvement cycles. So some of the keys to that is to utilize a performance management tool. Part of that is to support leaders with in-depth data and root cause analysis, and in setting major improvement strategies and prioritize goals aligned directly to the school's most urgent needs and growth opportunities. The tool organizes the goals and benchmarks aligned to those major improvement strategies, and then leaders identify their action steps and reflect regularly on the school's progress toward meeting their end-of-year goals, using data and then adjusting accordingly throughout the year based on that data. We also engage with school leadership teams in monthly performance management sessions where we review the school data and progress, and then we walk classrooms. So we get into classrooms to observe student learning, and we calibrate with first norming on the look-fors that are related directly to the school goals. We debrief the observations and note bright spots, growth opportunities, and next steps, and then we help plan timely communication and feedback to the staff. We map out upcoming support from our team and then next steps for upcoming school-based professional learning. All the school leadership teams engage in best practice, and we use a variety of research to define those practices, including Relay Graduate School for Education, the Turnaround Leader Competencies, which is research curated based on public impact, and from the 4 domains for rapid school improvement, which comes from CDE, and that gets curated from WestEd. So schools use the 4 domains rubric for both a diagnostic tool and a progress monitoring tool. We also have frequent data collections. So for the last 3 years, our schools support common data across all schools around school and staff culture, academics, and leadership. It draws into a data dashboard that community soups have access to progress monitor their schools. And then there's a larger dashboard that we can see all of our schools' data that they collect. So we analyze that data on a weekly basis as a team, noting bright spots, growth opportunities, and trends that help us to inform our next steps and supports. And then we collaborate closely with state and many of our district Jeffco partners as well. And this year we actually have many of our district partners attending performance management sessions, such as ESL dual language partners and special education partners as well. Next slide. So I just want to hone in a little bit more on the PM tool. It is an extension of schools' UIPs, and it is attachment that gets uploaded to their UIP. Attached is a copy of Jefferson's Junior Seniors PM tool. The PM tool is a dynamic document that drives the school's priorities for the year, and the school leadership teams use the PM tool regularly. So you'll see that the UIPs look a little bit different because they have this additional component to it. It takes the place of their action step in the UIP. It's intended to be an ongoing progress monitoring tool, so all the goals are measured monthly, with many of them being measured weekly. It ensures timely and actionable response to data, and then we support schools with helping them carve out their PM tools, ensuring that the goals are ambitious yet attainable, data-informed, measurable, and worthy enough to make a significant positive impact on student outcomes. I believe that principals will attest to the fact that clarity and intentionality from the outset, starting with the PM tool, allows them to address the most urgent needs of students and stay focused throughout the year on their rapid school improvement efforts. With that said, we do have some quotes on the next 3 slides, from some of the school principals that we work with, and they're a testament to the partnership in this work and the collective efficacy that we share. It is an honor for me and my team to partner so closely with our school leaders. They truly are inspirational. They lead with confidence and transparency, as well as with a sense of urgency and empathy. And it's my hope that you'll have the opportunity this evening to ask them about the impact that they're already seeing on student learning, teacher growth and development, and their own growth as leaders. Dave, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm going to go back to this slide about performance management tool really quickly, and the links in your presentation are live, so you can actually go into this example. I also want to share that the performance management meeting and tool themselves are really high leverage, deeply engaging conversations between community superintendents, the turnaround team, the principals, instructional coaches, and I would invite any of you, if you would like, to come out and visit a performance management meeting. Director Miller came to one last year. They really are, it's some of the most special work we're doing, I think, in Jeffco. And one of the questions that you asked me last year was, why aren't more schools doing this? And I'm happy to report that almost 50 schools are using a PM tool this year. And so it's not just the schools supported by Turnaround. We've seen the work as community superintendents. We've seen how this work can really get schools focused and dialed in. And as a result, we've shared it with other schools. And we haven't required it at this point, but we had almost 50 schools jump on board with this strategy and have submitted it as a part of their UIP. And so, which I believe is probably one of the largest in the metro area in terms of using this tool to get their work focused. And so I do want you to know that invitation is open for any of you. If you'd like to attend one of these meetings, I would encourage you to do so, because it's pretty great work. These schools, we know, are some of our most underserved, serve the highest concentrations of poverty, highest concentrations of students with disabilities. And these people are engaged deeply in instructional conversations as a result of the support that they get from this team and the focus of these leaders. And so I can't say enough how much sometimes the data doesn't tell the whole story. And I think it's really important to know that we've got great leaders doing this work and great people, on our team and the turnaround team doing that as well. I'm going to share a couple of statistics with you. The unfortunate reality of this work is that in the second year of the turnaround team, COVID hit in March. And we didn't have testing, and we didn't have an SPF, and then the following year was not a typical year at all. But in the first year of the turnaround team, 30% of the schools that they supported moved out of priority improvement or turnaround status. And then the accountability clock has basically been paused since then. Our turnaround support team has provided over 2,200 hours of side-by-side support for school leaders. And I also want to go back to something that Renee said earlier. If you heard her say, they've already provided 244 hours of side-by-side support for principals, and we are a quarter of the way into the school year. So they're already getting out there in front of these conversations with leaders, and it's great. We have gone from 12 supported, the 21-22 school year, 12 supported schools, 40% moved out of priority improvement or turnaround. So we do have another one who maintained improvement status, and another one who moved from turnaround to priority improvement, which is a move in the right direction, and it's not quite as far as we want them to go, but it's moving in the right direction. And so this year already you can see the leader interactions and hours of support, and then all of our schools are tracking local data. So as I mentioned, MAP is not always the only piece of data. So we look at a lot of other pieces of data: attendance, discipline, school culture, student culture, staff culture, professional learning, the work that's taking place in these schools. We track all of it through this PM tool. And then the data is reviewed every week by the turnaround team. And then as they engage in the work with principals or community superintendents, they're able to use that data and be data informed in the discussions that they're having and the decisions that they're making. So we're going to open it up to questions for you. Just a reminder, next week you will have those UIPs. They'll be in that consent agenda portion. The principals are here tonight because we want you to have the opportunity, if you'd like to ask any of them a question, they can join us over here by Dr. Hill at the table, and they can answer any questions you might have. Our team here can answer questions as well, but I can promise you that there are a lot of eyes on their UIPs. CDE's eyes are on them already. Our eyes are on them. The community superintendents are reviewing them. The turnaround team is reviewing them and giving feedback. And I would argue that these are probably the most well-written UIPs in the district because of the number of eyes and accountability that are on them. So, all right, we'll open up for questions.
Great. Thank you all so much. And seriously, thank you all so much for being here. I know it's late. And thanks for all of your work. Board members, is there anyone that would like to open us up with any comments or questions? Ms. Reed.
So we know that we couldn't really use the CMAS scores during COVID. What are we using for the year 21-22 to measure so that we're figuring out who's coming off of?
That was using CMAS scores from in the SPF. So, is that what you're asking?
Okay. Are we considering that to still be a valid measuring tool, given that we don't really have anything to measure against the year before?
We don't have complete data because they didn't assess all students.
Right.
And so I think there are some questions to the validity of it, yes. We do have map data, though, in a lot of these schools that shows really great.
So we're leaning more heavily on map?
Well, we may be, but CDE still looks at CMAS for the SPF, CMAS. Yeah. Does that make?
Yeah, well,
we use lots of
I think
data, but
it makes
CMAS.
as much sense as it can make, right?
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense to me to actually use map data.
Of course, yeah.
But, okay, I was just curious.
Yep.
Board members, are there? Does the map data tell a different story than what the CMAS data tells us?
In some cases, yes.
So is there an opportunity to raise challenge?
There may be a couple of opportunities, and Carol Eaton's team is evaluating which ones we have a valid argument to make, and so we're looking into that right now.
Okay. Well, I think
Yes, it's a good question.
Ms. Parker, did you have a question?
So it's only CMAS right now that they're using to come up with this list of, ratings?
Yes, I believe that is correct. That CMAS, CDE is using CMAS to evaluate that data. Yes.
And so the schools that have insufficient data, that means they didn't have enough students taking the CMAS tests.
Correct.
And so how does your team work with them, or do you?
We do. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say that. There might be some schools that say insufficient data that weren't previously in turnaround or priority improvement.
Mm-hmm.
But a good example is like Great Works Montessori was previously in turnaround. So we were already supporting them, and they have insufficient data this year, which is related to the number of students that took the assessment, but we're still supporting them.
And what is the number of students that have to take it to make it sufficient?
15 per. Well, is Dr. Eaton here? 16 for achievement, 20 for growth.
16 students? That's
per grade
it?
level. Yep.
Oh, per grade level.
Per grade level.
No, it's 16 students per school. Whoa. Okay. And then what have we learned? Do we have an idea now of what circumstances would cause a school to get into these ratings, and like, for instance, do they get to priority improvement before they go down to turnaround, or do some people make a big giant drop?
People can move multiple levels in any given year. I mean, they can move from priority improvement to performance in 1 year as well, depending on their data. And so, and I mean, it's a pretty heavy question. What
Right.
causes a school to be in priority improvement or turnaround? There are a variety of factors that we would consider. I mean, one, maybe the instructional programming or the curriculum that exists. It may also be lack of intervention or lack of appropriate instruction. We also have environmental factors like poverty, and that those are things that factor in as well. But when it comes to the data, when it comes to why a school is in turnaround, it's because of their assessment data.
So are we going to track the schools that we have history on and see if maybe they had a large turnover in staff, or they had something big major that
Staff retention is definitely a part of improving a school. When staff turns over frequently, it does have a negative impact on school scores typically. When there's large turnovers year over year, that is pretty common, yes.
Yeah, because this looks really impressive, and I really appreciate all the work that you guys are doing to help these schools. I'm just hoping that we can learn some stuff from it so that we have red flags that come out so early that we can help them before they get.
Yeah, and I'd like to believe that the community superintendents right now, the amount of data that we have at our disposal, which is part of what Dr. Kim is working on with this data dashboard project, to make it a little bit easier to key in on where areas are of concern. But the community superintendents in general, that is part of their role, is to be watching a school. And we do have some schools that are say, for example, in performance or improvement that are only a point or two away from dropping a level. And those are schools that we definitely are keeping a closer eye on because we want to make sure that they don't drop into that area. But we've also been focusing a lot. I'm going to turn your question around a little bit. We've also been focusing a lot on what practices are actually working to help the schools improve. And some of those we're starting to really try to build into like our district-wide practices. Like we know coaching and development of our educators helps the whole system, right? And so that's something we've really learned from this work. And so we know feedback helps us grow. And so like we are right now providing professional learning across our whole system around how we're giving teachers feedback and how we're giving principals feedback to help them develop and grow. And some of that is really directly from this work with the turnaround team. And that's really where what I get excited about when I watch these guys lead their schools and for the schools leading their teachers. When we start finding practices that we know that work, it's like really it's dialing those in and spreading them, spreading that out to other schools so that we can help improve the whole system.
And so if CDE is using just CMAS data, then I mean, the next year, the third graders are going to be different third graders taking the test. And so they could do a lot better, a lot worse, or whatever. I mean, I have a real problem with this being the only thing.
They do measure growth by cohort. So
that is there. It's not just your raw score.
Right. There's achievement and there's growth. And so the third graders this year will be fourth graders next year. And they'll be measured based on their growth from third to fourth grade. So that same group of students will be measured by their growth.
Okay, thank you.
So I would love to hear from principal perspective, whoever wants to come up here. But what does this look like inside of your building? So there's a lot of focus around sort of professional development, leadership development strategies, attention on principals. So what does this look like for educators in your building? How does it look? Did everyone just turn and look at you awkwardly and so they made you come up here?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me up here. We're tremendously grateful at Jefferson. Oh, Jessica Garza, principal at Jefferson Junior Senior High School. We're incredibly grateful for the support of the turnaround team. It's been a learning process over the last year and a half. And the PM tool has really been a transformative process. Last year, it was new to all of us, and it was kind of daunting of a process. But they walked beside us, and last year, Dave and Laura really took a fantastic lead in that process. This year, I'd say there's been a significant change. We have gotten so much side-by-side coaching, and that coaching has helped us refine our PM tools so that it does give us timely data. So I hear you talking about data, and although it's really disappointing that the SPF is like a one-time snapshot, what we get through our PM tool is interim data collected on academics, growth, achievement, student culture, staff culture, and really that progressive growth toward our goals. And so we're really happy to be out of the pandemic year. Goes without saying. But the growth that we've seen even in the first month and a half of school has been tremendous. One area that the turnaround team helped us hone in on is aligning our goals and data to what already exists out there, like the TLCC and all of the data that you all are collecting on insights. And I'm really happy to report that alignment to the TLCC, we've seen growth from it was really hard to see the low numbers last year of 69% in staff culture, but we're already growing to 85% in those high leverage areas on TLCC. And we know that we can't have good student culture without that staff culture, and that staff culture piece is coming together for us, and now that instructional piece is coming together for us. So we're already experiencing tremendous growth toward student perception of academic challenge. Students are already perceiving that we're at 75% efficacy with academic challenge, and last year that was also an indicator that was really rough for us. And then the last tremendous glow is that we are going to create our own interim assessments where we will track student growth every quarter, which is aligned to the high stakes testing. So we're going to ensure that even if we have just that one-time snapshot of CMAS, well, we're going to have data that's aligned to CMAS, PSAT, and SAT. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
you.
So much. Did you want to? You're like chomping at the bit. So our map data does give us preemptive indication of how our children are going to be performing on the PSATs as well as for CMAS. So you would be able to see from last year in December to how your kids would be looking in the spring, and the same thing this year. They'd be able to see how the children would be potentially performing on the PSATs and CMAS. At least that's what we've gotten from December, Kim, as I recall. So being able to have that data handy for you all, I would think would be valuable, unless you do get it. I don't know if you guys send it out to everybody, but that to me is a really strong guide for us to understand where our kiddos are going to be.
So MAP is strong, but it's not strong enough for what our kids need.
Right. I'm just saying, when you said high stakes testing for CMAS, the indicators are there in terms of your December time period to know what it's going to look like. My other question was, since you guys are both here, and you were part of the Jefferson and Almea last year, and I love these guys. The work that you do, you have children coming in 6th grade, and I know Lumberg is, I think, yeah, you're here too. I don't know if you'd want to join, but I really would have a question on how you guys are aligning, because I'm sorry. I'd just be kind of curious how you're aligning, because you're going from elementary to junior, senior, how you guys are working together, because the turnaround work is so tightly intertwined for you all, I think, so that the children that come to you are coming from your school. And I know you're new too. So I'm just kind of curious, the three of you, since you are new to the whole experience, I'd be curious how you guys are aligning together, because it'd be telling for other articulation areas.
We're not there yet, and it is an area of focus and growth for us. What we really need is curriculum alignment, and so I'm hopeful to see that as we're part of the pilot for illustrative math, that we can show that the pilot is successful, and the pilot for HMH at different schools. But one of the struggles in the Jefferson articulation area is variability and curricula at Edgewater, Lumberg, and Jefferson. So I'm hoping that through my leadership, we can come up with a cohesive vision. But in the past, Lumberg pursued expeditionary learning. And so we don't currently have that alignment. But if these pilots show that they're successful, that might be up for consideration. But I'll let Lindsay speak to the challenges that poses for her, because she and Edgewater do have different curricula.
I'm Lindsay Petty, so I'm the principal at Lumberg Elementary. And I think one of the things to think about is there are two different elementary EL, English Language Arts curriculums that are being used within the Jefferson area. Lumberg uses expeditionary learning as our curriculum, and I know that Edgewater and Wilhelm are using HMH this year. I think when I think about both of those curriculums, they're both tied to the standards, and that's what's really we're needing to ground in right now, is what are those standards that kids are needing to achieve in and grow in at those grade level pieces. With the EL expeditionary pieces, it goes even deeper with expediting our work, really turning it into those hands-on pieces. We're getting ready to do a showcase on Friday around just crew and what is that culture and climate of the building. So it takes it to some other levels. But when we're thinking about that alignment piece, that's the work of the turnaround work right now, and grateful for the team that's supporting us, is we're really diving into what are the standards that teachers are teaching, what's the learning targets that we're addressing within our classrooms, and then the resources supporting that. So as long as we're aligning those standards across the board, our hope is by the time they're getting to Jefferson, that those standards have created such a solid foundation that they're going to be successful there. I think with that, the other goal that we're really working on is attendance. We got to be in the building in order to access the learning. And so what are those different ways at the elementary level that we're setting kids up for success, and that importance around being in the building, being there? It stems from families. They're the ones bringing them to school at this level, and that's that family engagement. So a big part of the Lombard UIP right now is that welcoming environment and really making sure families feel welcome. And if we can grow that, that's going to help as they trajectory up into the Jefferson Junior Senior High as well.
Thank you, Board. So being new to Colorado and also new to Jefferson Public, I've had the unique opportunity to ascertain several data points as I've been here going to schools, visiting, and I'm very optimistic for what I see in my two articulation groups. Again, I have Alameda as well as Jefferson, two of my very talented principals sitting here with me. One of the things that I'm very optimistic about, though, is the vision for the district, which has grounded my practice in working with them. The strategic plan that's really speaking about a culture of excellence, and then also speaking of that student-based experience. We're really drilling down into that work. And so I want to extend a vote of confidence to this board as well as to these principals and everyone here that we are working towards accomplishing getting all of these schools out of PETA and out of turnaround. Because again, our kids deserve it. The staffs deserve it. They deserve the opportunity to do some really dynamic and robust teaching, and students deserve to have that level of learning. So they're working hard. Everyone is working, and we're using data to inform our decisions. But one of the other things, being a regional educator, because again, I have roots that now extend into the Midwest and the South, and now in the West, the observation and coaching protocols, the opportunity to provide teachers and principals with actionable bite-sized feedback has been a game changer in what we're seeing in our articulation groups as well as the other articulation groups. And so aligning our practices to that of the board that you all agreed upon as your strategic plan or our strategic plan, it's been really helpful for me entering this school system and grounding and calibrating my work around best practices that have been identified by such illustrative leadership that I'm facing. So,
Welcome. And I'm glad you didn't say Colorado's in the Midwest, because I have heard people say that before. And yeah, I know. And then we'd have to have words and it would be awkward. But so welcome. And
thank you. Thank you.
No, close call there. Dr. Varda, did you have a question or comment?
Well, actually, thank you, Dr. Hill, for laying that out there. I was actually thinking, I don't know why I'm drawing again tonight on my own kids in my own schools. The school that my kids have been going to for all of their elementary years has been on that list and is now in performance. And I really just want to thank the district for all the good work that you've described tonight, Dave and team, in doing that work and paying such close attention to the kids and the work. And I know that Celeste and Wendy, I can see you there from the screen, but going around with them to school visits and knowing how well they know each school, and they can talk to us on the board as we make these visits and with the district staff exactly about what every school is doing and where they are in this progress and the practices and work that they're putting in, also gives me a lot of confidence, as you described, Dr. Hill, in our way forward. And then last thing I just wanted to say was being a part of a school that has gone through this over the last few years, it's really it's kind of fun to watch the celebration within the school amongst the teachers and the administrators there when they do move to these different levels. And so I think a lot of that is because they do feel supported and they see the road forward. And so I just, as a parent, I'm really pleased with the experience that I've experienced with my own kids. And then, seeing it from a board level, walking through schools with our district leaders and principals. Just a big thank you. I think it's a great program, and I'm grateful for the presentation tonight.
I think unless there are other questions, the only thing that I have to contribute is, I think about all of the work and I'm mostly looking at principals right now, but also for community superintendents, but in schools, all the work that we're asking you all to do. So let's say we want to drop a new, learning literacy resource or math resource if you're secondary, and then some of these leadership and development opportunities, but all of it's time, right? And I know it's a real challenge to try to figure out how to make time for all of this because everything's important. So then what do you're not, I don't know what the plural of an octopus is, but you're not that. You don't have 8 arms. You can't be everywhere at once. So I am grateful to your team for providing that support. And I hope that as we move forward, if there are other ways that the board can help support you all in your leadership moving forward, or your staff, that you'll let us know, because this is incredibly important work. And and go Labradors. We'll just say that forever. But awesome. Thank you all so much for your work, and we appreciate it. And thanks for staying here so late. Thanks.
Guys.
All right. So now we are going to welcome the same old face to the table. No, we're going to.
I'm going to go say bye, guys.
All right, we are getting our presentation up. I don't know if Dr. Kim, if you wanted to get started as Drew's finding the presentation.
Sorry. Yeah. We've got a half a dozen slides there that just explains the district performance framework. Yeah. Our initial intention was to go first and then have our schools, but we really wanted to prioritize our schools so that our folks could get home. Also, some of the questions that some of you had, it probably would have made more sense if we'd have done it this way, because we'd have answered them in this first presentation, so I apologize for that. But I think it was more important to let our schools go. So I've also asked Dr. Eaton to join me, because she certainly was instrumental in helping me put this together. And she really does so much of the heavy lifting in supporting our schools in their design and development of their UIPs, and in going through those school performance frameworks to make sure that they're accurate and they reflect what they should as far as our performance as a district. So let's see. Maybe. Okay, or not. Did you turn it off? No wonder. Like, why is this not working? Thank you, Dave. Okay, so just briefly, this is specific to our district performance framework, not an individual school. Our rating as a district has been accredited for the past 12 years as a district. According to CDE, Jeffco earned 63.9% of the points possible on the overall rubric, which was up from 61.5 in 2019, which was the last time it was calculated. Considering COVID and everything else, yeah.
I'm sorry. Dr. Kim, can you just, I don't know what that means. What does it mean?
I'll get to it.
Oh, never mind then.
It's okay. I promise I'll get there. So per CDE, and Carol can help me kind of navigate through this, but the district school performance frameworks this year, and Paula, I think you asked this question, in 2022 are transitional. They're transitional because of the unique conditions that we're just restarting it, and we haven't had one because of the number of years that we had impacted by the pandemic. We didn't have CMAS data, we didn't have growth data. So COVID-19 consideration and participation rates are an impact within this. In 2021 and 22, test participation varied significantly across schools, grade levels, school groups, impacting the representation of our overall student population. Because growth calculations uses 2 years of assessment data, elementary and middle schools have less available data than usual. 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade took English language arts. 4th grade, 6th grade, 8th grade took math, and so that made it much more difficult because you would have had half as many kids to calculate growth on, and there had been a couple of years that had gone by without that data. So they definitely had to extrapolate some information, thus the reason for the transitional performance frameworks. We have 1-year frameworks. For those of you who this has been your first year on the board, we used to receive, when we had annual school performance frameworks, a 3-year calculation of 3-year framework and a 1-year framework. And we could look at both of them to see trends and to see the individual year that it's based on, to give those ratings. But because the state paused, there's not enough data to generate a 3-year framework. So we're just starting back up again. And there was a pause on automatically advancing years on or off the accountability clock because of the transition. Make sense so far? And so, as I said, CDE designated us as an accredited rating for the district. We earned a total of 63.9% of all the possible points that they calculate. And I'll show you the 3 criteria that they base those points on in the next slide. Overall, our district test participation did exceed the 95% when controlling for parent refusals. So there were parent refusals calculated in there, and because of that, we were noted for low participation. So far, so good. So I'm going to keep going. Stephanie, you had asked the question specifically, what does that mean? How do we do that? Well, if you'll look up there, it said academic achievement makes up 40% of elementary and middle schools rating and 30% of high schools score. Academic growth makes up 60% of all the points for elementary and middle school and 40% of high schools in the overall district. But then there's the post-secondary workforce readiness calculation or criteria that makes up 30% of high schools in the overall district. So when we say we got 63.9% of the points, that's the 100 points that were possible, and that's how the district's score gets calculated. Make sense? So within your slides that we provided at the bottom of slide 5, there's a link to the Transitional District Performance Framework. It is not official yet because districts had the opportunity to challenge them if we felt like data was inaccurate or if we felt like they didn't have some data in there, whether it's through glitch in the system, whatever the case may be. Dr. Eaton's team tells me that we're pretty confident that our framework is accurate and it is the right framework, which is a performance framework accredited. There are a couple of schools which you all asked about earlier that we have chosen to appeal the ratings because we did have data to indicate to us that there was the possibility of a higher rating or should be a reconsideration for a higher rating based on some of the criteria. And if you have specific questions on that, certainly Dr. Eaton and I can follow up with that with folks. But overall, our district performance framework, I would encourage you to kind of take a look and kind of dig into it because it goes subpopulation by subpopulation. It really looks at our performance overall on achievement as well as growth in both literacy and math, and then post-secondary workforce readiness, indicating how we are accredited as a school district. I'd click on it, but I can't on this, so. Questions?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm not timing my jumping in part very well. Board questions and comments for our guests. Ms. Reed, then Ms. Parker.
So am I reading this correctly that about 5% of the parents opt their kids out? It looked like we were at 95% and then it went down to 90.
The 95% is when you look at parent excusals taken out of the denominator. So we're around 90, something around, it depends on the test, but around 90 to 92% when you look at parent excusals. So maybe 5% of our parents might have opted out of the test.
Ms. Parker?
Besides parent refusals, what would cause a non-participation in the testing?
Absences, we have student is gone, especially when you have a one-day test like a SAT with one-day makeup. If they're not there for those 2 days, they're not going to be available to take the test.
Okay. And then looking at this indicator totals and whatever, I'm noticing that under test participation rates, they have total records and then they have valid scores. So what's different between a record and a valid score? I'm at the test participation rates on the link. So it's the first page, 2/3 of the way down, test participation rates. And it says total records, valid scores.
So total records represent the number of students that could participate in the test. They're students that are enrolled in the district and they are anticipating they should take the test. So those are our total records. The valid scores are students that actually have a valid score. They completed the test. They have a rated score. There's a lot of reasons that you could have a test invalidation. Some of it is you wouldn't have a test at all. So there's a lot of reasons why they wouldn't have a number in there.
I could see why if you didn't take the test, you wouldn't have a valid score. But like, what percentage do people start it and then tear it up? Or I guess
sometimes they're sick, right? So there's 3 sessions in a CMAS, and they might have taken 2 sessions, but they didn't complete the last session because they got ill and they weren't able to make it up. So we have some tests that are incomplete in that way. Sometimes we have students who may not be in attendance for, maybe they have a health issue and they break their leg, or maybe they're out of town. Sometimes they might leave for spring break early, and so we weren't able to test them. So there's different reasons why a student might not complete a test.
Or last year, when COVID was still an impact and students had to stay home because of quarantining, oftentimes that could coincide with the test window, and they couldn't get back to take the last final parts of it or the beginning parts of it. So there's definitely an impact there too.
And for high school, that's particularly challenging because the tests are only given on 1 or 2 days. And you have a window in elementary and middle, that's easier. But when you only have 1 or 2 days, it's very hard. If you're quarantined, you're not going to be able to test.
Dr. Varda or Ms. Miller, any questions or comments?
Superintendent Dorland, you quietly said that we were not this at 63.9% in 2019, that we were lower than that. 61.5. I'd be curious, like what we missed then versus how we improved to the 63.9. I mean, I don't know if there's, and I know it's noisy, right? I mean, I know that there's a lot of noise in that data, that but it'd just be interesting to see what the 3 or 5 year trends were from 19 back to what's 19 less 5, 14?
Yeah.
2014 to 2019. So see what that trend was. Were we going down? Were we going up? I just don't know, Carolyn.
We've been fairly consistent. I mean, it matches our data, somewhat flat before the COVID.
Okay.
And I think we see some of the same performance as the subgroup performance is what we're not meeting as much. So knowing that we need to work on students that are underserved, that's always been an issue for our district that we've been working on. And I think our new strategic plan is really targeting that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And then I guess the other question I would have is, what we would want to be going in that other direction, targeting up, where we want to be 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And, Dr. Kim, you're talking about using the data more thoughtfully and carefully, and how are we doing map data, and just, what we're doing to support our teachers and our children, so that we can start to see our accreditation start to move in a different direction.
I think I would second some of Carol's logic that she talked about in terms of looking at trends and years of data. We certainly need a couple of years of data to really kind of get a sense of where are we, and we've set some of those small metrics, annual metrics that relate specifically to student populations and overall performance and growth and improvements in student achievement. That by its very nature is going to impact the SPF to move up to, because those percentages come off of that. So certainly we need to extrapolate that and figure out, what does that mean next year should look like? What does that mean the following year should look like? And it should be a metric that we are able to measure within the data dashboard.
Yeah, and I would be curious because, listening to what I think Tara said, that our changing demographics from where we were 3 or 4 years ago to where we are now has an impact on our subgroups and the number of kiddos that are taking the assessment in those different subgroups. So being thoughtful about how we're looking carefully at how we're supporting our different subgroups as well in light of those changes. I don't want to miss the ball, so to speak, just because
Agree.
our numbers are shifting.
Agree. And this particular document really calls out exactly how each of our different student groups, their demographic groups, are performing, so that you can see it very clearly. And so it's helpful from that standpoint.
Any other questions? I don't know. Any other questions or comments, board, for our friends? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. All right, board, we are moving along to our next agenda item, an update to our discipline and restraint policies. So policies JK, JKD/JKE, and were last reviewed and revised more than 9 years ago. JK, oh my gosh. Colorado statutes require that certain district policies be subject to approval by the Board of Education. Policies related to the district's conduct and discipline code, including regarding suspension and expulsion, are among those that require board action. Policy JKA was reviewed more recently, but amendments to the restraint statute require some adjustment. This presentation will allow the board to review and discuss the proposed revisions of policies JK, JKD, JKE, JKA, and JKG. These policies both reflect changes in legislation and some language and format changes aligned to model policies from the Colorado Association of School Boards. And they also include a new policy, JKBA, regarding classroom removals. With that, I will turn it over to you, Ms. Tollison.
Oh, I thought we had that. Okay. Good evening. I will try to be efficient. I know you all, your time is valuable. You all just finished a large policy lift and maybe thought you were done, right? Because you did all of the board policies. If you have looked at district policies, you'll realize there are hundreds, I guess. I have not exactly counted them. The good news is only certain of those need to come to you for review and approval. We are undertaking a process where you will see me bringing some over the course of the next year, but it won't be anything close to everything that is in the district policy box on the website. These policies do, though, in the student discipline and restraint arena, fall into that category, right? The Safe Schools Act requires the district to have an adopted student discipline code and that it come from the Board of Education. So we'll start with the ones we have and try to be pretty efficient. I also have up here, I've certainly helped on the policy work because a lot of it's grounded in statute. Some of it comes from CASB models, but the folks who are on the ground doing the work, doing the training, are here beside me. So you've heard the list of the ones that we're adjusting. 4 of them really specifically fall in the discipline category. On restraint and seclusion, the Safe Schools Act kind of throws it into the same section of the statute. But make no mistake, restraint and seclusion aren't disciplinary tools. They are safety tools that come up in other contexts. And there have been some statutory changes, even though these were revised fairly recently in the scheme of things, 2020. There have been some statutory changes that we're looking to align with. So that's the main reason we're here, both passage of time. We need some reorganization, some consolidation, and we've got some statutory changes. One thing also you'll see as you go through these policies, you will see some strikeouts or what appear to be strikeouts related to the both procedural and substantive rights of our students with disabilities. Don't let that throw you. What we've done is, instead of having in all of these different policies scattered references to the particular steps that are required for students with disabilities, have all been consolidated into one new policy that is not one that required board approval. You'd see it on the web as JK2, and that's already been adopted and is sitting in board docs with district policies. Okay. The main thing that we're seeing in policy JK, which is sort of our, I guess, flagship discipline policy, for lack of a better term, is some alignment to the CASB model and style and content, and filling in something of a gap in the old policy. I think this is not a change in practice, right? Is that there's always an option to avoid expulsion by developing a remedial discipline plan for disruptive students. That's something called out in statute, but wasn't called out in the old version of our policy. So we've inserted that now. So changes there, again, relatively minor. We have a new policy that also is not a new practice, but we didn't have a policy that called it out. The Safe Schools Act says you have to have a specific policy setting forth a systemic approach to the ability of teachers to remove disruptive students from class. And there are some very specific requirements about when that can happen, how it can happen, and what steps need to accomplish that. We didn't have a reference to it in Jeffco policies. We have one now. It is very much the CASB model adopted. JKD and JKD are very specific to suspension and expulsion. This one really does have a substantive change, and it comes straight from the General Assembly. The General Assembly has substantially curtailed when we can use exclusionary discipline with kids between pre-K and second grade. Very limited, only up to 3 days, and it's really like drugs, weapons, and threats or danger to other students. So you will probably see the data reflect a substantial decrease in exclusionary discipline in those age groups as aligned to state law. JKG really adopts something that we've always said. I mean, district policy has already said expulsion is to be a tool of last resort, but what we have in state statute, and also I assume, I actually don't know, our district probably gets some EARS money, the expelled and at risks, to really say what kinds of supports are we going to provide as expulsion prevention. And the policy spells that out in a way that's both aligned with statute and drawing from the CASB model. Finally, we have updates to policy JKA. This is where we see, again, something of a substantive change that comes straight from legislation. It had been that if there had been a hold of longer than 5 minutes, there was a very specific both parental notification form and process, and keeping of records around that restraint. The statute shortened that period from 5 minutes to 1 minute. So now with a hold greater than 1 minute, we've still got a right for parents to be notified, for a form to be completed. And there's also other parts of that same bill where CDE is going to be collecting and tracking more data around restraint and seclusion. They're also going to be not only accepting complaints, which they've always been able to do, but there's actually an enforcement mechanism attached to that. Please do.
I just want to make a comment that anytime seclusion's used, that's reported, but the difference in this policy is specific to the physical restraint.
Thank you. The new legislation and the policy as well set out some of the minimum standards for spaces that are used for seclusion. Those are straight from the 2022 legislation as well. You're not supposed to just use, it's supposed to have a window. It's supposed to be specially designed for the purpose. Those kinds of things you'll see in the policy, but very much designed to track statute. One of the things that we did as we went through this process, because we know anytime we're touching on issues around behavior management, students, restraint, seclusion, all of these things, as folks get concerned, what is this going to mean for me in practice? Is it workable? Is it a big change? So Cabinet has reviewed these back in August. So did the academic leadership team, the ALT folks. A very broad overview of it, pretty high level, was presented to principals and community superintendents in early September. So we've had some eyes on it. And we've got some plans for just continuing to roll out more robust training. But again, other than the things that are flowing straight from statute, the restrictions on exclusionary discipline for primary grades and the changes to parental notification reporting around restraint, we shouldn't be looking at a substantial change in practice. And what I intend to do, if it'll work for you all, and you can let me know, let us know tonight if it doesn't, is that if these look acceptable, they would show up on your consent agenda for next week's regular meeting. If you have questions for me, either about the legal changes that are driving the policy or about the brain trust here regarding putting it into practice, we're ready for your questions.
Great. Board members, questions and comments? Ms. Reed.
My question is about student removal from class. Does that include, like, I'm just thinking about as a teacher that there were times that I would just say to a kid, I need you to just step out in the hall for a minute. I will be out there as soon as I wrap this up and we will figure out what's going on here. Is that removal?
If that question were put to me, and I guess it is in this moment, I would say no. Right? It's a bit of an eye of the beholder thing, but this is really designed to say we have specific removals. This is, go to the office, go away kind of stuff. We're going to track them. If you're going to do it after the first time, you need to develop. I pulled the statute because I had a feeling this might come up to say that they can't be removed unless they've developed and implemented a behavior plan for the student. So it's designed to say this is not the circumstance where go over there until I have a chance to talk to you. This is designed to say it's the first step towards a really intentional process to both help the teacher and support the student.
I just don't want to take away. There are times that just spontaneously you need a kid to step out and then you can follow up. And that's not.
This is not taking that away.
Okay.
Yep. No, ideally, this shouldn't be taking away anything. It really should be just confirming a right and process that's actually been in statute for a number of years. It just wasn't called out in our policy as it needed to. Get the educators around me to see anybody else insights on this one.
Other questions, comments? Ms. Parker.
I may be off base here, but it's my belief that in elementary schools, it's not uncommon for a student to be sent down to the principal. So is this going to impact? No, you don't think so? Okay. But do they get reported every time they go to the principal?
Well, I would say we document that anyways. We always have. I mean, and so anytime a student is in the office, typically that's going to be a parent phone call, and we document on, depending on what they're there for, right? The level of behavior really is what we're trying to evaluate before we make a decision about the consequence. And so, sometimes a kid needs a break, right? And that's still okay. Like we're not taking that away from people. And if a kid needs a break and that's something they have built into their behavior plan, we might not even be documenting that necessarily like an independent campus where we would document typical behaviors. But we are keeping track of that stuff. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're already really keeping track of these things. This is actually not a practical change to our work. It's more of a policy change. And the practices, for the most part, are already in place. The one document change that we're addressing here is if we need to restrain a student, so a student who's significantly out of control and unsafe, sometimes that we do need to restrain that student. Historically, if we restrain for more than 5 minutes, it was a high-level documentation. Now, what we're saying is if we restrain for more than 1 minute, it's a high-level documentation. In any of those cases, 1 minute, 5 minutes, parents are being notified. We're documenting it in campus. These things are happening. It's just really, like I'm trying to say, these are more policy updates than they are practical changes to our work.
And that leads me to my second question about restraint. I know that there are certain people who have been trained. I've forgotten the acronyms right now.
CPI.
Is it CPI? And so if you're not trained, if you're a teacher and you're not trained in it, you just, what do you do?
Well, I think there's two parts to that to answer that question. If you're not CPI trained and you're in a situation where a student's behaving unsafe in a classroom, but they're in the building, you shouldn't be restraining that student unless they're posing a significant threat to other students, or themselves. And so any teacher, I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, would be protected if they were acting in the safety of the student or other students, if they had to, restrain a student, even if they're not CPI trained. But we train people in CPI in part because it trains de-escalation skills. And so it builds the skills of the educator to help de-escalate a situation before restraint is needed. And so that's really one of the goals of CPI training. And I'm looking at Matt now too, because I'm hoping I'm getting that right as well. But
Sure.
but I would say that, like, if you're outside and a kid's about to run into the street and you stop them, you're not going to be in trouble for that. We will, our educators will be protected. What we don't want is people putting their hands on students before it's necessary. And so that's really, I think, our objective in terms of providing better training and giving and updating these policies. But it doesn't mean that if a situation is significantly unsafe that we can't address it.
Sure. So if you look at policy JKA, there's two sections. One is use of physical intervention and restraint, and one is physical intervention. The physical intervention piece specifically talks about that scenario that you're talking about right now. There are certain circumstances where a staff member may act in good faith and put hands on a student. I'll use the example of a student climbing a fence and an educator gently putting the student back on the ground. Would be an educator acting in good faith. They're not restraining the child, which is differently, and our policy clearly defines what a restraint looks like and who is appropriate to be administering that type of restraint. So there are some examples here, like, for example, to quell a disturbance threatening physical injury to the student or others. That would be an example where a teacher might exercise professional judgment and use a quick physical intervention to quell that disturbance, if that makes sense.
And I know the other board members want me to go home. But are these restraint policies? I mean, like, I've just got my second win, so I'm ready. Sorry. No. Anyway, are the restraint policies, I would think, much more common or concerned with the center programs? And if a student has a behavior plan, whatever kind of thing they have that envisions that child having to be restrained during the day. I mean, is that?
Yeah. So whenever you suspect a student might be in need of, say, a physical restraint, a student should have what's called a crisis intervention plan that outlines what that child's specific plan is, and who should be trained and be aware of that plan, so on and so forth. And families have to be notified that that's a possibility.
Dr. Reda, is there anything you want to ask or comment on? Just want to make sure you're not left out of the loop here.
Yeah, thank you. No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Miller? Yeah, I'm just cracked open a seltzer, so yes, go ahead.
No, thank you for the explanations and understanding, clarifying it. It's helpful. It is unfortunate we have these needs, and I know it's been exacerbated last year and this year. So thank you for all of your work and for the teachers and principals out there who are navigating this. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Can I just make one comment on the physical restraint piece? It's always a last resort, right? And the law also requires us that we put into place preventative measures to prevent that from happening. So just recognize that our educators are trained to know that this is a last resort.
I would say we did. I'm not sure. I can't ever tell who board correspondence goes to, but we did receive, or I received, a small handful, but very well-articulated letters from teachers, from educators, in support of these changes, and with some examples from their own experiences in their classrooms and schools, and how this would help as a protection for everyone involved. So thank you for that. Yeah. Great. All right, Mr. Weiss, you're going to present about the CASB resolutions? Oh.
So it's you.
Just kidding. Okay. JK. Yep. Oh.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. This is a lot
Okay.
of work.
Okay. It is. Okay, our last agenda item of the evening is going to be awesome. We are going through 32 resolutions for the Colorado Association of School Boards, and we're not really going through 32 of them. But these were the resolutions that were submitted by school districts from across the state and that will be voted on during the delegate assembly that Ms. Parker and I will be attending, and really give CASB the opportunity to advocate and partner with legislators around specific issues of interest more broadly to school districts across the state. So you all have had the information, and I know that you read through it multiple times. And so I thought I would just highlight a couple that I think may be things that we either want to have comments on. If there are any that you feel super strongly about voting no, particularly, that would be really important for Ms. Parker and I to know before we go, so that we're not voting as individual board members. We're really representing the will of the Jeffco Board of Education. So I will start, unless you all have specific resolutions you'd like to start with. Hearing none. Oh, yay, Ms. Reed.
I did notice that there were kind of a chunk that were calling for some major revisions to the structure of the leadership of CASB, which seemed unwise to me.
So there were 3 resolutions that were submitted by the same school district that were calling for some significant changes, not just to CASB leadership, but also to our affiliation with the National Association of School Boards. All 3 of those have been revoked by the people that submitted them, and so those will no longer be. They did go out to general members, so everyone has seen them. But then after the CASB board meeting, those have been pulled, so they won't be on the floor for the general meeting. Yeah. Any other ones that are of particular interest, and then I'll just bring up a couple. Okay, great. So there were several in here that you can tell are really around either school finance to return full funding. Obviously, those are hopes and dreams of a lot of school districts across the state. A few that I think are of interest. The first resolution, which is asking for the legislature to establish an accountability and accreditation interim committee. So this is based on some work that's already been done through House Bill 1294 last year, which was really an audit of K-12 systems for accountability and accreditation. And so what they're asking for is really the sort of next logical step in that process, which is to have a committee to really look at what does that statewide system consist of, what does it mean for school districts, and how do we balance that with local control of districts. So to me, that seems like an exciting opportunity to be able to continue a conversation around some of those tensions. The other one for our budget purposes is the second resolution, which is asking for the School Finance Act to come to be passed 14 days after the spring revenue forecast. So basically trying to align when we get the long bill, essentially, so that it's way earlier in the year, because it has come out as late as, May, end of May, and we're required to pass a budget by the end of June. So it causes all sorts of problems. So that one I think will have lots of support, but I appreciate that it's on there. The only other ones I'll bring up, there were several that were around not requiring unfunded mandates for school districts, which comes up quite a bit. And there is another one in here, Resolution 15, that's talking about PTEC programs and the pilots that currently exist in 20 school districts. And so they're looking at that Pathways in Technology Early College High School, PTEC, to expand those opportunities. And it made me think of some of the conversations that I'm excited to have around High School 2.0. Some of the ways in which we think about career and workforce development opportunities, engaged learning, et cetera, which would be really awesome. And then the last one I will bring to your attention is Resolution 28. And I bring this up because last time, this would have been 2 years ago. No, maybe it was last, I can't remember. It doesn't matter, Stephanie. Is is a call for proactive measures around climate change action. And the last time we talked about this as a board, there was not overwhelming support to support that resolution. It's come up with CASB the last 2 years and has failed on the floor, not because people don't support addressing impacts of climate change, but because it looks like it reads a little bit like an unfunded mandate. In this resolution, they specifically call on the Colorado General Assembly to resource it, but we're not resourced. we don't have special education resourced. So, it would be, I think, more symbolic than anything else. But it is something that I would like your feedback on, because, if that is an overwhelmingly supported resolution, we don't know what the sort of downstream impacts are fiscally. So, that is number 28. And I can tell you that. It was sponsored by, I can't even count now. Sorry. Okay, while I look for that. Discussion?
I'm looking at it.
Oh, the LRC. So it's a committee of CASB that's made up of school board directors from across the state. Ms. Miller?
Yeah, we talked about this last time, and while it sounds like a very noble and moving in the direction that it could have impact on facility costs, it could have impact on so many different things that happen in our schools, from everything from shifting from disposable plates and things like that to starting to require cleaning of dishes. There's a lot of discussion, as I recall, Stephanie, when we talked about it last time, of like the what ifs, so that if we reduce our footprint by X, what does that mean, and what would that cost us? So it's just a lot of uncertainty as what those ripple effects could be. How can we do that on our own without being mandated to do something that is within our budgetary controls? So that's where we came down.
Yeah, Ms. Reed.
My other concern on this, although I agree with it in principle, absolutely, but it seems very complicated when we start looking at tax revenues from the fossil fuel industry and trying to figure out how to separate that from all of the various investments that a school district might make, or tax revenue resources. So I'm concerned about that piece of it.
Other thoughts, because it would be helpful to have a yay-nay majority about this one. And so Dr. Varda or Ms. Park, I don't know if there's other things that, if you agree with that or if you're in support of it, that we could just cross it off or not.
So I'm reading it now, and it's asking the General Assembly to do things, and that they should do things that would help districts. But I don't see anything in it that requires districts to do anything. So I am inclined to be in favor of it, because I don't see any burden on us, either financially or otherwise.
And it's possible that nuance in language is enough. I think it's just unclear because the General Assembly, because we have not been at full funding for a great number of things for a good while, that realistically if there were some cost, if this moved forward, how those would be resourced, what would it be taken from? I think that's the concern. Dr. Varda, any thoughts?
So are you saying, when you started, you mentioned that it would be somewhat symbolic. I think that's what you said. If we didn't oppose it, I guess what I'm wondering is, in this process, do we only say if we object to it? Otherwise, it's assumed you support it?
No, there's a yay, nay vote.
Oh, I see. And I'm sorry, you're asking for our thoughts on it so that you can vote yay, nay, and represent the board.
Correct.
Got it. I don't have huge concerns with this. I agree. It seems somewhat symbolic. I think your questions are good. It seems unusual for school boards to go into this area of policy. I haven't seen that a lot, and I think that's a little innovative, at least to start a conversation with the role of schools, I guess, in climate change from a board level. So I'm interested in it and where it's going and where it could go if we didn't have those questions that you just brought up attached to it. So I think I'd be interested in a yay vote on it. I'm sorry, I haven't really given it much more thought than right now.
Yeah, Ms. Parker?
I'm also thinking about some reports that came out recently that the Denver area is really bad for air quality. And that has great impact in the health of citizens and our students. So I also think that that's a reason why we could encourage the assembly to take action.
Ms. Reed, any other thoughts about this? And then we'll...
I think it is symbolic, but then I worry if it doesn't become symbolic, exactly what does that mean?
So one of the things we can do then is just take the questions and ask them and see what the answers are and then use our best judgment going forward. Well, so if you trust that that is decent judgment, we will move on. Are there any other, most of these, there are some resolutions specific to limitations around establishment of charter schools or approval of charter schools in districts. And then most of the rest of it is around, really around school finance. Anything anyone wants to dig into? Otherwise, I'm going to just do what I think is best.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do think you should do what you think is best. But the first one that you mentioned, is that the standing resolution one that you were talking about? That is a system of accountability that stresses local measures, or was it a different one?
It's number one on the consent agenda resolutions, not the standing ones. Mm-hmm. By St. Brain, who submits everything.
Yeah, there's also one I want to let you guys talk about that, but I do think the one around educator evaluations, it's a topic that you all have individually talked to me about, and you've talked about as a board previous, like last spring, winter, like January. So that's another one that, if you want to talk about it,
it is.
It comes up every year.
Yeah, the one that's listed in here, and I am of course not going to be able to remember the number of it. I can probably find it. Is I'm not trying to be rude. It doesn't really call for anything specific, other than to create a collaborative process that's based on dialogue between principals and educators. So I think what it's trying to do is move away from using any testing data. Let me know if I'm reading it wrong, but it's pretty light on details.
We had the principals come and talk with us about this last spring, with the flexibility of the component of the assessment of testing, as well as, so for example, if there was a teacher that was highly qualified and had been assessed as an awesome teacher, strong growth, strong academics, did they have to go back every year? Or could they give them a 3-year, review? And as things kept moving along, that's, I think, what the flexibility that the principals were asking us of last year, if that was some type of, as I recall.
So, yeah. So really, it's just asking for it to continue to be looked at,
discussed.
Yeah.
I can go with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's not very prescriptive. Yeah. Anything else that jumps out at anyone? I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but if you have comments, you can just send them to me afterward. but I want to make sure that Ms. Parker and I are representing the will of the whole as when we go to CASB. Okay, I think that that's it, unless there's any other items. Do you guys want to hang out for a little bit? Just go through some other stuff. So that brings us, yeah, we should have everything on consent next week. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. You guys are out of order, and we will stand adjourned. Good night.